And a very good morning from Ericeira, Portugal. Top 5 of 6 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series welcomes the best from across the planet with game faces on. And it's always fun vibes in Portugal, but some serious business of trying to qualify for the Championship Tour 2025. That's the glittering prize at the end of this season. And after a big day of competition yesterday, some massive performances going down. We'll just keep rolling here. And from the early vision, the glimpses that we've seen, all indications are still plenty of energy out there in the water, which is great news for our competitors. Opportunities for everyone to go express themselves, impress the panel, and stay alive here on the Challenger Series. Looking at this iconic setup here at Ribeiradillas and lines pumping in out of the Atlantic. And we're pretty stoked when we got surf in the water. Let's say morning, bom dia, Chico Alves, Chris Bins. How you feeling, guys?
I'm feeling good. We have swell on tap. Yesterday was an amazing day of surfing. Today looks like we're going to have another one. So, yeah, I'm super excited to be here.
Mate, I was just having a look down the front. Plenty of waves pouring in to the bay. Thought maybe it was going to drop off a little bit today, but even though there's some fog, it's a little bit gloomier, not quite the glorious bluebird day we had yesterday. There are still plenty of waves, and all of the surf seem to be coming in from the water buzzing. Yeah, there's sections galore out there, so we're going to see some ripping going down.
Yeah, it's not all that often where maybe the wave height actually exceeds what you're kind of expecting on the forecast. Generally, like the forecast, you maybe kind of take a bit off of that in terms of what you're really going to get, depending on how you measure waves and all that sort of thing. But you know what? Yesterday was some really, really big waves out there. It just kind of continued to pulse as well throughout the day. Sometimes here we'll see that wave height kind of maybe diminish a bit with the various stages of the tide, but it just seemed to pump and pump more. You come back this morning, lines again all the way to the horizon. Should we have a look at the forecast and see exactly what we're going to get? Surfline have been sort of tracking a couple of swells, really. We've had these kind of direct hits from extra tropical swells hitting a really nice angle. So coming in pretty straight here. Chico, you're the local expert. West, pretty good for here.
Yeah, west swell here is the best. It tends to steepen the wave a bit. You get those long steep sections, and that's what our surfers are looking for. So I think this is the best direction for Ribeira for sure. So we see that we have 3 to 5 foot faces and 3 to 5 foot faces as well in the afternoon. So I think we're going to have a consistent day of surfing, and the wind is not going to affect too much here in Ribeira. So yeah, I think it's going to be really fun.
Back-to-back swells just pulsing through for the Challenger Series here. And we're expecting plenty of waves really throughout the week. Maybe might kind of just dip down a bit in terms of energy, but we're just getting swells just kind of follow each other one after another, which is that time of year. That's why we're here in prime season. Obviously, autumn's the time a lot of people come free surfing in this part of the world, get good waves all up and down the coast. But having all the best surfers, all the challengers here in town as well, just adds that little extra intensity. And we're seeing some performances down here. People are surfing this place like never before.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday might be, though, the biggest day of the waiting period so far. We see that the forecast for the next few days is a bit smaller, but I think we're going to have a lot of swell on tap as well. But yeah, we've seen some big surfing, and yeah, in these later rounds, we're going to see even more excellent surfing for sure.
All right, well, yesterday afternoon, there was some glare out. We called it just before the end of the round, actually, so we've got a couple of heats to finish off that round for the women, heats 7 and 8. We'll get that done first of all. But you know what? Should we go down and find out exactly what the call is? Let's go and have a chat with Travis Logie. He's with Joanna.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Travis. I mean, that's right. Yesterday we had to take in a lot with the glare. Today it's the fog. What's happening out there?
Yeah, well,
We always have to deal with a bit of visibility issues, sometimes with the fog, sometimes with the glare in the afternoon, but we've been blessed with swell. That's the main thing, and right now the waves are still pumping, so really happy about that.
And what do we have in the water today?
We're going to finish off the women's round 2, heat 7 and 8, and then go straight into men's round 2. All at this stage, all 16 heats are on. Whether we get through all of them or not depends on how we look during the high tide and how the fog goes this morning and the glare goes this afternoon, so we'll see.
There's so much to take into consideration.
There always is. There's never a dull moment, but like I said, we have swell. The waves are so fun, so that's the main thing.
Well, gonna wait for it. There we go. We're on.
Thanks, Joanna. We're on here. We'll get underway. Heat 7 from the round of 32 for the women. We'll kick off featuring Lulu Silva of Brazil, Tessa Thiessen of France, Mafalda Lopes. From Portugal, Taina Hinkle, the powerhouse who just blasted her heat yesterday. But significantly, look at that ranking next to Luana Silva, 6th on the Challenger Series, just outside. What's it going to take for her? She's made finals here before. What's it going to take for another big performance here at Ribeira?
Yeah, I feel like she has the type of surfing that fits this wave really, really well. That's why she tends to do super well here in Ribeira. She likes to draw some big lines, and I think today, although it's smaller, it's a bit easier to find those excellent numbers, just because there's not so much information in the water, and once the set comes in, it's a bit easier to identify the good ones.
Mafalda up, straight into it, just carved down, goes over a boil. Does well actually just to kind of hang on there. Board almost stopped, but she'll regather and then adjust the feet. Swings for some speed. Looking for a section in here, there, she finds it. Nicely done, so cleans up that finish. Did she ride out of that?
I don't think you can call that.
Oh, I think it's going to be close. The intent was there. I really liked the last turn. Was a big one, but yeah, maybe she was. I think if she had only like bent the legs and really tried to make it, she was fine. But she was looking for more down the line. That's why I think she did the inside rail afterwards. But yeah, she was. I don't think she was on her way to a huge number, but this turn alone was critical. So this looks really good. Yeah. But yeah, a bit of inside rail dig and the fall. So I don't know. I think that's a no-make, Vince.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think the judges have been really harsh on that one this year. You have to well and truly come out in front of the white water and nose towards the beach and all that kind of business. But as you said, Chico, it's not going to be that significant of a score. In the final wash-up of this heat, here goes Tessa Thiessen looking to open her account on her backhand. First turn was good. Gets a little bit hung up on the second. We saw Mafalda on her wave. There's enough push in this swell and the low tide that the walls are just going to keep on running through down the point. And just to rattle off 2 or 3 turns before she is out of there. So minor exchange of scores between Portuguese and French surfers to kick things off. That leaves the 2 Brazilians sitting out the back.
Yeah, this one from Tessa, nice snap off the top there. A bit more push on this one. As you said, getting a bit stuck under the lip there, and you could see the wave was just taping off. She was able to fit one more, so I think she will get the better of the exchange, but I don't know if it's going to be a number that will factor in at the end of this one as we see live. Taina.
Here goes Hinkle. A little sticky to open up, and then this thing will get steep real fast. What she got for us here, we know about the power. Explosive surfing once again from her. She goes to re-entry and then has to try and keep things alive through a soft section. That one will just kind of dip and fade. So the one aggressive turn from Hinkle. She was at the Olympic Games in Tahiti, representing Brazil. Right now she's on the Challenger Series and looking to try and go deep into this to try and see where she can put herself in context of qualification. Just the 5 places on the women's tour. It's crowded with lots of talent. Let's have another look at this wave.
Yeah, just a bit of a cutback to set this one up, and she has been finding some really good ones. Last round she found some big open faces like this one, but this one ended up disappearing as well. So we can see that by the first few waves that it's a bit harder to connect from this section to the end section, but this turn alone was the best turn of the wave. I'd like to see her maybe push a bit more the board there, not going so horizontal on that maneuver, because the wave in Ribera really allows you to push hard on those turns. It's not like a lip that if you hit it, you're gonna fall. So in that case, I think she had a bit more scoring opportunity if she went a bit more vertical on that section and shoot at the same time to get around the section afterwards. But yeah, maybe missing a few points there.
Yeah, I think she needs to channel her inner Jackson Baker, the way that he was kind of really laying it on rail yesterday and driving through those turns. Highlighted exactly what you're talking about. We were just mentioning all the talent in this field. Have a look at this next heat in the water. Tya Zebrowski was arguably the standout female surfer yesterday, and her reward for that excellent performance was she comes up against 3 Championship Tour veterans. Isabella Nichols, who's won Margaret River on the CT before. Macy Callahan's made a CT final. Nikki Van Dyke, World Junior Champion. All 3 of those ladies, that's probably 20 odd years of Championship Tour competition experience, and Tya Zebrowski 13 coming up against them. So it's going to be a massive heat.
Yeah, she won't be. I don't think she'll be phased at all, though. She's pretty confident, little performer. She's been relishing coming up against big names at every opportunity. That's going to be an exciting one indeed. What a story that is unfolding. European surfing. Tya has been absolutely ripping this summer, and we talk about young talent come through and stuff they can do. Doing it in a heat, it's not always that easy, is it? She can perform and consistently show up and do it in a singlet. It's a hard thing to do when you get those ingredients come together. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I just think Tya, she's so young that she's just having fun. Like, I don't think she's taking this moment of her career as serious as we think. I think she's that talented. She's that talented, and she has fun doing it. So that's really hard to beat. When I look to that matchup, it's a bit smaller. She's really fast, and she's really whippy off the top. And with conditions like this, I think she's gonna post some big numbers actually. So yeah, and yesterday with a bit more size also, she was performing really, really well as well. So you can tell she's a really complete surfer. And yeah, can't wait for that matchup. Looks like a big, one of those hits that look big on paper, and sometimes in terms of scores, just shies away from the potential. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, speaking of scores, numbers for the opening exchange, it was Thiessen with the best of it, 4.33. A flat 4 for Hinkle. Small number, a 1.67 for Lopes. Still waiting for Luana Silva to fire up here. She's been pretty patient, waiting for her opportunity. She's got priority right now. Still loads of time, 22 minutes. Tessa just puts herself, moved a little wider, a little reposition. Might have a look underneath here, a little paddle. She did have second prior to paddling for that. And beautiful velvety sea surface here this morning. Not a lot of wind at all to speak of at the moment. Might get that offshore kick in and blow some of this fog away. Meanwhile, here gets Mafalda Lopes. She'll swoop down. Good positioning off the bottom, sets her up for a really nice turn off the top. And again, very well done. Good combo, nicely linked.
Yeah, nicely linked as you said, but the last turn, I don't know if it's a make again. I don't know if she tend to be a bit, how do you say?
Upright, extended?
Yeah, extended. I think she needed to bend a bit more. But yeah, nice carve here, off the bottom, bang, under the lip, snap. And this one, again, I don't know if this is a make. It's really close, but I don't know.
It was, and then the last minute, the carpet kind of got pulled out from under her feet. She could have just jumped off before she had that little wobble, I reckon.
Just claim it and jump off. But yeah, this turn looked good, and she looked on time. The time on this section was great, but here I just feel like she just fell a bit too early, and behind it.
Tessa Tyson, well, she's ridden out of that one and has made that abundantly clear A little bit of finesse before the dismount. So 20 and a half to go. That's going to be second score for Tessa, second score for Mafalda. We're going to catch the replay of Tessa's last wave to see what she got up to at the beginning. Luana Silva steadfastly holding on to priority, dropping anchor at the top of the peak. Third of the way through this heat, 10 done, 20 to run.
And Luana Silva has been really selective on this one, so let's see if she can go on this one.
Here she goes right now, Luana Silva up and driving down the line with speed and glide. Good section here, there's the wrap. Pulls it short, that's because the section was kind of finishing there. Didn't want to overcommit, and that's it. So she waited a while for that one turn. Is that worth waiting 11 minutes for? Find out soon.
At the start, it looked like one of the a really good one, but it looks like there's the two in between sections now with the low tide, and I'm wondering if to the left side of our screen, there's a few waves passing by that are a bit longer with a bit more opportunity on the inside, because I think they are sitting really further to the right and really on the outside. So as we see the replay, racing down the line, the carve was beautiful though. Wasn't much there in terms of the face of the wave, but the technique she has is it's beautiful. So I don't think it was worth waiting 11 minutes, but yeah, it's a start. So.
We just saw Leandro Dora on screen. I think he might be here coaching Luana and maybe Matthias Hurdy this week. So yeah, some top 5 experience there between Jack Robinson and Iago Dora and Zhao Xianka. And Leandro on the challenges with Luana and Matthias. So he's got a fair old stable of talent. Still waiting on that score to come in for Luana. And there is Leandro Dora, father of Iago, coach of Jack Robbo. So 3.2 the result for Luana's last wave. And then, well, just the late drop on that one will be a minor score. So yeah, as you said, Chico, was the 10-minute wait with priority worth 3.2? Probably not, although that wave presented beautifully at the start. If it had stood up the way that it was at the top, rather than tapering off so quickly, that would have been a keeper.
As we see here, Taina, these are the ones I'm wondering if they open up a bit more. Big turn off the top. Again, a bit more vertical now on this one. She turned a bit more off the top, so
she heard you.
Yeah, I think. Imagine if they had the microphone on the. Just turn a bit more. But yeah, I think this one was a bit more vertical, just because she was not racing down the line. The section was up against her. She was obligated to really do it a bit more vertical. So I think this number will be a bit better than the other, I would say. But the wave was smaller though, so judges have been a bit biased in terms of the size of the wave. As we see the replay again, nice.
Whoosh.
Yeah, I think this will be in the same range, I think.
Yeah,
but yeah,
ultra aggressive all the time, fully committed to the turns. She just really squares up, no half turns at all from Hinkle. Just in terms of those qualification situations, Luana Silva in 6th, so to improve her points, she needs to get out of this round. She gets out of the round of 32, she will add points. I think in terms of qualification, she'll just want to keep staying alive here.
Isabella Nichols, 3rd on the Challenger Series and in the red jersey in the next heat, working with her coach, Jay Thompson. Well, not her coach, but Jay has kind of an overarching position with Surfing Australia and a lot of the Aussie surfers on the Challengers these days. Here's Tya Zebrowski, the 13-year-old. She won't be faced one little bit. 16 minutes to run in this heat and nothing above a 4 so far. So 3s and 4s, the order of the morning. Yeah, Mafalda's coach, maybe he's been listening to you.
Yeah, he's pointing to the left. Like I'm wondering if on the inside he's not way better than on the outside. Like I've competed a couple of times here in Ericeira, and on the low tide it tends to have like a sneaky section at the end, that you cannot really tell by when you're sitting out there, but on the inside there's like a longer, steeper section that allows you to do like 2-3 turns, and we will see, because normally we see on this first heat surfers tend to be a bit lost, and on the second one, from the mistakes they made and the scores that were posted, they tend to readjust the strategy and really try to look for options in the lineup.
It's been a slow burn so far, a little bit of fog out there over the atmosphere here, and just a slightly sluggish feel to proceedings. We saw pumping waves in the warm-up, but so far in this, it's a little bit tentative. It is Tiny Hinkle at the moment with the lead here over Tessa Thiessen of France. But we're still waiting for this one to fire up. There's a lot of talent in the water. More live action from Ericeira on the challengers right after this.
Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Ribeirão-Dillas. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro at the moment. The Brazilian Hinkle in the lead in this. Not a big lead though. Scores are modest thus far. We're anticipating things firing up. Low tide on the rocks. And plenty of swell still out there in the water. At the moment, it's just not really connecting with the reef. As we'll see, Luana Silva, the other Brazilian in this heat, in 6th place on the challenges. She needs to get going to stay alive here. Does well to kind of recover after a little bit of a bog, and then a nice hit into the lip, and just slicing here again.
Wow. So
getting better every time, building up a head of steam on that wave, and a little bit more quality for us to get excited about.
Yeah, that's the wave of the morning. It's, as you said, very sleepy start, but it looks like Luana Silva has just woken things up there. Tore into that one from start to finish. Plenty of energy, plenty of flow. There wasn't too much downtime. Every turn, plenty of aggression, and this is a bit better from Luana Silva. Got vertical there, a little bit of drift out of the tail. The wave kept running as well. Wasn't the biggest of wave, but easily had the best shape of anything we've seen come through this morning. That's going to be a decent number for Luana Silva. Chico, can the tide be too low here? Does that drain out some of the energy as well?
Yeah, I think it's a touch too low. When it's this low, the tide is just like the wave kind of gets steep, quick, and shorter. And once the tide pushes a bit more towards the rocks, you'll see the wave connect a bit more. But as you said, the aggression there on that wave was amazing. Like, you could tell by the way she was carving, the wave had a bit more energy, and then I love the connection in between those two maneuvers and the amplitude on the maneuvers as well. As you see Tessa.
Here goes Tya with some speed to work with. And her positioning's pretty good, staying close to the white water and then going on the attack, arriving pretty late and sort of swinging the board around. So nicely done, good control. And from a position where it's so bunched in terms of the numbers, an opportunity to put a bit of quality on the board and show that bit of difference is exactly what Lulu Silva's just done with a 6.17 in for her work. And I reckon this will be a pretty healthy number 2 here for Tessa.
Yeah, nice snap there. Winds up again. She was able to do a big turn here at the end. As you said, a bit late on this one, but the time was there. The timing was there. I felt was a touch too late, but looked nice. So sometimes you get there late and looks nice as well. So this turn was the money turn on this one, and she was able to finish it off. So she was trying to improve on a 3.17. So I think she will do that. So nice job there by Tessa on making this one, getting really low on the surfboard, and made it. So
looking for a 3-4 to go up and threaten Hinkle. With a second priority, Mafalda Loeb's first priority. She's got that 4.9 in. So this is so tight, this one. Whenever the scores are like this, every time a set comes through, you kind of expect things to change.
yeah, Mafalda there, sitting with priority right now, and yeah, she's only needing a 2.83, so looking good. And as we see some more lines approaching, looks like a big set to me, but let's see if the girls start to paddle. But yeah, Mafalda only needs to put like a 2-turn combo like she did yesterday to go into the 7s. We know she has a little backside attack, so let's see where Tessa's score will pan out. But yeah, Mafalda on a good position to make it happen right now. So
Mafalda looks like she's in an ankle brace of some sort as well, so hopefully she's not injured.
for a while now, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for like I think like 2 years now. Like I think she had an injury on her ankle, and since then I don't know if she got used to use it, but I think we can probably say she had back and forth injuries maybe.
So it might be a fashion accessory as much as anything these days.
Yeah.
NBA player wearing a shooting sleeve or...
Exactly. No, but I think she had the back and forth injury. I think she tried something spectacular as we see live action, Paul.
Yeah, up the reef, Luana going through the gears here, and another nice slice with a bit of authority, and then she'll bring that one down as well from the lip. So Luana Silva, who finds herself in second place because Thyssen dropped the 5.57. There's Grillo watching on, encouraging her. 5.57 for Tyson puts her in first. With Silva to get back, just needs a 3.73, so it's just ding dong. And every time a wave gets ridden, there's a really good chance of mixing up the scenario because the numbers are so modest. There's a good, another backhand turn from Thyssen. And again, doesn't go all the way at the lips, puts it underneath, and then kind of carving on the face. But crucially, the speed throughout. There's a nice crack and another good rhythm to this finishing section. If she can get up there, which she does, just kind of working the angles really, not trying to do too much, which I think is probably pretty smart. He's just kind of feeling this morning that energy. It's just not quite there, and you don't want to overdo it. Get a good wave and fall. So doing enough to get scores, but not overthinking things. Let's see if she gets an improvement. Meanwhile, important wave here for Hinkle. A little bit slow with the rail work, and that's just because that wave is a little bit soft and sluggish, so she won't add much of any significance there, and she'll lose a little bit of time off the clock. Let's see where she goes in terms of priority. I think it's just Mafalda on the peak. Yeah, it is. So probably pick up second priority here. Mafalda needs to get going, Chico. 6 minutes on the clock. You know well. There's a bit of a weird incident yesterday when she was paddling out. She got in the way of...
This looks like
Camilla
a good
Camp,
one.
Camilla Camp, wasn't it? So do you reckon she's rattled by that? Do you reckon she's put it out of her mind?
Well, of course she didn't want to...
No, but is she still thinking about it, is what I'm saying, or has she just moved on?
No, I don't think so. I think she's fully focused on this.
Thanks for clearing that up.
And the thing is that I saw on this one is Tessa Tyson. I think she caught that wave just a bit to the left of our screens. We saw the cameraman trying to get her really quick, and that's the ones I'm talking about. She got the runner towards the left side, and that was a really well surfed wave. As we see, nice snap here, and you see that the wave steepens up again and again and again, and she was able to open it up a few times. And I really enjoyed the last combination of turns. This one was better here, a bit horizontal, but the last one she was able to go vertical again. So she was in the lead a second ago, but she's only needing a 5.71 because Luana improved on this one with a 5.10, mainly because of this last big turn. And yeah, I think Tessa has a chance to get the lead back as we see Tana.
There she goes. Good section here for her. Just kind of sets up really and keeps going. That's because this one will run down the line. What's she going to do here? Goes into the lip. Sort of floater re-entry really. So it didn't quite get the tee off and kind of square up against it. She kind of had to flow down the line. She would have loved to give that a bit more of the treatment. Number in for Tisa is good. 6.67. It is the high score. She goes back to first. Another look at Hinkle here.
Again, that was one of those turns that you were talking about, Chico, where she could have just laid on the rail a little bit more instead of cutting it short, because that sort of negated the scoring ability of that turn. And even if it had put her a little bit behind, she might have had to have then got more vertical into that end section rather than just floating it. So 2 horizontal turns there, maybe 2 missed opportunities to, bank a few more points. We've seen Tessa Thiessen move into the lead with a 6.67. And she and Luana Silva have really built a fair bridge between themselves and Taina and Mafalda in 3rd and 4th. And they've done it on the back of longer running waves that allowed them to flow through the turns, work through the gears, and put plenty of points on the board. Nothing spectacular, a 6 and a 5 for each of them, but that's better than the 4s that Taina and Mafalda are holding on to. And it's very much a difference with 3.5 minutes to go. And as you were saying, Chico, it's not necessarily the bigger waves. It doesn't have to be from the top of the peak. But some of those wider waves are sitting and running. And we're looking at Taina right now. Maybe Mafalda's taken some notes, but she's got some work to do. She's behind this one. It's a slopey, white, watery affair so far. And just some horizontal open face carving. She'll hope that this one hits the bottom and stands up, and then she's really going to have to give it some curry on the inside. Can she get up to the lip? That was a nice turn, and she's ridden clear of that one. So there was a lot of build-up. That's obviously going to go into her top 2. It's probably not going to be the score that she needs to move into one of those first 2 advancing positions with 2 minutes 40 remaining.
Yeah, she was hitting a 6.37 as we see Hickel again on a good-looking wave. Better snap there under the lip. Tries to get around it, and she can't. So Taina needing a 6.97. I don't think that's enough, but as you said, I feel like Taina, she has a beautiful technique, and you can tell she's a powerful surfer. She's just like trying to go always around the section. I feel like she's always like waiting for something else after, and sometimes you tend to do that on a point break. And yeah, I feel like if she had applied a bit more verticality into those maneuvers, we could see those 4s going to high 5s.
Let's check the heat recap with 2 minutes on the clock. A little bit of fog descending here at Ribeira Dillas. That vision is pretty clear on the precise rail work of Luana Silva. In 2nd place at the moment. Some nice clean rail work from her.
Yeah, she started off plugging away big numbers here. This was beautiful turn, really pushing the back foot there, and I love the bottom turn to that one. She got a huge projection out of that bottom turn, and coming back on this one a bit behind at the start of this one, and then she started plugging away big numbers and came back on this one with the last 2 waves, Vince.
Sure did. So Tessa Thiessen a 5.57 and a 6.67. Narrowly shading Luana Silva a 6.17 and a 5.1. This was her 5, and bulk of points coming for that big closeout. Slam as she slammed the door on her opponents. This is Tessa Thiessen. This will be her 6.67, the best wave of the heat. She's done it on the back of finding a nicely paced wall that allowed her to get into her rhythm and just work through those turns from start to finish. And there is the finish. 40 seconds to run in this last heat. Blockbuster coming up next. Isabella Nichols, Macy Callahan, Tya Zebrowski and Nikki Van Dijk. Right now, Luana Silva, I thought she was maybe even having a look for the pit right there. Does that ever happen out here, Chico?
Yeah, we've seen a couple years back during the World Juniors. It was completely perfect, and we saw a couple of barrel sections, yeah. And I never got barreled in Ribara, but yeah, I've seen it, and it's great when it happens. You kind of get surprised, but it happens a lot, especially with lower tides, the right direction. You can get we can have some steep sections, but yeah, it's not like consistently barely. And a happy campaigner there. Luana Silva getting through. She needed points, Paul, so she might be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. She needed to get out of this round, essentially, in 6th place on the Challenger Series. 17,785 points. So getting out of the round of 32 and into the round of 16 already, she'll add about 1,500 points. So that'll help her cause. Of course, she won't be thinking about stopping there. She'll want to go as deep as possible into the event. She'll stay alive in 2nd place. It's Tessa Thiessen, the French surfer, who will get the lead here. And we'll look to wrap up the round right next in an absolutely great-looking matchup featuring a bunch of CT talent and the young rising star of European surfing, Tya Zebrowski. More live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro when we come back from break.
Welcome back to Ericeira. Tessa Tyson there, picking over the rocks, low tide, little rock scramble, used to that. Heat number 7, there's a big smile. Also some claps on the beach. So another stacked heat. My name's Ben Mundy. We've booted Paul Evans out. He's gone for a little debrief, trying to build himself back up. And we've got Chico Alves back in booth. We've got a bit of a foggy lineup, but still waves. And Chico Alves talked to us about yesterday afternoon. Did you go surfing? No, I ended up not going surfing.
Oh.
I went back home. I was
Just
a bit,
went home?
Yeah.
Even though Kosciusz could have been pumping.
Yeah, it could have been pumping, but a lot of people out there.
A lot of people out there, yeah. I heard there were some waves around. I just saw some incredible footage of Nazare yesterday.
Oh, did you saw it?
I don't think I can, you know, I think that's all right to say about that. It's not a secret spot anymore, is it, Nazare? Yeah, I reckon 10 to 15 foot pipeline pits off the scale.
Step-offs, yeah. They were doing step-offs, amazing.
It looked like Porto Escondido. So,
Yeah.
just saying, Portugal's got waves. Ribeira de Luz has got waves. And this is the first wave of the heat. Nikki Van Dijk. What you got for a Chico?
Yeah, this was a 4.5, so nice carve there. Beautiful carving. Snap again. And Nikki has always this really fluid style. She's used to surf long point breaks, and she really enjoys when the waves get a bit longer and she can draw some big lines. So 4.5 there for Nikki. Not a huge number to start off. I thought that score could have gone just a bit higher.
tell you what,
She surfed it well.
she did surf it well. Phillip Island, Victoria, otherwise known as Blokes Island. And yeah, she had an incredible career. Just into the later stages of her career now. She's got plenty of other stuff going on. She's a pretty well-renowned and in-demand yoga teacher. Does lots of workshops all over the world. Some of the most incredible locations. We'll call her up and say, Nikki, I want you to come to Costa Rica. I want you to do a week of yoga teaching. She's like, yep, here's the invoice. Let's do it. Super fit.
It's the invoice.
Here's the invoice. She's in demand. She gets big bucks and she deserves it. She's an incredible teacher, incredible at yoga. But she's also a very, very good surfer. But I tell you what, this heat, I know we say it, but I reckon this is particularly stacked. Look at that. Nikki Van Dyke, who we just mentioned, one of the greats of Australian surfing. 13-year-old Tya Zebrowski.
Tya Zebrowski.
One of the most, well, I think, potential European surfers we've seen in a long, long time. She's only 13. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but oh my God, surfing is such an incredible level at such a young age. Isabella Nichols, right up there on the ratings right now, third on the current Challenger Series ratings, and Macy Callahan, previous winner here, CT surfer, and really loves his point break as well. So I don't know. This is the best heat on paper I've seen so far in the event.
Yeah, this could be a final, easy. Like for
But
women.
there's only 2 people in the final, so that would be
Yeah, I know, but
a bit
just
weird.
the names.
4 people
Yeah.
paddled out for the final. 2 would be in the area and they'd get fined.
$500.
Yeah. So that would be.
We would have Prescott send applaud.
He paddles out like with his little sheriff's outfit on. Have you seen this?
You're fine.
He's got a little water horse, and he does a big fine sign. Yeah, pretty cool. They won't do it again. You actually got to find. Yeah, 2 surfers were fined yesterday. Do we know the names of them? Has that been released publicly?
Not yet.
No, we're going to find out. That's your job for today, Chico Alves. Find out who the naughty surfers were. Not only were they fined 500 euros, I saw them on the naughty step as well, just outside Rob Gunning's office. Okay, here goes Nichols. Good first turn, like a clean wave, hits the lip, nice bit of style, and just does a 2-turn combo. Saw her getting ready. Last few minutes, the words with the coach and partner, Coach Jacobs down there. Pretty relaxed, pretty confident. She's had an incredible run. Surfer from the Sunshine Coast. She's had a win down there. I think it was in Manly after a solid win. Okay, here goes Nikki. Oh, late takeoff from Van Dyke. And then just banging down the line. Nice little floater. Can she get a clean section? Cracks it off the lip. Almost gets over her opponent, but hangs on. So really, really tight action. Meanwhile, Macy.
She has the most creative kick out.
Macy.
Yeah. Of the girl.
She does. Yeah, she does.
She kind of like avoids the kicking out.
Yeah, she works on it hard. Mace.
We should see that in slow-mo again. As we see more lines approaching, Ben, and look, he's paddling.
Yeah.
As we see Nikki here on a really steep wave for Ribeira, and a nice float here. And as you said, she did a bit of a carve there and almost ran over Isabella Nichols there, but everything is fine. She completed the wave, and this was Tya Zebrowski behind. Nice snap off the top, and bang!
Oh my gosh. Can she? Oh, and she can't. So close. But yet again, just that ability to surprise you. Look, you know what? We've just got to ignore the age thing, because right now, you know, it doesn't matter. She's just a surfer, and she's surfing at a level that is as good as these her illustrious peers. If she'd hung on to that one, she would have had a really, really solid result. Talked about a backstory, really interesting backstory. Dad's a professional snowboarder who came out of Tahiti, which in itself is a pretty unique story.
What?
Yeah, he's 13. His grandparents, he's got one set of grandparents in America in the mountains, and another set in French Alps. So he tried it, got very good at it, competed in the Olympics, got 6th in the world. Like, incredible story. But talking of incredible stories,
we've got Joanna Garnell with the winner of the last heat down there on the beach.
Yeah, Mandy. Well, Tessa, you got here on the beach, looked at the waves, and what were you thinking? Were you excited?
Yeah, of course I was excited. Just like yesterday, I was still excited. Finally, there's some really good waves, so that's really fun to have finally a big wall where you can hit it. But honestly, it's still kind of hard.
Is it hard to see anything in the water? Because right now we can't really see it because of the fog.
Yeah, it gets a bit foggy. There's like this atmosphere that makes it a bit like mystery with the fog, but I feel like...
How do you read the waves that way?
That's what I was gonna say, that to read the waves is a bit harder. I feel like you really need to do with the instinct and to see if it's gonna roll on the rocks or not with the low tide.
Well, great instincts you're having there.
It was hard, honestly. I'm happy with my strategy, but I'm not super satisfied with my surfing yet.
What was your strategy?
To start early, and after that to build on that, and then whenever I have the priority to go on the good ones, to do a better score, and I feel like that's what I did, so I was pretty happy about that.
And you were having a long debrief there with, I guess, your coach. What was he saying?
He said that, like I said, like my surfing was not as I wanted to do, as I wanted to show, but the strategy was nice. Whenever I started the wave, like not really super good, I was trying to finish it harder to like find a balance for the scores.
Well, it went your way. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. So yeah, there you go. Tessa Tyson, not happy with the surfing, but happy with the result. Low tide there. That is the reef of Ribeira. That's what, on the high tide, what we surf over. Big swings and tides at the moment. It's got to be dead low about right now. You see it actually does get clearer when you're out there. The fog is around, but you know, that's pretty clear vision of what's going on. The surf's got a pretty good take on what the lineup's doing. And what an amazing stretch of coastal morphology. Beautiful little rock pools teeming with life.
She was walking quite fast for the rocks.
Yeah.
Without boots.
Yeah, a little rock hop without boots. There's the wind. The Portuguese flag is not flying. There's often, is that what happens when that wind goes away? Is that when the fog comes in, Chico?
Yeah, and when the fog goes away, the wind kicks in.
Well, which is first though? Chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
You don't know, do you?
Yeah, wind is not here, and that's why we see a lot of fog in the morning, just because of the temperature. When the sun comes out, there's the wind that pops in, and the fog goes away. So let's see this wave from Macy. Nice snap there, carving again, and gets a bit stuck there.
Yeah, she did. Made a mistake there. Macy had a strong start to the year. Had a couple of sort of solid results early on in Australia. But since then, unfortunately, she's just had a bit of a rough trot. Last 3 events, haven't got any sort of scoring, you know, big numbers or big results. So she's sitting sort of not way down, but she's about 14th on the rankings. So, you know, you've got to get in the top 5. She needs a big result here to stay in the thing. There's Jake the Snake Patterson. So he is, I think they might have just potentially called off due to the fog. We'll get a call on that. Sometimes if the judges can't see the waves, they can't score the waves. And if it's not, we just heard a hooter in the background. So we'll get some get an update on that. But you can see the fog just coming in. And it looks like, yeah, the red light is up. The fog lights are on. And we might just have to have a little bit of a break. Or is it I don't know what's going on, to be honest. We're going to stay with it. It's definitely related to the fog. I know that much. And we're just going to get an update whether they stop the clock. I think they might just stop the clock on that time. Surfers get their scores in and then we restart. So we have stopped the clock. Just waiting on official response. Looks like that fog just became too difficult for the judges and the surfers to score these waves and to surf these waves. So yeah, having a little bit of a break, reassess. Hopefully when that wind comes up, our resident science expert Chico Alves, who just really explained the various, you know, the climate factors, that why it all works and stuff. Pretty much nailed it.
It's just
if there's wind and there's sun, there's no fog. If there's no fog, there's fog, the's no wind or sun, basically.
You
He doesn't
loved
know,
it.
he doesn't
You
know
loved
which
it.
order it goes
Yeah,
or how it happens. But it is pretty foggy. Look, you know, you can see right there, right now, it's difficult to see. Yeah, I'm no climatologist, but right now the fog is causing issues. It happens from time to time at this wave. We've got plenty of swell on tap. That's the main thing. The fog will clear potentially. We've had some issues in the mornings over here. Remember that one event at Nazare when Nazare was called on? It was probably 60 to 70 foot and offshore. Perfect sunny skies. And Nazare was shrouded in a dense fog all day from 9 till 4. We couldn't run it, so it's part of the deal. But the surfers are coming in. They've stopped the clock, so they're going to come in. We're staying live. We've got loads of stuff to go through. We've got loads of action from yesterday. We've got loads of stuff to look forward to. We're going to have a short break right now, and we're going to come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to the foggy shores of Portugal at the moment. We've just had to have a bit of a break. The fog just came in throughout pretty much the halfway mark of the second heat of the day. She doesn't get a lot of this in Tahiti. She's like, well, what's going on here? So that's the young 13-year-old star, and she's just having to regroup. This is what competitive surfing can throw at you. All sorts of permutations, all sorts of possibilities, and you've got to deal with them. So right now we're having a bit of a, just a small break. I'm going to get the update from either Travis Logie or Miguel Fortrez down there to see what's going on. Hopefully it'll be a short break. The sun will come out, the wind will come in, as Chico Alves explained, and we'll get some more, more action out there. How long did this last? You're sort of local-ish from these shores.
Well, normally when the fog comes like this here, especially in this place, it takes a while to go away.
How long? How many minutes?
You need some wind and sun. Otherwise, you can stay until 3.
When are we coming back? When are we coming back on? Just give me a time, Chico.
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's the expert opinion from Chico Alves.
I think we need to wait and really see what happens.
Right, okay, so you're not going to give me a time or a minute or even a vague recollection of what's going on. There's Bottle Thompson. I'll tell you what, I've seen some gnarled Aussie veterans just mingling around the area. I saw Coyote hanging around. I saw Bottle Thompson, just like a, good old-fashioned sort of reunion from the mid sort of 2011 CT era. They're all helping out the next generation of Aussies, and also just coming through here. This is actually a pretty important part. In all seriousness, Shikafi won't answer any of my other questions. Maybe you might answer this one. The role of the coach in this situation. You know, this is what would the coaches be trying to say to their charges right now? It's a pretty unusual circumstance. What do you reckon they'll be sort of advising?
Well, for now they just need to accept that it's foggy and they cannot see anything. But I think
you told them that you need to accept the fog.
No, it's just like not.
What do you think they're going to rage against?
They don't need to be nervous about the 8 stop and stuff. So they just need to reassess the conditions when they can see again and make another strategy.
Yeah. So accept the fog. Okay, righto. But we've got news on the fog. We've got news on the calls. Joanna Garnell is down there. Give us some information, please, Joanna.
As you can see, you can't see anything. What was the call?
So we have to call it off because of the fog. Today is a very humid day with no wind, and fog is never on the forecast, but it happens sometimes. So we're going to call it off. When the fog go away, we have 20 minutes to restart, and the girls go.
So we're on hold, right?
Yeah, we are on hold.
Until the fog clears up.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there you go, guys. That's it.
Okay, thanks, guys. Right, so let's just to clarify that. There's fog, and when the fog goes away, the event will start again. Classic Fortress, mate. He tells it as he sees it. He doesn't muck around. He's given us a clear, concise.
Now you tell me what do you want to add? What do you want to add?
At least
to that story.
He added
to that storytelling.
He added there was some humidity, which is good. And yeah, we got some fog, and when it goes away, the event will start. But there's plenty of content coming all the way. Don't worry about it. You don't have to listen to us waffle on our scientific expertise. We've got inside. We've got a little bit of a film called Inside Pro Surfing.
Let's do it.
Now, look at this. I mean, you've been inside pro surfing for a while, and we've got the little insights into what goes on behind the scenes right now.
That was insane. Hawaii was radical.
What is happening?
Are you kidding me? It was one of those starts of the year that changed everything.
We started the season in Hawaii with a few truths. The first is that women's surfing is at a whole new level.
Tagline for the girls.
On the men's side of things, it was a moment where we really feel like it could be anybody's game this year.
The new school was ready to take down everybody in its path.
They are here. They want the world title. They believe they can win the world title.
Hawaii leg was absolutely electric.
We're definitely not in Hawaii anymore. We've come over to Europe and Portugal. It's definitely raw. You get over here and you have the idea of perfection, but the reality of Europe is you're going to get punished.
It's midwinter. They get absolutely hammered by storms out of the Atlantic.
It's cold, it's windy, it's dark, it's unpredictable.
Kidding me. It can be incredibly unforgiving, but the town itself is classic. Old world culture, rad little fishing village. When everything does line up, it can be amazing. In the tube, he's traveling and he comes out. It can be a heavy wave of consequence, and it can also be an air show. Go for the air to lay down the alley-oop.
You've got to be amazing in the barrel, be really good in the air as well. But you've also got to have to roll up the sleeves and just get it done.
These are must-win heats in Portugal if you want to make the cut.
Welcome to WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Surfing's biggest stars have gathered in Portugal for the third stop on the championship tour. Hawaiian John Florence is a former world champion and current rankings leader. For Florence, Peniche will always be a special part of his story.
It's got to be one of your favorite places on earth.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back here. I have a lot of good memories from here. Obviously, winning my first world title here was really exciting for me.
And we will count down with 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, destiny has been put in place. John Florence is your world champion for 2016, and it's happened right here in Portugal.
For that event, I didn't know I could win it here until someone had told me in an interview here in this room. And so it's funny being back here and being kind of in that like environment again.
How many times have we seen him with a big start? He's wearing yellow and then it disappears. Or he's right in the mix and he gets hurt again. It's heartbreaking to even think about.
John's hurt himself here, I think.
John in his career has missed 24 championship tour events because of injuries. He's got to stay injury-free if he wants to run at a third world title.
What do you want to achieve this year? To win again the world title? Is that on your mind, of course?
I want to win.
And I feel like he's planning on having a massive year. I know he's bringing Ross Williams on the tour with him for every single event this year, which he hasn't done in a long time.
I think it would mean a lot. I'm guessing it would be his favorite world title just because, you know, he's getting older and all the surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
If I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business.
Bon dia and good morning. Starting off with a banger, John Florence taking on Cade Matson. Cade, a rookie on tour.
It's gonna be hard, but I know. Like I haven't seen much going on really. I'm ready, but it's a 6 game.
Cade coming in, feeling the pressure. Didn't have a great start over in Hawaii.
Cade is looking for a big result because he could be facing elimination at the mid-season cut.
I feel like I'm a pretty confident person, so I feel like no matter who I go up against, I'll have that belief that I can beat them. Guys like John, Gabriel, I just look up to all those guys, so it's going to be really cool to be able to like compete against them.
Million waves out there.
John Florence, #1 in the world. First time he's won the yellow jersey since 2021. It's a David and Goliath type heat. John will sneak under the hood to get the first wave of the morning. He travels through and gets the exit.
The yellow jersey just kind of is, I feel like, a little bit of a nod to doing the right things and kind of being on a good program.
Here we go, Cade.
Cade pulling in, nice travel time. Matson will get the exit. John's looking at the one behind him.
He's inspired, and he really wants to put like 100% into every single heat.
Okay, it's chasing a 9.34 for the lead.
Chasing John Joner, the Aquaman. That's his power, right?
John Florence has proven that he is back. I don't know if he ever left, but if he did, he's absolutely back. Coming in with that yellow jersey, coming in with those memories, it's all about who is John right now, and he's dangerous.
Congratulations to John Florence, advancing through the round of 16.
Once I paddled out before the heat started, I kind of saw that there's some barrels. Yeah, that first one I just got really lucky. It was just such a nice little double up to it. So I was stoked to start the heat with that.
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit. Molly Picklum is the future. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side.
This is history being made right now. So strong, so focused. What a turn. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
Keep doing. It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves to go down today. But I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just into a couple late.
At only 21, rankings leader Molly Picklum is already making history.
Here we go, out the back.
Oh my gosh, no, don't do it. Don't.
Here we are in the semifinals. Molly Picklum putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly Picklum, your last score was a perfect 10.
Such a moment for women's surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline or Backdoor ever. Wave after wave, and as much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other to just keep going one better.
Molly Picklum, fresh off her 10-point ride, swinging again into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, Pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this, and to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing, and I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers.
Molly Picklum is the future. Everyone's honestly making predictions on what she's going to achieve, how many records she'll break. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side. She's 21, and she's dangerous at pipe, which is, we could sit on that topic for a while, but then you look at Sunset as well.
The Australian's momentum continued at stop 2 as she attacked the big open ocean walls of Sunset Beach.
What a turn!
People were calling it the most critical turn ever performed in a women's competition. She has come into this year so strong, so focused. She has got this sort of unwavering mindset. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
You're now in the yellow jersey. Yeah, baby!
I'm not sure we've ever seen anyone as confident as her. She really looks like she's reveling in the fact that the attention's on her.
Molly Picklum has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt she's not just here for a world title. She's not just here for an Olympic gold. She wants to push women's surfing to new heights.
We'll look back and realise how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now, but so honoured and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
We're continuing to celebrate International Women's Day here in Portugal. Our first heat of the round of 16 for the women will feature Molly Picklum in yellow taking on Gabriella Bryan.
Gabriella Bryan now has to take on world number 1 Molly Picklum. It's total opposite scenario. Gabby's had some tough results, and Molly Picklum's been the one celebrated surfer on tour. Gabriella Bryan, when she lost early at Sunset specifically, I mean, if I could pick one event on the calendar for her to win, it's Sunset Beach.
Two-time semifinalists out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that. Bryan just needs a mid-range score of a 4.78. Needs a little bit more. Oh, 3.67, not enough. She'll bow out of competition with an equal 9th.
She's really got to make more heats to be more comfortable before the mid-season cut.
I guess she's been just managing some injuries and bits and pieces that have been playing into her preparation. I don't know, I still feel really confident. I feel like she's surfing fantastic. I'm hoping she's going to turn it around.
Round of 16 for the women. Off the bottom, snapping off the top, Bryan. She'll get a section here. Really nicely done. Uses the shoulders.
This is the technique that I love to see from Gabby. Just the punch and the push of the tail.
Meanwhile, here we go. Molly Picklum, the answer back. Here's an opportunity for her. Let's see what she does with it. She'll put it up late with a quick drifty hip. Close to the midway point in this one. Well, here she goes. It is the yellow jersey of Picklum, and she's up on a rail. In the final 3 minutes of this heat. Now she'll use the priority here. Some white water on the face. Let's see what she can do with it. She'll swing her first time. It's a touch sticky. This one will double up.
Tic-tacs down the line. Punches that section. Throws the fin. She will improve upon her scoreline with that ride.
In the yellow jersey will bow out of competition.
I'm just really comfortable and, yeah, feeling good.
The high seeds struggled as world number 2 Caitlin Simmers faced Luana Silva. Simmers was eliminated with a 9th place finish.
Lulu taking the win, moving on to the quarterfinals. Molly Picklum out as world number 1 in this round.
The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, they had all the momentum coming out of Pipeline and Sunset, your first 2 events. But then you get here to Portugal, and now Betty Lou, who has been consistently getting better and better with each event, getting more aggressive. Now she's got a chance.
I just love her power. She's pretty sassy in the water, you know, and she's really fun to watch. She's aggressive, and I love that. She sees a big section, and she wants to tear it apart. She has an inspiring type of surfing.
Controlling some warble off the bottom was Betty Lou, and she made it count with a couple of big connections, Jesse. Fun-looking peak out in front of the open face. Coiling up and turning hard in the pocket now for the second time. 2 great turns for Betty Lou. World number 3, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on fire today. It'll be her first quarterfinal appearance here in Peniche.
Event winner and world champion Gabriel Medina.
I think Medina might be one of the most dangerous guys because he can pull off something massive at any time.
I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone.
Medina with the biggest heart to never back down in a fight.
And I would get so angry when I lost and stuff. And nowadays I think I have more balance, you know.
Getting the momentum, he knows that he's going to be unstoppable.
Big whip, perfect landing for Medina.
3-time world champion Gabriel Medina is one of the most relentless competitors on tour. But the Brazilian's evolution as a contender is undeniable.
When I get in on tour, I think my motivation was just try to be the best guys in the world, you know.
I think Medina might be one of the most dangerous guys because he can pull off something massive at any time.
I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone.
Medina with the biggest heart to never back down in a fight.
This guy is a competitive machine. What is going on? This might be one of the cleverest tactical maneuvers we have ever seen in the history of the sport.
I'll do anything to win this contest.
And he was almost like the villain. And I don't know whether he embraced that or he just flourished in that situation.
And I would get so angry when I lost and stuff.
Drama here with the biggest upset of the contest.
And nowadays I think I have more balance, you know.
It is official in the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gabriel Medina, now a 3-time world champion.
This year he looks a little different. He just looks relaxed.
Never let someone take your happiness away from you. That's the most valuable thing in the world. When you're happy, you can win in anything.
3 world titles. He's smiling, he's having fun, but you don't see the attack dog that we've seen in Medina in the past.
I think it's important to win. I'm so hungry to win, but it's good to understand every situation and try to learn the best of it. So your life doesn't go too intense, you know.
3, 2, 1.
How about that? The rookie defeating the veteran, former event winner and world champion Gabriel Medina.
Taking out one of the best at this event and on tour.
Medina has had a slow start to the 2024 season. The Brazilian is searching for a spark.
He had a really early loss at pipe.
It was a shocker for Gabriel with 8 waves, nothing over a 1.5.
Sunset, he had a couple of moments, but he just looked like he was out of rhythm.
Fortunate for him, going down in early stages.
This, I'm sure, will fire him up.
I don't believe the competitiveness is gone. It's just hard if you're just going to continually compete and smash it out. It's been over a decade, you know, like, it needs to be sort of an inspiration of art. We're trying to find that balance, and I believe we will this season.
Over the years, Medina has had his fair share of rivalries. However, Australian Jack Robinson has become the Brazilian's most formidable opponent.
This is as good as it gets. Jack versus Gabe for the last spot in the WSL Final 5. Jack Robinson lunges into the pocket. He's got some speed to guide him towards the exit. And Jack Robinson is officially the champion
of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And we will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Oh gosh, when Medina lost the final in Tahiti to Jack, there's so much in that. You know, there was a chance for him to fight for a fourth world title. For him, that's like a throwaway year. All that hard work to get there, if he's not winning a world title, that's not good enough.
Hopefully we just have insane battles forever. I feel like we're only really just getting started. I'm young, he's still young. We've got a lot more left to show.
So he's back on tour with a little bit of something to prove.
We've got a new heat in the water. Gabriel Medina taking on Jack Robinson.
Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina. You love that matchup anywhere.
We see Jack up and riding right here.
Jack throwing the tail, a nice cool spin. Now drives off the bottom, lays into it with the fin throw, but he can't hang on.
Let's have a look at Gabriel here.
Air reverse, straight into a nice carving, and that's the way you want to start off a heat.
Big ramp setting up. Big whip. Perfect landing for Medina. Back to the top for another hack. And now looking for a third move. Down carve slice. And how about that? That was unbelievable.
He's looking scary.
Very well surfed by Gabriel Medina. I think he's getting the momentum. He knows that he's going to be unstoppable.
For him to do that against Jack, to kind of suck the air out of the momentum of world number 2, Jack Robinson, that was huge.
Bit of a masterclass again out here in absolutely deadly form through to quarterfinals.
Just needed to reignite that, hey. It's good to see. It's entertaining, eh? It's all entertainment, isn't it?
It really looks like someone awoke a slumbering beast in Gabriel Medina this event.
Yeah, Cal. I'm moving points, so that good. Hey, that was so sick.
As the round of 16 continues, Italian Leo Fioravanti finds himself up against the ropes.
Kanogarashi.
Let's have a look at him. Did some decent work here.
That was enough to take the lead off of Leo Fioravanti, guys.
I mean, that's beautiful surfing. Priority with Leo, who needs to find a bit of quality. It's not a big number for him. 6'5". That
time call now. 1 minute. 1 minute remaining.
All right, here's the reply. Here goes Leo Fioravanti in the tube. He's traveling and he comes out. Fioravanti is absolutely delighted. He disappeared from view. The late takeoff straight into the tube. Knifes it in to get one over your good buddy in the final minute of a heat. Leonardo Fioravanti is going to finals day here in Portugal.
The round wraps up with rankings leader John Florence eliminated from competition.
Jake beat John. He was really smart, outsurfed him by getting the best waves and getting that extra turn with a lot of finesse and control, sending world number 1 out of the event.
And a great job done by Jake Marshall. Something of an upset, getting one over John Florence.
New continent, new story for women's surfing. The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event.
We've mentioned how tough it has been down the years for surfers in yellow here.
You have this old guard versus new guard. Who is going to get the better of this matchup?
Numbers starting to drop in now. There's one coming under the requirement.
For American Lakey Peterson, a close relationship with her shaper, Britt Merrick, has led to years of success.
Okay.
All right. Let's look at this thing.
Portugal blade.
Portugal blade.
Obviously, it's CI Pro.
CI Pro. This last year, I've increased the flip off the tail behind the back fin. So with that flip behind the fin, that sort of area of the rocker comes out of play when you're in those transitions through the top of the lip.
Right.
As opposed to if that rocker was still in the water, now you're kind of dragging that through the water and it drags things out. So now that's so much flip that it comes, when you're up here, it's really kind of out of the water. And so the water releases off the end of the board more quickly and you come around more quickly.
I feel like that's been truly the biggest thing we've worked on, is finding like something at times when I need a board that's more drivey to like have it be more drivey, but also still turn on a dime, which is really what this board has been amazing for.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. All right. Well, let's go in Portugal.
Sounds good.
Yeah, buddy.
See you there.
As the quarterfinals get underway, Peterson faces reigning world champion Caroline Marks.
This quarterfinal matchup is about as fun as you can get. You have the defending world champ in Caroline Marks taking on a veteran in Lakey Peterson who said before the season, hey, my best surfing is happening right now. And that is a very dangerous Lakey Peterson to face. And so you have this old guard versus new guard. Who is going to get the better of this matchup? And that's what we can't wait to see.
Caroline Marks now taking on Lakey Peterson, an all-USA matchup, and a spot on the semifinals is on the line as we watch the opening ride from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, nice first setup right there.
Caroline trying to win this event for the second time in her career as we get caught up with Caroline's backhand here, Jesse.
This wave was kind of a closeout, so she had to just aim for that one big section. Wow, that was a very critical turn. The judges love to see that.
Lakey looks like she's got a nice glassy wall to work with. Perfect timing. Second turn is going to challenge her.
Whoa. That's a massive turn to start right here. That was a beautiful turn. Straight to it, right there, vertical. Maybe needed to hold her stance down and get low on the board to make sure she was going to ride out of that one, because that was going to be a massive score for her.
Lakey trying to watch the clock and seeing what her options might be. She will commit. Setting up her first turn. Nice blast there. She'll control it. Whips it again out in front. She'll pass Caroline on the inside corner. 5-5-7. Lakey gets it on the last wave and goes on into the semifinals.
Stoked to get the win and keep rolling. I feel like I'm surfing good. I just got to get a bit more consistent in the next heat.
On the men's side, the Colapinto brothers have advanced to the quarterfinals.
I know.
Griffin Colapinto and his brother Crosby potentially meeting up in a finals. It's almost like a perfect game in baseball where you don't really talk about it, but everybody knows it's a possibility.
Yeah. You've got Griffin Colapinto and Crosby Colapinto in quarter one and quarter four. So it could be an all Colapinto final.
In quarterfinal one, Crosby faces fellow American Jake Marshall.
You good? Feel ready.
Yeah, me too.
For Cros coming into the tour, there's a lot of talk about being rookies. I don't want him to believe that he's a rookie. I said, your rookie season was last year, dude. You need to believe and you need to know that you're top 10, you're top 5 guy, and you want to go out every heat and believe that.
We are on with the first men's quarterfinal. Jake Marshall, Crosby Colapinto.
We're going to see some action.
All right, here we go. First wave of finals day is Crosby Colapinto. A whippy snap off the top. And another. And then a finish with a little drift on the tail as well. First blood drawn by Crosby Colapinto. It's a 6-1-7. Pretty good way to start things off. Already posting a little bit of pressure onto Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall has got a clear game plan of exactly the kind of wave he's looking for. He's not been tempted thus far. But in here is a wave. Jake will go on the backhand. Here's a left. A little whip off the top from him. A little bit more in that one. And a third maneuver for him.
Looking spicy. Wave was a little bit flat, but I do love those early signs of fire inside of him.
He'll get himself on the scoreboard here. Here he goes again. That's nice. A wrapping carve in the pocket. And as ever, it's polished and stylish. Tries to put a little extra on the ends, which will ultimately be unsuccessful. Meanwhile, here's Crosby. He's been patient waiting for this one. Nice little sting into his first turn and again. And looking for a fourth maneuver in here on an inside. He's really good at that. Slams it shut. And he likes it.
A really fast smash off the end that just kind of had some authority in it, which is exactly what we want to see out of him.
Crosby Colapinto marches on to the semi-finals.
Doing this with Griffin, like being able to share the lay days and be in finals day and be able to like talk about stuff and share that sick feeling, it's pretty cool.
In the last quarterfinal heat, Griffin is up against France's Joan Duru.
The salt's filling in for sure. I see his versatility. He's got everything. I think he's really, really strong across the board. You know, lefts, rights, airs, big turns, backside carves, forehand carves, barrel riding. There's really not too much of a weakness. His talent's right up there to win a world title.
Joan Duru, a wild card in this event, now in the quarterfinals to compete against last year's world number 3, Griffin Colapinto. Griffin, fun-looking left-hand wall, chips it under the lip. Nice flow, attacking the lip line again. He'll jam a third move. And here comes the fourth over the top of the end section. Great flow and rhythm.
A lot of drive down the line and connecting everything very well and finish it off strong. Just back-to-back 4 turns. That's going to be a nice score for him, and he looks excited.
Hey. Griff going left, setting up his backhand again. Nice carve, cool connection off the top. Bigger section to absolutely hammer there.
He could feel it that this wave was going to double up and give him an opportunity. Huge board control right there, just releasing the fins just enough.
Griffin's wave 6.6 as the final 4 are set for the men. We've been celebrating the changing of the guard from Pipeline to Sunset. We show up at Peniche, and the veterans are taking over.
Joe, just a little bit more power.
Weston Webb continues her hot streak.
Tyler Wright, good spray.
Now all of a sudden there's this resurgence of experience. It's really paying off.
Welcome back to Inside Pro Surfing.
We've been celebrating the changing of the guard from Pipeline to Sunset. Molly Picklum, world number 1. Number 2 in the world, Katie Simmers. Number 3 in the world, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Where we look at the average age in the top 5 is 20 and a half. I mean, Groms, basically, making their way with the tour and changing everything.
Pipeline for the girls.
We show up at Peniche, here at these beach breaks, and the veterans are taking over.
Tyler Wright is through to semi-finals here in Portugal.
You look at the women's semifinals, and every single one of these women have at least 8 years of experience on tour. Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston Webb, Lakey Peterson, Joanne DeFay. Here in Peniche, the veterans, they're holding the line. They're saying, hey, hey, we're still here. Don't count us out yet.
The semifinals get underway, and 2-time world champion Tyler Wright takes on Brazilian Tatiana Weston Webb.
Former champ Tatiana Weston Webb carving in the pocket on her left again. It's a mid-range number from the panel, 483. And we're looking at Tatiana Weston Webb.
Great turn right in the pocket. Tatiana trying to come back and bring the win again. But Tyler, she's not going to lay down. She's not going to go to sleep on her.
Here's Tyler, backhands. Waits at the bottom of the wave. And a nice vertical hit. And then just pushing out those fins from Tyler Wright, a third maneuver. Tyler going again here. She's found herself a shiny right-hander. Snapped off the top with speed. Bang, really nicely done. Real precision surfing.
Kick to the face on the inside. I liked it.
Now, minute on the clock. Weston Webb heading south. She needs a 7.03. Can she get one? Tatiana Weston Webb looking for a score, rallying. A nice looking left-hander, big carving snap. Jams it right in the pocket. No, that one not going to do it for her either. Tyler Wright, your first finalist here.
In semifinal 2, American Lakey Peterson takes on France's Joanne DeFay.
Let's check out 2 more powerhouses, 2 of the most powerful women on tour.
Jo right where she needs to be. See how the board's going vertical on those sections, and Joanne's going straight to the critical part of the wave.
Number for the face, 767. Joanne Defay, absolutely relentless stuff from her. She's just nailing these lefts, hammering them. Another improvement there, 687.
I do think that she can get back in this game.
There she goes with some speed here. Puts that float up, sets up nicely. Good crack from her on the backhands. And again,
sweet turn right there, giving herself an opportunity.
Joanne Defay is 3 minutes away from a final here in Portugal. Félicitations to Joanne Defay. Her family are absolutely delighted here, the French and Euro crew.
For Joanne Defay, this is her opportunity to show that she is all the way back.
For Joanne Defay, there is no place like home, especially when it's a true paradise like Reunion Island.
Really cool tropical life, you know, being barefoot all the time, beach time every time after school. I think it was a pretty simple life. I think I've always been like feeling great in the water and in the ocean. Did some boogie board when I was like baby. Started surfing when I was 7, 8 years old. Yeah, I haven't stopped.
The 2016 Fiji Pro title goes to Joanne Defay.
2018 champion of the Uluwatu CT, Joanne Defay.
After qualifying for the WSL finals in back-to-back years, Joanne faced a setback coming into the 2023 season.
Yeah, Joanne Defay had her foot injury in the off-season while training and then ended up missing the first half of the season.
Last year was quite different for me because I was injured and I missed like the first event. I don't know, I just felt like, you know, a little bit behind the train every time.
When Joanne came back from her injury, she had the wild card that she deserved, but since she couldn't get in the world title race, she didn't know where her motivation was to win heats.
Joanne Defay with an equal 17th on her return to the championship tour. That is not what you want.
It made me realize that if I want to perform, I kind of need that extra pressure.
As soon as she started off with a clean slate with a chance to win a world title, all of a sudden her motivation is back. She has a reason to win, and it shows this year. Joanne taking on Tyler Wright for a chance to win this event, both of them for the very first time. Good connection there for Joanne Defay.
That's what makes her so special on her backhand.
So her best wave so far.
We see here Tyler.
Probably the best wave that we saw in the heat, but she was unable to capitalize on it.
Joanne Defay loves when something big is on the line. A final right now, big hack there, and she will control it through a wild closeout section.
That was crazy.
That was.
A lot of water, huh?
That's how reliable that backhand is. A bomb, though, setting up for Tyler. Double overhead on the takeoff and drills it in the pocket.
No! Oh, that would have been a massive score.
It's official. Joanne Defay is the champion of the Male Rib Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, and now moves up to number 2 in the world.
Wow, that's overwhelming. I worked hard and just to prove that my injury was didn't put me out of my career or something. So I'm so happy.
With the win, Joanne Defay moves to second place in the rankings. Molly Picklum remains in the lead, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is in third.
No, don't do it.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them going big.
The big cave setting up, pulls up and under. No! But the fire's burning, add an extra log in it. Burns twice as strong.
Game on for semifinals, the finals day. Crosby Colapinto, rookie on tour, the youngest of the Colapinto brothers.
It's rare when two brothers qualify for the championship tour. This season will be the first for Griffin and Crosby Colapinto.
I got into surfing because my dad had a surf camp. He's gotten Griffin and I into it, and he's gotten me like fired up on it.
Crosby was the younger brother, and everything was about Griffin. He was happy for his brother, but now it's game on.
Pretty much like since Crosby and I were 10 years old, or whenever we started getting into competitive surfing, once we learned about the tour, that was our dream, you know, to make the tour together.
Now we're here. So special that you get to like do contests and travel the world with your brother. It's a dream come true.
Hey buddy, what's up buddy?
When we were young, it felt like just as much of a dream to do that as much as like winning a world title is a dream. So it's like now that we actually have achieved that and we're here, it's like really just want to enjoy the process of that.
Let's just enjoy it and have fun.
It's been interesting to watch Crosby change because he looks up to Griffin so much. Griffin has mentored him through all of this.
Hey, just remember your load up backside hammers look gnarly. They look sick.
If it wasn't for Griffin, honestly don't think I'd be surfing right now. He's invested so much of his time trying to get me on tour. I could just feel the love from him because he wanted success from me so bad. I almost wanted to prove to him that I can do it too.
Crosby Colapinto, then backdoor Crosby!
Oh! Good job, man. I get you fired up? Yeah. Locked up.
Obviously, you know, Cros looks up to Griff and idolises him and wants to be him, but deep down they love battling each other.
There can only be two surfers through to the final. Crosby surfed strong this morning. Of course, we've got his brother coming up as well.
To have two siblings get on a roll, they're on opposite sides of the draw, and they could meet in the final. It's rare.
I think if Crosby and I had a heat together, we would for sure be super aggressive still.
Whenever we surf together and kind of getting competitive with each other, it always brings the best out of both of us, and you can feel the fire just building.
You know, it'd be on.
Crosby Colapinto taking on Ethan Ewing.
Crosby in the semifinals to maybe get his brother later, but he'll have to deal with this man, Ethan Ewing.
Two turns to start, and then we'll go that way. That's going to make a difference. Sweet.
The favorite is Ethan Ewing, last year's runner-up in the world, but you've got Crosby. It's only stop 3 of his official rookie debut. He's got nothing to lose.
As we see Crosby first wave from him. The beautiful turn to open up again into the lip, stings it.
No.
Here goes Ewing, backside attack, and again.
Ethan Ewing no order for riding.
There's no downtime, it's just straight business.
The control is pretty much perfect from him.
Crosby chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Crosby Colapinto here, a wrapping turn and another snap into the lip.
And scores for the previous overhead 5.47.
Ethan Ewing, and he's our first finalist. Crosby Colapinto, who'll be well pleased with the semi-final finish.
Always hard coming up against Crosby. He's a good friend of mine, and he's been ripping. So yeah, it's a hard one to get past him, and yeah, good to get through.
Did it perfect.
Yeah.
We'll look forward very much to seeing Ethan Ewing in the final. Who's he going to take on? Griffin Colapinto or Gabriel Medina?
Medina is looking psycho, really suffocating his opponents. The crowd enjoying every second of it as he runs by.
Griff, it's about attacking for him. Looks like he's pretty clicked in. Just stick to the process and keep pushing and be aggressive, and I think his talent's right up there to win all the titles.
Our second semi-final in the water. Medina, the precision from him with the power and the speed as well. Bomb from Griff. First hit from him, straight up vert. The variety, critical surfer in the pocket.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them going big.
Ooh, okay, broken board here for Medina.
Yeah, we see Griffin maybe taking advantage of this time.
Gabriel Medina, you need now an 8.33. It's going to come down to the wire here.
Numbers coming in, and it's not enough. 7.77. Congratulations to Griffin.
Yeah,
it's a good heat. Just go for it on every wave you can. Yeah, just get back out there.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Thank you. Keep going. Lock here. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto take the lineup next at Super Tubos for the final. Ethan Ewing, the guy has been the one to watch. He's one of the best on tour by far. Yeah, it's fine.
He's got to sort of keep the foot on the pedal. He's focused on the win.
The yellow jersey is on the line in this final.
Griffin Colapinto.
Interesting.
Nice first turn and really fast connecting the second one.
That was a big turn.
Ethan Ewing now setting up a vertical. Big solid re-entry, an absolute hammer through the backwash. Now Griffin's got the speed, he'll pull in, Griffin makes it. Now setting up a turn off the lip, jams it with the tail blow. Ethan now live.
So you're looking for a 10 and an 8 right now. It's a big task, and I don't even think there's enough time for it.
Now a little chip in for Colapinto. He heads left, a big cave setting up, pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto into daylight.
Griffin Colapinto, the winner of the male Quarterfinal Pro Portugal.
Watching Crosby surf his heats, I was so invested in what he was doing that I felt like I was surfing twice as many heats. When a fire is burning, like add an extra log and it burns twice as strong. So yeah, the fire is burning extra strong now. Now I gotta win, so I'm psyched.
Proud of you. Here we go again. Here we go. Oh, it's fun.
Now a guy who's won out here now 2 times in his career, world #1, and let's hear it for Griffin Colapinto.
With the win, Griffin Colapinto moves all the way to first, followed by Ethan Ewing and John Florence.
We're coming into this event feeling a little nervous. It's all about surviving the cut.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, the tour heads to Australia for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Wow. State of Victoria erupts.
It's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
That was insane. Hawaii was radical.
What is happening? Are you kidding me?
It was one of those starts of the year that changed everything.
We started the season in Hawaii with a few truths. The first is that women's surfing is at a whole new level. Packline for the girls. On the men's side of things, it was a moment where we really feel like it could be anybody's game this year.
The new school was ready to take down everybody in its path.
They are here. They want the world title. They believe they can win the world title.
The Hawaii leg was absolutely electric.
We're definitely not in Hawaii anymore. We've come over to Europe and Portugal. It's definitely raw. You get over here and you have the idea of perfection, but the reality of Europe is you're going to get punished.
It's midwinter. They get absolutely hammered by storms out of the Atlantic.
It's cold, it's windy, it's dark, it's unpredictable.
It can be incredibly unforgiving, but the town itself is classic. Old world culture, rad little fishing village. When everything does line up, it can be amazing. In the tube, he's traveling and he comes out. It can be a heavy wave of consequence, and it can also be an air show. Go for the air to lay down the alley-oop.
You've got to be amazing in the barrel, be really good in the air as well. You've also got to have to roll up the sleeves and just get it done.
These are must-win heats in Portugal if you want to make the cut.
Welcome to WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Surfing's biggest stars have gathered in Portugal for the 3rd stop on the championship tour. Hawaiian John Florence is a former world champion and current rankings leader. For Florence, Paniche will always be a special part of his story.
It's got to be one of your favorite places on earth.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back here. I have a lot of good memories from here. Obviously, winning my first world title here was really exciting for me.
And we will count down with 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, destiny has been put in place. John Florence is your world champion for 2016, and it's happened right here in Portugal.
For that event, I didn't know I could win it here until someone had told me in an interview here in this room. And so it's funny being back here and being kind of in that environment again.
How many times have we seen him with a big start? He's wearing yellow and then it disappears. Or he's right in the mix and he gets hurt again. It's heartbreaking to even think about.
John's hurt himself here, I think.
John in his career has missed 24 championship tour events because of injuries. He's got to stay injury-free if he wants to run at a third world title.
What do you want to achieve this year? To win again the world title? Is that on your mind, of course?
I want to win. And I feel like he's planning on having a massive year. I know he's bringing Ross Williams on the tour with him for every single event this year, which he hasn't done in a long time.
I think it would mean a lot. I'm guessing it would be his favorite world title just because, you know, he's getting older and all the surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
If I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business.
Bon dia and good morning. Starting off with a banger. John Florence taking on Cade Matson. Cade, a rookie on tour.
It's gonna be hard. I know. Like I haven't seen much going on really. I'm ready for it. It's a 6-game.
Cade coming in, feeling the pressure. Didn't have a great start over in Hawaii.
Cade is looking for a big result because he could be facing elimination at the mid-season cut.
I feel like I'm a pretty confident person, so I feel like no matter who I go up against, I'll have that belief that I can beat them. Guys like John, Gabriel, I just look up to all those guys, so it's going to be really cool to be able to like compete against them.
Million range out there.
John Florence, #1 in the world. First time he's won the yellow jersey since 2021. It's a David and Goliath type heat. John will sneak under the hood to get the first wave of the morning. He travels through and gets the exit.
The yellow jersey just kind of is, I feel like, a little bit of a nod to doing the right things and kind of being on a good program.
Here we go, Cade.
Cade pulling in, nice travel time. Matson will get the exit. John's looking at the one behind him.
He's inspired, and he really wants to put like 100% into every single heat.
Okay, it's chasing a 9.34 for the lead.
Chasing John, the Aquaman. That's his power, right?
John Florence has proven that he is back. I don't know if he ever left, but if he did, he's absolutely back. Coming in with that yellow jersey, coming in with those memories, it's all about who is John right now, and he's dangerous.
Congratulations to John Florence, advancing through the round of 16.
Once I paddled out before the heat started, I kind of saw that there's some barrels. Yeah, that first one I just got really lucky. It was just such a nice little double up to it. So I was stoked to start the heat with that.
Red bar, red line, second bar, get it?
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit. Molly Picklum is the future. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side.
This is history being made right now. So strong, so focused. What a turn. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
Keep doing. It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves to go down today. But I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just in a couple late.
At only 21, rankings leader Molly Picklum is already making history.
Here we go, out the back.
Oh my gosh, no, don't do it. No, don't.
Here we are in the semifinals. Molly Picklum putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly Picklum, your last score was a perfect 10.
Such a moment for women's surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline or Backdoor ever. Wave after wave, and As much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other to just keep going one better.
Molly Picklum, fresh off her 10-point ride, swinging again into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this, and to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women's surfing, and I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers.
Molly Picklum is the future. Everyone's honestly making predictions on what she's going to achieve, how many records she'll break. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side. She's 21, and she's dangerous at pipe, which is, we could sit on that topic for a while, but then you look at Sunset as well.
The Australian's momentum continued at stop 2 as she attacked the big open ocean walls of Sunset Beach.
What a turn. People were calling it the most critical turn ever performed in a women's competition.
She has come into this year so strong, so focused. She has got this sort of unwavering mindset. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
You're now in the yellow jersey. Yeah, baby!
I'm not sure we've ever seen anyone as confident as her. She really looks like she's reveling in the fact that the attention's on her.
Molly Picklum has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt she's not just here for a world title. She's not just here for an Olympic gold. She wants to push women's surfing to new heights.
We'll look back and realise how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now, but so honoured and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
We're continuing to celebrate International Women's Day here in Portugal. Our first heat of the round of 16 for the women will feature Molly Picklum in yellow taking on Gabriella Bryan.
Gabriella Bryan now has to take on world number 1 Molly Picklum. It's total opposite scenario. Gabby's had some tough results, and Molly Picklum's been the one celebrated surfer on tour. Gabriella Bryan, when she lost early at Sunset specifically, I mean, if I could pick one event on the calendar for her to win, it's Sunset Beach.
Two-time semifinalists out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that. Bryan just needs a mid-range score of a 4.78. Needs a little bit more. Oh, 3.67, not enough. She'll bow out of competition with an equal 9th.
She's really got to make more heats to be more comfortable before the mid-season cut.
I guess she's been just managing some injuries and bits and pieces that have been playing into her preparation. I don't know, I still feel really confident. I feel like she's surfing fantastic. I'm hoping she's going to turn it around.
Round of 16 for the women. Off the bottom, snapping off the top, Bryan. She'll get a section here. Really nicely done. Uses the shoulders.
This is the technique that I love to see from Gabby. Just the punch and the push of the tail.
Meanwhile, here we go. Molly Picklum, the answer back. Here's an opportunity for her. Let's see what she does with it. She'll put it up late with a quick drifty hip. Close to the midway point in this one. Well, here she goes. It is the yellow jersey of Picklum, and she's up on a rail. In the final 3 minutes of this heat. Now she'll use the priority here. Some white water on the face. Let's see what she can do with it. She'll swing her first turn. It's a touch sticky. This one will double up.
Tic-tacs down the line. Punches that section. Throws the fin. She will improve upon her scoreline with that ride.
In the yellow jersey will bow out of competition.
I'm just really comfortable and, yeah, feeling good.
The high seeds struggled as world number 2 Caitlin Simmers faced Luana Silva. Simmers was eliminated with a 9th place finish.
Lulu taking the win, moving on to the quarterfinals. Molly Picklum out as world number 1 in this round.
The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, they had all the momentum coming out of Pipeline and Sunset, your first 2 events. But then you get here to Portugal, and now Betty Lou, who has been consistently getting better and better with each event, getting more aggressive. Now she's got a chance.
I just love her power. She's pretty sassy in the water, you know, and she's really fun to watch. She's aggressive, and I love that. She sees a big section, and she wants to tear it apart. She has an inspiring type of surfing.
Controlling some warble off the bottom was Betty Lou, and she made it count with a couple of big connections, Jesse. Fun-looking peak. Out in front of the open face. Coiling up and turning hard in the pocket now for the second time. 2 great turns for Betty Lou. World number 3, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on fire today. It'll be her first quarterfinal appearance here in Peniche.
Event winner and world champion Gabriel Medina.
I think Medina might be one of the most dangerous guys because he can pull off something massive at any time.
I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone.
Medina with the biggest heart to never back down in a fight.
And I would get so angry when I lost and stuff. And nowadays I think I have more balance, you know.
Getting the momentum, he knows that he's going to be unstoppable.
Big whip, perfect landing for Medina.
3-time world champion Gabriel Medina is one of the most relentless competitors on tour. But the Brazilian's evolution as a contender is undeniable.
When I get in on tour, I think my motivation was just try to be the best guys in the world, you know.
I think Medina might be one of the most dangerous guys because he can pull off something massive at any time.
I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone.
Medina with the biggest heart to never back down in a fight.
This guy is a competitive machine. What is going on? This might be one of the cleverest tactical maneuvers we have ever seen in the history of the sport.
I'll do anything to win this contest.
And he was almost like the villain. And I don't know whether he embraced that or he just flourished in that situation.
And I would get so angry when I lost and stuff.
Drama here with the biggest upset of the contest.
And nowadays I think I have more balance, you know.
It is official in the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gabriel Medina, now a 3-time world champion.
This year he looks a little different. He just looks relaxed.
Never let someone take your happiness away from you. That's the most valuable thing in the world. When you're happy, you can win in anything.
3 world titles. He's smiling, he's having fun, but you don't see the attack dog that we've seen in Medina in the past.
I think it's important to win. I'm so hungry to win, but it's good to understand every situation and try to learn the best of it. So your life doesn't go too intense, you know.
3, 2, 1.
How about that? The rookie defeating the veteran, former event winner and world champion Gabriel Medina.
Taking out one of the best at this event and on tour.
Medina has had a slow start to the 2024 season. The Brazilian is searching for a spark.
He had a really early loss at pipe.
It was a shocker for Gabriel with 8 waves, nothing over a 1.5.
Sunset, he had a couple of moments, but he just looked like he was out of rhythm.
Fortunate for him, going down in early stages.
This, I'm sure, will fire him up.
I don't believe the competitiveness is gone. It's just hard if you're just going to continually compete and smash it out. It's been over a decade, you know, like, it needs to be sort of an inspiration of art. We're trying to find that balance, and I believe we will this season.
Over the years, Medina has had his fair share of rivalries. However, Australian Jack Robinson has become the Brazilian's most formidable opponent.
This is as good as it gets. Jack versus Gabe for the last spot in the WSL Final 5. Jack Robinson lunges into the pocket. He's got some speed to guide him towards the exit. And Jack Robinson is officially the champion
of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And we will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Oh gosh, when Medina lost the final in Tahiti to Jack, there's so much in that. You know, there was a chance for him to fight for a fourth world title. For him, that's a throwaway year. All that hard work to get there, he's not winning a world title. That's not good enough.
Hopefully we just have insane battles forever. I feel like we're only really just getting started. I'm young, he's still young. We've got a lot more left to show.
So he's back on tour with a little bit of something to prove. We've got a new heat in the water. Gabriel Medina taking on Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina. You love that matchup anywhere.
We see Jack up and riding right here.
Jack throwing the tail, a nice cool spin. Now drives off the bottom, lays into it with the fin throw, but he can't hang on.
Let's have a look at Gabriel here.
Air reverse, straight into a nice carving, and that's the way you want to start off a heat.
Big ramp setting up, big whip, perfect landing for Medina. Back to the top for another hack. And now looking for a third move, down carve slice, and how about that? That was unbelievable.
He's looking scary.
Very well surfed by Gabriel Medina. I think he's getting the momentum. He knows that he's going to be unstoppable.
For him to do that against Jack, to kind of suck the air out of the momentum of world number 2, Jack Robinson, that was huge.
Bit of a masterclass again out here in absolutely deadly form through to quarterfinals.
It's needed to reignite that, hey. It's good to see. It's entertaining, eh? It's all entertainment, isn't it?
It really looks like someone awoke a slumbering beast in Gabriel Medina this event.
Yeah, Cal. I'm even born so that good. I know it's so sad.
As the round of 16 continues, Italian Leo Fioravanti finds himself up against the ropes.
Kanogarashi.
Let's have a look at him. Did some decent work here.
That was enough to take the lead off of Leo Fioravanti, guys.
I mean, that's beautiful surfing.
Priority with Leo, who needs to find a bit of quality. It's not a big number for him. 6'5". That
time call now. 1 minute. 1 minute remaining.
All right, here's the reply. Here goes Leo Fioravanti in the tube. He's traveling and he comes out. Fioravanti is absolutely delighted. He disappeared from view. The late takeoff straight into the tube, knifes it in to get one over your good buddy in the final minute of a heat. Leonardo Fioravanti is going to finals day here in Portugal.
The round wraps up with rankings leader John Florence eliminated from competition.
Jake beat John. He was really smart, outsurfed him by getting the best waves and getting that extra turn with a lot of finesse and control, sending world number 1 out of the event.
And a great job done by Jake Marshall. Something of an upset, getting one over John Florence.
New continent, new story for women's surfing. The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event.
We've mentioned how tough it has been down the years for surfers in yellow here.
You have this old guard versus new guard. Who is going to get the better of this matchup?
Numbers starting to drop in now. There's one coming under the requirement.
For American Lakey Peterson, a close relationship with her shaper, Britt Merrick, has led to years of success.
Okay.
All right. Let's look at this thing.
Portugal blade.
Portugal blade.
Obviously, it's CI Pro.
CI Pro. This last year, I've increased the flip off the tail behind the back fin. So with that flip behind the fin, that sort of area of the rocker comes out of play when you're in those transitions through the top of the lip.
Right.
As opposed to if that rocker was still in the water, now you're kind of dragging that through the water and it drags things out. So now that's so much flip that it comes, when you're up here, it's really kind of out of the water. And so the water releases off the end of the board more quickly and you come around more quickly.
I feel like that's been truly the biggest thing we've worked on, is finding like something at times when I need a board that's more drivey to like have it be more drivey, but also still turn on a dime, which is really what this board has been amazing for.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. All right. Well, let's go in Portugal.
Sounds good.
Yeah, buddy.
See you there.
As the quarterfinals get underway, Peterson faces reigning world champion Caroline Marks.
This quarterfinal matchup is about as fun as you can get. You have the defending world champ in Caroline Marks taking on a veteran in Lakey Peterson who said before the season, hey, my best surfing is happening right now. And that is a very dangerous Lakey Peterson to face. And so you have this old guard versus new guard. Who is going to get the better of this matchup? And that's what we can't wait to see.
Caroline Marks now taking on Lakey Peterson, an all-USA matchup, and a spot on the semifinals is on the line as we watch the opening ride from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, nice first setup right there.
Caroline trying to win this event for the second time in her career as we get caught up with Caroline's backhand here, Jesse.
This wave was kind of a closeout, so she had to just aim for that one big section. Wow, that was a very critical turn. The judges love to see that.
Lakey looks like she's got a nice glassy wall to work with. Perfect timing. Second turn is going to challenge her.
Whoa. That's a massive turn to start right here. That was a beautiful turn. Straight to it, right there, vertical. Maybe needed to hold her stance down and get low on the board to make sure she was going to ride out of that one, because that was going to be a massive score for her.
Lakey trying to watch the clock and seeing what her options might be. She will commit. Setting up her first turn. Nice blast there. She'll control it. Whips it.
Welcome back to Ericeira. We are back live here. After a little bit of a stop due to some unforeseen fog, but we just sort of waited it out. You can see from those shots on your screen that there's a bit of an improvement. There's a bit more wind, which is a good sign. The fog has just lifted. A bit more sort of, enough eyeballs on the waves, we think. So we're pretty confident we might start to get the ball rolling. We'll come up with an official update, see where we're at right now. But there's some waves, the surfers are getting ready, the jet skis out there. So the signs are looking good. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. And looks like there's some surfers and some singlets. Chico, that looks like to me to be a good sign.
Yeah, we can see now, which is great. The fog finally it's off. And yeah, we can get back into live action shortly. But I've heard Tya, she had a bit of a fall there at the start of that one. I think that was an excellent number. And I heard that when the heat went off, she did an amazing wave as well, like a 9 or something. So I can't wait to see what she can do on this one. This is an exciting matchup, big names on this one. And unfortunately, because of the fog, we had the stop, but now let's run it.
Yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, that's right. We had a stop mid-heat at the 18-minute mark. We had Tya Zebrowski, Nikki Van Dyke, Macy Callahan, they were out there surfing. All it had a few waves, nothing incredible of note. And then the fog came in, made it difficult to continue. So we're going to start back. The good news is, well, there's two bits of good news. The fog's lifted and the competition is going to be back on. And those surfers will start back where we stopped, so at the 17-minute and 53-second mark. These are the Women's Challenger Series. Just while we're all here, we've got Isabella Nichols in this heat. She's that surfer in third place on the Challenger Series ratings. There is potential her if she makes the final to qualify here in Portugal. Erin Brooks there, you'll see in fourth place. She is out of the picture. She got really, really unlucky to get, well, not unlucky, she actually didn't get any waves, but she's out of the event. So there's some real set on that pitch. And also Bella Kenworthy and Sally Fitzgibbon's up the top. And then further down, we've got Luana Silva, Viana Ferro, Bronte McCauley, and Alyssa Spencer and Sophie Medina. Sophia Medina, she's also out of the event. So already, Chico, in that top 10, we're already losing a couple. We might lose some more throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, I feel like every time we come down to Ribeiradilla's event, we have quite some surprises. There's some big jumps in the ratings, and and some surprisingly big losses. So it's always one of those events that you kind of like know it's going to shake up the rankings up. So there's an opportunity there. Erin is out, so for the ladies behind it, they are probably trying to chase her.
Yeah, exactly. There's Jake Patterson, experienced pro surfer, pipe master, one of the legends of the sport. Also now one of the most esteemed and respected coaches. So he's in there helping out the next generation. There's the qualification scenarios, shaping their own fate. And it's got Bella Kenworthy. She just has to make the semi-finals, and she is through. And then we've got Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols is in this heat, and Brooks, well, they would have qualified by reaching the final. Brooks won't make the final. She's gone. I'll tell you what, yesterday, Bella Kenworthy, I kid you not, was within a second of missing out. A surfer in her heat took off just as the hooter went. It was deemed to be half a second after the hooter. She would have got like an 8-point ride, and Bella Kenworthy would have been packing her bags. But for that second, she's still in it. So, yeah, it's possible that those surfers can be heading home from this week, surfing Ericeira, having an amazing week of surfing, an amazing week of waves, amazing food, and also with their CT qualification locked and loaded and ready for 2025, ready to start pipe and start their bright future. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Plenty more to unfold before those scenarios start to come our way. We're in the round of 32. This is the Heat 8. And just to get the official update of what's going on, we've got Joanna Garnell down on the beach. What's up, Joanna?
Yes, we are back. What's the situation?
So looks like the fog is a little bit better now. For now, we're gonna fingers crossed to be better, because the tide now is really good. The conditions are great for the waves. We just hope the fog is going away.
And the situation in the heat, the priorities stay the same?
Yes, everything starts on when it finishes, and the priorities all the same.
Okay, well there you go. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Miguel. Yeah, that's about this fog. It's one of the only, the surf forecast which Surfline has provided for this event. It's been amazing. You pretty much bang on, but you can't predict fog. It's impossible. It happens with vague sets of humidity and wind. In fact, there's no way you can predict it. You just got to ride it out. And we're just hoping that after a start now, we are back on straight away at Zebrowski. That's what she would have wanted. Within a few seconds of the heat, heard she was staying around. She stayed in a wetsuit. So really unusual set of events, really, for these surfers to deal with. Effectively restarting the heat. It's going to be a 17-minute heat now. Nikki Van Dijk had a 4.5 and Isabel had a 5.17. So they've already got one score locked and loaded. And now they just have to regroup, deal with that break. It's a bit hard to, do you take your wetsuit off? Do you change? I saw Nikki, so, different approaches. She got out of a wetsuit, put her clothes on, went down had a walk around and regathered. Meanwhile, Zebrowski, she just kept the wetty on, kept the shoes on, kept warm, So, yeah, it's a real interesting, weird thing that the surfers have to deal with. And it's going to be interesting how they, how they match up. Chico?
Well, I think one of the most important points when this happens is to not get the body too cold. Just because afterwards it's really hard to get that rhythm going. You just feel a bit stiff, and if they kept the temperature up, it's great, and they might be feeling great. It's really glassy. I think the water temperature is actually great, so isn't that cold for this time of the season. But yeah, hopefully we can see some big sets roll in. Just because the tide now is, as Miguel said, is the right one. Is quite like mid to high tide coming up. There's always a bit of a push when it's this moment of the day, and yeah, hopefully we can see some big open faces.
Yeah, and then Isabella Nichols with priority. She pulls the trigger. Nice clean face. First turn, little swooping card back to the foam, trying to find some juice there. There's a nice trademark swoop from Nichols, Sunshine Coast surfer, now just lining up for the inside. She would have wanted to start this quite strong. Priority, used it, and just finishes off. So nothing really electric, nothing crazy, but a good solid set of turns. We've got Jay Bottle Thompson there. he's watching on closely. In Macy Callahan's corner, just trying to get her through that. So he'll be happy with that. What about you? Were you happy with this approach, Chico?
Yeah, I was. I felt she had the timing was just there. I really like this tight carve in the pocket. Looked really good, really powerful there. And the way she surfed, she's really smart. She's really experienced, and the way she built this wave was all well timed and well played by Isabella. She knows she has the best score of the heat, so I'm not gonna say she was playing safe, but she was surfing smart, and you could tell by the body language that she was comfortable.
Yeah, that was the turn there, wasn't it? Yeah, that one where she put a bit of sharpness in. Really underrated surfer, I would say, Bella. You know, been really at the top of women's surfing now for probably about 5 years. Just hadn't had one of those really big trademark performances, but she's so solid. She's so committed. Technically, she's spot on. I was really impressed with the surfing at those waves in that pipe and Sunset. She has a real dig.
I really enjoyed her performance in El Salvador against Steph. Heat. That really popped my highs, just because I think she almost got it, or she got it. I couldn't remember now, but she was reaping so hard. They both were, but yeah.
She's a great surfer, and she got a 6-point ride for that one, so she would have been, that would have been right in the plan. Get out there, use her priority, get a score, get a lead. And she's ticked all those boxes within 5 minutes of the restart. And right now, speaking of Jay Bottle-Thompson, who's been helping out Isabella Nichols, I think we got Bottle on the beach with Joanna.
Yeah, that's right. Well, how can Isabella regroup after putting a whole heat on hold? She holds priority. She just did a 6-point ride. How is she coping with that?
Yeah, I think it just kind of comes with this venue. It gets fogged out. It's renowned for it. So, yeah, I mean, it was good that she kind of got the leap on the first kind of exchange before they called it off. She had a 5. So, yeah, she was in a good mindset heading out. You know, just the other factors, obviously the tide that's changing in the tide every kind of hour, the big tides at the moment. But, yeah, she was pretty clear on what had to be done. So, yeah, she's in a good mindset.
Has this ever happened to you when you were on tour?
Yeah, it's really nostalgic. I saw Travis Logie, the contest director. I was like, feels like I'm back here yesterday doing the same thing. I was like, I was waiting for it to happen, and it was funny. These girls got caught up yesterday because the light was really bad, and then now the fog, and I was like, we're missing a shark now. We're like, we want the trifecta, so that was good.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Jay. That would be a surprise. Shark alarm started ringing off in Portuguese waters, probably the first time ever. But yeah, as he says there, Chico, a lot to deal with. Yesterday was the sun and the glare. This morning was the fog, and that's sort of surfing in Portugal, isn't it? It's raw. There's a lot of elements, ever changing, and that's you've got to cope with that stuff.
Yeah, it's true. Especially this part of the coast, you need to deal with that a lot, and it tends to be a lot here in Ericeira, the problem, and I think Peniche as well, Nazaré. We tend to have this type of problems with the glare and the fog, and it's funny because it's on this stretch of coast that happens the most, but it's where the best waves are also, so we need to deal with it and accept it. So we want to catch more excellent waves as Nikki is riding now.
Yeah, nice clean face as we see Nikki drive through, little check turn, almost get stuck. That means the second turn is a bit more solid, just being really patient. Third one, and then a fourth. Little bit of flare on the last turn. And we see Callahan out the back as well, driving down the line. These Australians, really competent, technical, natural footers, a lot of experience. They will surfed against each other all throughout their careers. Nikki a little bit older than Bella. And then here's the 13-year-old. And she's just showing a little bit more spice in those turns and a little bit more fin release. And then a fourth one, and she likes it. She gives us the muscles. And there's her dad. He's happy. And the mum and the brain trust. Thomas Fernandez in their corner. Jan Martin. And they like that. You know, it just shows. I'm going to get Chico to. I mean, that was three 3 waves.
I don't think we saw the whole wave.
No.
I think she did something on the first section.
And they were all similar waves, but I think you're going to find that Zebrowski just put that bit more aggression, a bit more spice.
I think it's just the speed she has.
It's a combination. So here we go. So this one's the first one from Macy.
Yeah, this one a bit of a slow start. She had like a second wave on the face of the wave. Here the wave steepens up a bit. She gets a bit of a carve. And then the finish, I don't think it's going to be nothing really major, I would say. And then we saw Tya's wave, though. On the other hand, winds up off the bottom, bang, under the lip snap. Really tight arc in the pocket, comes off the bottom, bang, nice snap again. Around the section, and she blows the fins out there. And the last one, boom. Well-deserved claim, just because the wave was so well surfed. I just love the speed she has. Look at that technique, back foot, front foot, weight transfer, and then the finish. And look how smart she is. She's only 13, and the way she finished that wave off tells a lot how mature she is. Just because she wanted to finish that wave so bad.
Yeah, and this wave of Nikki's, and this was a good wave as well in terms of the offerings, but just a little bit safe. Like that section, she was a little bit nursed it somewhat. Comes around the corner and then she gets the finish here. A bit more, a bit lacking the pace of Zebrowski. Well surfed, and you know she's got the finish, but just a little bit, just not as quite as electric. And you know what, Chico, like you just say, only 13, and you know these girls get coached so well in technique, they get trained, but when you're that young, it's just, isn't it? Surfing's just part of you know. You can't train that, what Tya's got. She's just got this incredible natural talent, and she's going to go again. So here she goes, backing up that last wave. She hasn't got the score off that yet. Nice little first turn, a bit soupy.
Whoa.
But she's still connecting with every section. Doesn't even look like falling off or making a mistake, and then goes big again. And there's 2 waves back to back within 3 minutes. And we have got a real surfing superstar on our hands here. It's been a pleasure to see the start of her career. She's won 3 events in Europe in the last, she hasn't lost a heat in about 2 months. And that's up against some of the best European surfers. And now she's going up against the world's best, Chico, and she's delivering.
I just love the back arm work she has. Like, you can tell she's going to push harder and harder every turn. And look at the confidence to go off the bottom, off the top really hard on this last section. She just blows the fins every third. Like, she's not holding back on any maneuver. Look at this angle, bang. And she's got amazing footwork and body composure overall. Like, she's really talented, as you said. So I don't know, I have no words to describe how good she's going to be, and she is already. Like, this wave was caught under priority of everyone, and I think she's going to get the lead with these 2 waves.
Yeah, I think she is. And we talked about, in surfing, especially in women's surfing more so, we have had some breakout stars. I mean, Katie Simmers, she's just turned 18. She's a world champion. Tyler Wright won a CT when she was 14. Carissa Moore got on tour when she was 17 and was runner-up in the world title when she was 18. So, there is precedent. But the fact that, I am putting, Tya in that same bracket as some of those surfers, some of the best surfers of all time, is probably illustrative of her potential. And look, we've got to be careful about putting too much pressure and too much hype on what is effectively a really young girl's shoulders. But the more she surfs like this, the more
hard it's going to be to not put pressure on her.
It's really difficult, and you just got to judge her on her surfing, and it's at a level that's incredible at that age. It's really hard to get your head around, and we'll see what those scores come in. But yeah, it's looking pretty solid because they were just really well surfed, and as you said, putting risk in. She could have played it safe, could have just finished off, but she's going that little bit extra, and that's the difference between, just those really elite level surfers where they're putting it on edge every time. And their level is that. They never play it safe. And it's pretty impressive. So the first score in was a 7.33 for the first wave. So straight off, and then she backed it up. And you think she's going to go into the lead, and she's going to leave the 3 very experienced Australians now pretty much scrapping for second potentially. So yeah, what a, you know, she's dealt with a, as you said, the glare. Yesterday the heat got called off. She's dealt with a fog break. You know, all these different things that she thrown at her, and she's just come out, you know, like unruffled.
Yeah. I feel like she's got another gear when she's surfing. Like when she stands up, just the body position, everything about her, you can tell she's gonna smash it. You know, like, and the speed she has, it's on another level. Like you see, comparing to the heat now in the water with some big names, she's on another kind of gear in terms of speed as well. And yeah, as you said, she's putting risk into maneuvers, and doing it with speed is something different. And yeah, you have to be an elite surfer to do that,
especially on a wave that, you know, is not known for its speed, isn't it?
Exactly,
you know, it's really hard to do turns on the fast sections. It's really hard to do turns. You know, she got a 5.83 for that second one. So not as good as the first, not as big, but it does put her up into first. Has put her into first place. So the young 13-year-old from Tahiti already has spent time at Chopu. Don't worry about that. But this is the heat recap, Chico. It's been well, we've had a break in between, but it's still been fascinating.
Yeah, Isabella did a really good job on coming back to this heat and playing the game. So she needed a backup. She went with priority back to the restart, got the 6. Well done by Isabella. She's in second now, but she played it really well, and well done by her. And then suddenly, Tya Zebrowski comes to show, and in 2 minutes she does this, turns like this, under the lip snap there, goes around it. I love this flick of the fins here, and the end section, bangs it, bang. Nice combined maneuvers there, and this wave, the backup 583, well done. I like this snap there, really tight in the pocket again, just waiting for the wave to build up, winds up off the bottom and bangs it. And that section wasn't that easy to throw the fins out, and she did it with ease.
Yeah, and that was sort of come under Isabella's wave of 6, which I thought was a little bit surprising, but no matter. Zebrowski is out there with a commanding heat lead. That leaves Isabella Nickel needing a 7.17, and it looks like it's going to be a race for that all-important second spot with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Nikki Van Dijk, surfer in green, she has priority. She's going to have one more crack at it, you'd hope, and she needs a 5.65. Macy Callahan needing a 6.87, so she's in real strife and without priority. So Macy is going to have to try and hustle something, going to have to make up something pretty quick, and we'll see if she can. She's gone up. Nikki Van Dijk's moved up the point a bit. Macy trying to get some space. Isabella Nichols will be happy with her position. She's in second. She's got priority, and she can at least sort of protect her position. But Van Dijk and Callahan are seeing their potential Portuguese trip, competitive-wise at least, sort of come to a close. A few sets approaching. We might get a funny finish. So Callahan looked at that one, decided against it. He's just like, calm down, don't catch anything, stay out of the way of your opponents, you're looking good, don't make a mistake, I think was that general advice from her elite athlete dad. Well, yeah, it's the Hammer's Iron Cross, but it was more like, okay, Nikki Van Dijk, this is her last wave, you'd imagine. Has to go nice, quick off the top, carves back, and now she's waiting for the wave to steepen up. She needs a high 5. So far she hasn't got it. She's going to need something on the inside, something pretty special, and she's just waiting for it, being patient and just nursing him at the wave, just not delivering. You can tell she's still keeping with it. I mean, she's got nothing else she can do, and that might be Nikki Van Dijk's run. Needing a 5.65. You can tell by her body language that she doesn't really think that that was the way that was going to give the potential to do it. She had to have a crack a minute on the clock, nothing more she can do. But Chico, you know what, sometimes it's just not enough.
I really enjoyed the first turn. I thought it was a bit more committed. She wasn't really able to find another section on this one, but the first turn was probably one of the best maneuvers she had on the all heat. And I thought she missed a bit on that radicality on that bigger wave she had. Yeah. If she had applied a bit more pressure, I think she was in second for sure. Yeah, unfortunately for Nikki, such a talented surfer, bowing out today. And Tia, live action, Ben.
Yeah, so this is the last wave, Tya. She stayed out of trouble. She's got another pretty convincing heat win. She had a big turn before the fog break, which if she'd made that, she would have been even higher score. So she's came out, dealt with the break, got 2 waves, in probably 2 minutes, and just shut the door. So really impressive, not just for the surfing. Look at the family, classic. The brother and the young daughter. Yeah, not just in the way she surfed, which was incredibly impressive in its own right, but just the way she handled with all the different sort of obstacles that heat threw up. It's just didn't even miss a beat, and she's now through to the round of 16. And you know what? I think that we got a really good chance of her going deep into this event. She keeps that type of form up. She hasn't lost the heat in the last 3 events, so she's probably got, I don't know, that would be around 15 consecutive heat wins or heat progressions. So it's a pretty incredible run, and it's still going. Also, Isabella Nichols, she'll be happy with the second. Right now, though, as we reassess where we're at, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Ericeira. We are at the Men's Challenger Series, top 5 of 6 on this all-important rankings. Here are the rankings. I'm Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans. And look at these surfers. Paul, who's your favourite?
Favourite amongst the top 10? Yeah, I mean, you talk about sort of fireworks. Alan Cleland Jr. for me. He's just got that spark. He's got that X factor. He's kind of got that kind of wild side, which we love. I'd love to see what he could do on the Championship Tour. Yeah, massive win in the US Open, and he's here now trying to get his CT dreams alive. Ian Gouveia, well, he's number 1. He's already qualified, so great to see him here, great to see him surf, but we don't have to worry about him too much. Pupo, George Patar, bit of a young Aussie. I just read in an interview that he said, if you told me that I would have made a semi-final on the CT and be number 3 on the Challenger Series, I would have called BS. I don't want to use the swear words, but yeah, so he's even surprised himself. But what about him? It's like sort of kicked the bolt from the blue a bit, Paul. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a few of those sort of stories, Dave, from Australia. It feels like there's sort of so many surfers of a sort of similar talent level. Some of the spotlight's on a couple of them, but there seem to be kind of like deep ranks just around the periphery. You get a breakthrough result, and all of a sudden he's right up there.
Exactly, and there's many of those surfers on that top 10 leaderboard that can qualify here in Ericeira. Samuel Pupo, well, he's won here before. He just has to make the quarterfinals. Not such a hard ask for that man, that talent. Which talks about George Patar. Well, he's in 3rd. Manu's in 4th. That's Alejo, the veteran Brazilian. They need to make the final, and then all those guys down the bottom, if they win, Rodriguez, Pupo, Bunch, McDonough, Cleveland, Mignot, or Lawler. Jody Lawler's out of the event already, unfortunately. But yeah, so their dreams can happen here in Ericeira, Paul. Dreams can happen.
Yeah, they can. Do you know, I've got a question for you, Ben. We're seeing a lot of these veterans, people that were on the CT years ago, the kind of resurgence of them, on both sides, if you include Sal as well. What's that about?
You know what? I think it's just those guys that maintain that drive. Like some of these people that have just got this inbuilt competitive drive and it never goes away. If they can maintain that, and then you couple that with experience, and if they stay injury-free, which is kind of crucial, then they're always right in the mix. And I don't know, it just takes a certain type of competitive, hard-nosed surfer to deal with all the obstacles and just keep going through it. And those Brazilians, especially guys like Alejo, they've been through so much ups and downs. They're just still fighting for their lives.
Well, just think in it, they can sort of do heats in their sleep almost, you know, just on that sort of muscle memory.
I've seen them do some heats of sleep. Yeah, it's really impressive. In the break, Justin Becret, the Frenchman, driving down the line. He's got an air game. He thought about it maybe. It instead goes to his rail. Nice turn. Gets a little bit stuck on the inside, but then does finish strong and falls off. Part of Justin's probably one of the things he's been working on would be his make rate, Paul. He's been known to make a few errors in terms of falling off crucial manoeuvres, working with Richard Marsh over the years and various coaches. So that's something he would have to work on, would you say?
Yeah, you know what? I think just keep it going from him. He's already shown us he can put together big results and performances. He's a real mellow kind of character as well. Doesn't seem to get kind of overly emotional, which I think is pretty important as well. Just kind of keeping a lid on things like that. Trying to find yourself waves and opportunities. It's a tough heat here, though. Look at the quality he's facing out in the water. And surfers really at the top of the rankings in terms of getting themselves in for the CT. It's going to be a tough heat for him.
Yeah, and it will be. But speaking of tough heats, and speaking of someone who's making their mark in surfing, it's Shauna Garnell down on the beach. Chris Binns with Tya Zebrowski.
Thank you very much, Ben. All right, Tya, you just had 3 Championship Tour veterans in that heat, and you surfed fearlessly. How happy are you right now?
I'm so happy to make a true go in my heat and to go in the round of 16, and I'm super excited for the next.
Tell you what it's like coming up against Isabella, Macy, Nikki. Like, these girls must have been your heroes when I was going to say growing up, but you're still growing up. You're super young.
Yeah, they're surfing so well. I was so happy to be against them. It makes me more challenged. And actually, Isabella already go to the tour, and yeah, I'm super happy to beat them, and hope I'll be against them soon. Yeah.
We had about an hour break for the fog in the middle of that heat. What did your coach say to you when you had that little bit of time to recompose?
Well, actually, I was a bit mad that there was like the fog, and because the wave was really firing, there's like big wave with like big section to hit, and yeah, I mean, I get a big rest, so I managed to reset and got some good score after that.
You're working with the Portuguese coach this week. Have you spent much time here in Portugal?
Not really. I don't surf that wave a lot, but yeah, it's a really difficult wave, but when it's worse, it's really firing. It's really a good wave. Yeah, I'm really happy to have this coach. He's a local here, and he knows the wave perfectly, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Any words in French to friends and family back home in Tahiti?
Coucou tout le monde, merci pour me supporter, et j'espère que je vais pouvoir aller jusqu'en finale et continuer. Voilà.
All right, congratulations. We saw one of the best claims of the event when you got your high score. As we throw back to the guys in the booth, how about you flex for us one more time? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Come on.
Okay, thanks, Benzie and Tya. And there's a big swooping turn for Bitar. So this is the style we've seen get him up into third on the rankings while that incredible interview was on, which is a bit to unpick there. We also saw Carlos, the Costa Rican, go to the air, the first massive air of the event, and finish it off with a huge score, I think. So
yeah,
a lot to unpick in that.
He's got a sick air game. Talking about surfers sort of rejuvenating, they get that little break away from tour. Maybe it's injury, maybe it's just like a voluntary break, but they come back so fired up. Here he is again.
Yeah, that's his second one. Didn't make that one, but he made the first one. Yeah, exactly. He's one of those guys you talk about, those veterans that just keep chipping away. So much sort of muscle memory of all these situations. I suppose, Paul, that's what to your point, that in every situation they've been, they've had it before. Meanwhile, this is a replay of George.
Yeah, I mean, there's that style that he showcased that we saw on the championship tour when he went all the way for that great result. Just beautiful compressing and decompressing. And the rail work super crisp and clean. I mean, that board is just hot knifing through these sections, carving it up. And it's great to see that full flow, no downtime at all. Different sort of approach from Carlos. He's going, you know what? I got the flair. I got these sections. And he gets that rotation, lands it nice and clean. And then through the gears, the speed opens up with that carve. A really all-round and versatile surfer. Interesting as well. We had him in the studio yesterday talking about, you know what, he's not really traveling with a squad with the crew. He kind of likes doing his own thing. He's got his mental game kind of prepared and doesn't want too much noise around him. So some of these veterans, they've been there, they've seen it, they've done it, and he knows the ingredients for success. Of course, what you do out the water is part of it, but it's this kind of stuff, which is why he's had such a good career so far, with plenty still ahead of him. Just relentless, absolutely tearing into this thing. The variety as well from Carlos, that's something we expect. With this kind of spark, able to see this section. A nice landing for that. Just sort of sat there, that whitewater section kind of cushioned him. No loss of speed, so he doesn't have to land in the whitewater and get low and kind of pump around straight into the bottom turn. Generally speaking, that gets rewarded. The judges like it, Ben.
Yeah, they sure do. Massive numbers coming in. 7.67 for that first wave of Carlos. So big numbers. Just good to see that aerial game. Bit of, you know, progression. Despite his veteran status, still got that in. Becret, meanwhile, nice open wall. He's such a powerful surfer. Big rail game. Just manoeuvred his leg rope out of the way. There's another carve. Now waiting for a steeper section. Belts it in the pocket. Finding his groove here. And then a nice finish. Little karate chop there. So he'll be happy with the way he linked all those turns together. Justin, really nice, composed, incredible surfing. So great to see. We've got a cracker heat coming on here.
Yeah, really interesting to see the different approaches. There's a lot of power out there in the water, a lot of competitive intent as well. All of these surfers, they love to compete and make heats. Just a quick pickup from TT's interview. In French, she said she wanted to go all the way to the final. So, like, she's not here to make up the numbers. She isn't kind of like here to get autographs and like have a great experience. She probably is here for the win, to be honest. Like, in her own mind, that's how confident she is.
Well, and there's no reason not to be. If it was anyone else that had just come off a run of 3 event wins on the circuit, you'd be like, oh, this is a favourite. Almost got to ignore her age and just concentrate on just how good she's surfing. And yeah, why not? Meanwhile, Becret, what did you like about this, Paul?
Just the powerful approach. It's cool that the wave kind of dictated the manoeuvres for him. He had a nice section, but it was the wall, not loads of lip until the end. He did get that tail release on the end. Other than that, it's nice carving. In terms of the score, I think this last time was the most dynamic one. Gets that little bit of drift, little bit of a Fred Moraes turn, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. You bang on there. And Justin spends probably 3 months of the year down in Australia, working with Martin Dunn, a coach. So he's really hot on his technique. You know, works really hard on his surfing, Justin. Also amazing in some big waves. As soon as it gets gnarly and solid, he's incredible in that type of conditions. But yeah, and Justin just showing what all the hard work is paying off. And George's first wave, 4.17 as well. So just filtering through Costa Rican Carlos. And he's the one with some big numbers, trying to back up that 7.67. Let's take a breath now, Paul. That was like a flurry of activity in that first, 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Loads of waves, interview with a future star. Just a lot going on.
Yeah, you feel like first heat of the round as well. These guys have been preparing and waiting for this. They know we had to finish off that last round. You get the hold of the fog as well, and you could just feel that sort of tension building a little bit around the event site. There's a little extra opportunity for some warm-up waves as well on that fog break, and then these guys out the gates and just tearing into it.
Speaking of fog breaks, we saw like Binzi there, just had the sort of salted, sort of wet look. Didn't he? He ducked out for a surf and he's in the fog break. Got a few waves out there. That's proper like research on the wave. Paul, what about you? How did you deal with your fog break? How did you deal with it? Reset?
Yeah, just some research, mate. You know me.
Yeah.
I went through the research packet, just corrected a couple of mistakes.
I thought you went and got some beer from the supermarket. That's what I thought happened. So, well, which is it?
I went through the research packet and then I quickly went to the supermarket to get some
Estrella, Galicia
for a hydration solution.
Yeah, cool. All right, we all do it differently. Out the back though, so George Pitar coming around the corner. That smooth style gets the section off. Just comes unstuck, or does he? Grew up in Vanuatu, first sort of 12 years of his life, and a couple of real reef breaks as his coach Kai Otten moved to Manly, where Kai was originally from, and has been there, based there for the last sort of decade. And now Kai Otten, the veteran CT surfer, Well, great to see.
Won a CT here in Portugal,
yeah,
Super 2 boss.
Won Super 2 boss, and now is down on the far south coast where he grew up, but has come back up to help a few of the Manly boys. Jody Laura as well. Really sort of safe pair of hands, quite analytical Kai as a surfer. Kind of known for probably, by his own admittance, probably achieving more than his talent was, just through sort of hard work and commitment and playing, being competitive smart. So they're the type of things that probably quite handy as a coach, you'd imagine. Not just being an amazing surfer.
Yeah, well, some of those like real freakish natural talents that maybe it's harder for them to actually sort of describe what they're really doing. It comes so easily to them. You think surfers have to think a bit more about it and get a little bit more tactical. You'd feel that those would be kind of natural attributes to make a good coach. But yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Otts like working, certainly over here anyway. It's good to see him over it.
Yeah, it's great. He's retrained as a carpenter. Actually worked down as a chippy down on the south at Tafra where he grew up. So he's still repping, obviously, just getting barreled on his own. So yeah, no, it's great to see him back in the continent. This man here, Luke Slipgent, he hasn't had a wave yet. So 15 minutes to go. He's got priority. He lets that one go. Oh, looks like George had a look at it. He's in fourth priority. That might have been a paddle from Carlos. He's looking at the judges saying, well, yeah, and it was. So a change in priority. So news, that's, we talk about those being in all those different scenarios, still, a slight mistake.
Yeah, I mean, Luke Sliper, nervous start for him with this heat. He just got that one. He fell off early on this wave. Such a good surfer in these kind of lined up right-handers, the South African, but unable on his first wave to get much going. And since then, he's heard scores get thrown down around him. And he's sitting with priority now. And this will be that moment where he really just wants to set to come as soon as possible. Obviously, he just wants to get points on the board, but just kind of get rid of that priority and turn it into points. Let's see if he can do that. Here's a paddle from Carlos on the inside. Won't quite get there.
Yeah, those third and fourth priorities, just sort of trying to get anything happening on the inside in between sets.
Question for you, Ben. If you had to retrain as a trade, what one would you go for?
I'd be a teacher. Yeah, I'd like to be a high school teacher of some description.
Firm but fair. What would be your sort of your bedside manner, for want of a better expression?
Yeah, rather than erratic but unfair. Yeah, I'd like to think that I'd get the kids on side, but then...
A bit of a soft touch, though, Monday, at times?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Really?
I set the boundaries. I make sure that they are firm. And
Two strikes,
they can go up to it,
yeah,
but they never go over it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that might be something I would do. Or a bodybuilder. So they're the two things I sort of focus on mainly at this stage of my life. These guys are focused, though, as you said, South African without a wave. 13 minutes to go. Carlos out in front, Becret hunting him down. Plenty of surfing to come. While there's a bit of a break in proceedings, we're going under a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the first heat of the men's of the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Back to live action, and straight up and into it is the current heat leader, Carlos Munoz. He goes around the corner, nice little calm but firm re-entry, carving, cut back at another. Just really patient, looks really relaxed, and there's a bit more flair, a bit more aggression winds up again, tags off the top, and again, he is surfing really, really at the top of his game, and his top of his game is pretty bloody good. Meanwhile, more stuff out the back from the number 3 on the Challenger Series ratings, George Petard, driving down the line. Here he goes. There's a nice swoop. It's a little bit stuck. Comes around again, lacking the flow of colours. Still got the power, though. Tall, rangy, good technique. The wave just not as steep. He's got one more, hopefully, section to cap it off. And finishes. And another. Managing to get those 3 turns in just before those rocks came in. So, had to force it a bit more. I don't know, you think between those two, I'll get Paul Evans to sort of break down those 2 ways, but contrasting styles, contrasting scores, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, everything he does is so joined up, it just looks nice and well put together. Does that get you scores? Well, it does if you're committing this much rail to your turns. The carves go all the way down. See, a lot of people at Ribeira kind of cut their carve and top turns a bit short, keep them in the top part of the wave, but going full rail. And I guess this bonus section through the inside here, he's pretty light on his feet and nimble as well. And you've got to react pretty quickly here. Some of those sections, they sort of pop up in the rip rather than drawing off the bottom. So all of a sudden they're there, you don't get long. I thought it reacted really well. Carlos, so well-rounded, and the variety has been something that he's keen to bring. So we've already seen him go progressive in this heat with the aerial maneuver, pushing pretty hard for the snap. They did kind of stop his board though, but then into the lip and tagging that finish. So each turn just slightly different. I feel like each turn is almost a response to what he did on the last one, able to push a bit harder. You mentioned his equipment when we had him in the studio. He's using boards that he's been surfing for a long time, so they're kind of old favorites. The one he was surfing yesterday, he's actually been broken 3 times, he said. He's got different equipment here. It looks great under his feet. And when you get this, like the stage of his career where he's at, boards and everything like that is very much dialed in. So it's like some of those things when you're sort of figuring stuff out when you're younger, and you get to a bit more advanced in years, you've got a lot of those boxes ticked. Here it goes again.
Yeah, big roundhouse. So picking him just as he was paddling back out, not mucking around, and he's just zigging and zagging, really putting some big turns together. Now he's got 2 good scores, so he can kind of almost try and ice the cake at the moment. Maybe throw an air if he got the choice. He didn't then, but he's backed up his really big number, 7 foot 6, 7. Looking loose, looking like he's got a good lock on this heat.
Where's Luke Sliping? He's got priority. None of these waves tickling his fancy, Ben.
Yeah, he's just sitting out the back. Carlos has been picking him off under him. It's one of those decisions you make. You got priority. Is it a sort of noose around your neck? Well, Carlos, he doesn't need it. He's just been zapping and zipping. But yeah, Sliping's been sliping and sliping, not getting any waves whatsoever.
Yeah, so this one was really lined up here and actually stretched away from him. When you see him line up, usually you're thinking, okay, great, this is exactly what you want. But that one actually just drew a little too much down the line. Couldn't get back out on the face for a dramatic finish. Carving was nice out the back. They're not massive point scoring maneuvers. Nevertheless, Nolan Raposa, he is all action. Such a good fun character to have around events as well. The hair's gone though, Ben.
Yeah, I like the clean sort of just all business now. You got a bit of his trademark, the long sort of frizzy locks, but he's doing a little bit of stick throwing. So yeah, Oscar Berry there as well. Down there with Jay Bottle Thompson, more of those Aussies, unknown, not unknown, but sort of new emerging strains turning up. Tyler Wiley, so as well, that's coming up the next heat. Another stacked heat. Kaya Belly, of course, former CT star, former World Junior Champion, and a legend in the sport. So he's also in, coming up. So look at that score. So that last wave for Pitara, 5.17. So he goes up into second. Now, Becret needing a small number, just a 3. Sliping needing 2 waves and needing quite quickly as some sets approaching.
Yeah, it's interesting that about a point difference, really. Think about Becret's wave. He got that finish, didn't he, where he just released the tail and had a lip to hit at the end. And that's the difference, really. That little extra from the judges. It's just the fact that when you are carving on the face, as nice as it looks, the surfers to watch and to judge, it's a little bit lateral, isn't it? And if you don't get it going to the lip, it is harder to access the scale here, depending on exactly what kind of carving you're doing. George Petard's very nicely linked together. The sort of style that you think would suit more quality venues on the championship tour, particularly. I think some of waves like J-Bay in particular would be the obvious one where he really spent a lot of time on the face. Also Bells, you know, somewhere where he's done well. Those kind of waves really suit him.
Yeah, well, he's just had 3 weeks down in Bells, had an incredible run of swell at Winky and Bells, and he's been there for the last 3 weeks actually scoring. So this is pretty good training for this type of surfing on these type of waves. That wave didn't deliver. But yeah, sort of also pretty smart to go down, surf those long right-hand points.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous from the Aussie squad here. They look nervy, Ben.
Yeah, hands on heads. It's never, the body language exuding confidence. They know that Justin only needs a 3.34, so obviously they might have thought that was a potential mistake from George to give up some priority for a wave that didn't deliver. That's why they looked a little bit hesitant. Meanwhile, he's flexing. He's not worried. That's a bit more the body sort of the confidence, the body language you want from your trust on the beach. So yeah, he's made a potential mistake. Opened the door a little bit to Becrat. Sliping now. I mean, 5 minutes on the clock. He's waited for, what, 20 minutes for this wave. He's got to start to think. Or do you just double down, Paul? This is my question. Do you just wait? You've waited this long, just wait for a set and just hope for the best, or do you just try and like go anything you can?
You go something. 5 minutes to go. Pitar's numbers in second place. Got 5 and a 4. That is nothing to get, particularly frightened of. So I feel like Luke Slipen right now just needs to find himself the next rideable semi-set wave that comes through. Smash out, try and get 5 and a 6 and see where you are after other people have maybe surfed waves in that set. But he's still well in this. His number at the moment in terms of one wave is a big one. He needs to go excellent, but he's got time for 2 waves. If he is going to have time for 2 waves, he needs to catch one of these essentially, Ben. It's going to come down to this.
Yeah, we saw Tya Zebrowski get 2 waves in 3 minutes, change the heat. So yeah, things can happen quickly out here. The paddle on the high tide is shorter. There's time to get 2 waves. He's going to have to do one now in 4.5 minutes. I mean, it's a big ask. It's more, I think, Becret's the one that's obviously got a much better chance than a small 3.
Think about the scoring potential as well that's come through. The big score we had, Carlos, that was the air, and that he kind of had to force that. There's not been a lot. The waves have been a little bit slopey, so there's a really good chance of just getting involved if you do take off and surf. He needs to do that.
Okay, so Pitar making stuff happen. He was way inside, paddled up the line, but you can tell him that that's not going to work. It's a case where there's a reason people don't sit up the end of that point, because the waves aren't as good. You can see Kai, he's really nervous. I mean, this is a massive heat, obviously for Pitar, 3rd on the rankings, first heat of the event. The chance to qualify potentially, of course, the double-edged sword of that is the chance to go home with no points whatsoever and leave, with a lot of work to do in Brazil. So yeah, that's why Kai's nervous.
Just the way the numbers run, Ben, in order to improve on his points total here, George Pitar at 3rd in the rankings needs to get to the round of 16. So he needs to go a couple rounds from here. At the moment, he's in an advancing position. I tell you what, it's a narrow margin right now.
Yeah, it really is. So
3-3-4 is the number for Becret.
It's so bunched, except for the Costa Rican, and this is how it happened, Paul. This is the wave that made all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw this section. It was just absolutely begging for the treatment. Just got that little section tumbled, didn't he? That was an absolute gift, because it allowed him to go above the lip and get the rotation, and then he landed with the speed. So getting that air done early on the wave and then carving things up a storm through the inside, throwing in the layback as well. Absolutely loving it. And when you get, on the front foot, literally and figuratively in a heat, you're just full of that kinetic energy and that mental positivity as well. And he's just been able to go through the repertoire here. We've seen a bit of everything. He's snapped out the tail. He's done kind of figure 8 carves. He's gone into the air. We've seen laybacks, re-entries into the lip. So all sorts of stuff going down from Carlos Munoz. Pitar, smooth carving. We know about his quality. Such a good surfer, but just in terms of the scoring potential of this wave, so really nice. Opens up the body with the carving, but stays sort of stuck in the 5s, basically because the wave's a little bit slopey. So it is a lot of stuff out on the face. Couldn't have done a lot more with that. Real contrast to that ramp section that Munoz had. That little sting for finish as well. So well linked together, and it's good enough for 2nd spot at the moment, but it's so close, Ben.
Yeah, it's still really, really tight. I don't know if any scores came in. Just looks like George got a wave. Looks like Justin Becret got a wave as well, while that recap was going on, needing a tiny number. So we'll just see as a little wave came in there. So Becret needing a 3.34, paddling back out. You see that replay. That's going to be the all-important wave. And here we go. So we saw George up and riding first, Paul.
Yeah, Pitar here had to go away to sort of connect this section. He gives it a little flick off the top. Does it pretty well. And then again, just driving around here and getting out of the way because Becret had priority over him. Now, what's he got? Looking for a 3, remember. First turns a little sticky, sows that one. And this section will be crucial here as it will go in and just tag the lip and again. And that one gives it a little extra tail kick as well. A 3-point ride. The requirement for the surfer from southwest France, Justin Becret. This is Munoz just kind of cruising here. It's sort of out of trouble, really, in terms of the scores. A serious bit of distance. Look at that. Beautifully done. Just a cruisy tail-high rotation. Smooth as you like. And while everyone else is just kind of doing cutbacks and carving sections, Munoz has been flaring up above the lip and he's really enjoying himself here. I do feel he's one of those surfers who's at his most dangerous when he's having fun, Ben. Have a look at that. That's absolutely beautiful.
That was massive. And you can do those airs, I was saying before, you can either get, you know, a one big section, get big points, or you can get, you know, a functional one and line. Meanwhile, Slipen, with 10 seconds left to go, this is why he's waited pretty much 25 minutes for, needing an 8.61. And that's the type of surfing he can do, but it's too little too late. It all comes down to that score from Justin. And you'd think with those 4 turns, 5 turns, getting a 3.34, that's not in any real danger. Pretty confident that Justin's going to get over that line.
I think he needed that last turn. I think that last turn will be crucial into that score. It kind of gives the judges like a reason to be able to award those points. But before that, it was pretty kind of like just going through the motions a little bit. I just thought the last one had enough there to be able to give that score to him. Let's see exactly how this goes down, but a nervy heat and with so much at stake here, Ben. Serious repercussions for surfers like George Pittar, because if he were to get knocked out now, he's got to wait and watch everyone else possibly improve around him before he heads over to Brazil. So really, really tense moments these.
Yeah, this will be, he's been fairly consistent throughout the rest of the year. Hasn't made the final, but he's been right up there in the semis and quarters, and this will be his first round sort of loss, so not the time to do it. Becret coming in with a 5.13, so with a couple, and then you can see what it means to George. So that's the other side of the draw. You know, you're in the top ratings. That's a big loss. You can feel him. Look at Carlos, so he is pumped. Had a really
he's nearly as excited as Binzi.
I know. Well, Binzi's right there. Let's go. Binzi's not mucking around. Oh, yours,
Carlos.
Chris.
Mate, you had to come from behind yesterday, but today, from start to finish, that's got to feel pretty good.
Oh, yes, amazing, for sure. I was taking breakfast, you know, and then somehow I was like, oh, running away right away. And then, yeah, I think those extra eggs helped me to land the air. So, yeah, I'm so happy to make it. You know, I haven't been in the third round the whole year, but, yeah, I'm excited and just feeling good, trying to surf and enjoy Portugal.
Those eggs must have been pretty spicy. That first wave of yours was a gift. Just had that big ramp section, a few more turns. How does it feel to really come out of the gates with a strong wave like that? Does it take a bit of the pressure off?
Yes, of course. You surf the rest of the heat just knowing that you have to surf. And, yeah, I was talking with my friend Miguel that he's with me, and he was telling me, oh, if you want a day to give you a good score, you got to go and jump the little ramp. So I did the air, jumped the ramp, and I was like, oh, it's stoked, like he said. So, yeah, just focus and try to enjoy the moment, hit by hit, wave by wave, and yeah, I'm so stoked to make it.
Yeah, even that last wave coming in, you got the big ramp and the crazy air. Everyone else is doing cutbacks out there. You're just having a good time.
See, of course. Yesterday I watched my hit and I saw my board was a bit beefy. You know, I think it's for a bit bigger wave, so I went a little shorter and Matt Beolos make this one. So yeah, yesterday I tried in the afternoon. It was working very good, so I decided to use it, and yeah, flights.
Beauty. I know you're going to say Pura Vida, but any other words for friends and family back home?
Yeah, Pura Vida again. I love you guys. Thank you so much for the support. Bless.
Congratulations, Carlos. See you in the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Chris. That was great to get that energy fresh out of the water. There's Justin. He surfed that wave. That had to catch the wave as his opponent was on the very wave he wanted, and then bit of clutch surfing, surfed it well. And they're the type of, big decisions that can change your week, change your career. And while we're having a short sort of break of proceedings, get our breath back, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro. And official results from the last heat. Bit of a masterclass put on by the Costa Rican Carlos Munoz. And he's absolutely stoked. Going above the lip, flaring up, getting rotations done, enjoying himself. Also a clutch wave, a significant moment. French surfer Justin Becret getting it done with a 5 at the end. Took the wave off George Pitart, who third in the rankings coming into this. It'll be an uncomfortable rest of the week in Portugal. Let's have a look at heat number 2 featuring Nolan Raposa, the firecracker, the young American. 13 on the rankings, Caio Ibelli, a veteran of the championship tour, a brilliant surfer himself. Oscar Berry and Tully Wiley also in the water. Here's Caio driving down the line. We know about his power.
Wow.
And there he shows us an absolute hammer of a turn. So it's really nice to see surfers taking a different approach to things rather than going through the motions with the cutbacks on this wave, really identifying sections to offer something different. Chico Wells, you enjoyed that?
Yeah, I loved it. I love when Caio Ibelli's fired up. We've seen signs of him when he's fired up, as we see live action now, Nolan.
Yeah, Raposa, so good on the backhand. He's got an amazing air game as well. Late to that last turn, but you always know he's going to bring the spark, Nolan. That's what he does. And just going at that, he's all energy, all action. And multiple hits from him, trying to go nice and vert on the backhand here, which is something that is offered by this wave when the sections can be a little slopier. The Gucci's, they can go up, put it 12 o'clock. Also got Tully Wiley and Oscar Berry in the water in this one as well, so another great looking heat in terms of the talent. Let's watch it all unfold. Here's another look at Caio Ibelli.
Yeah, this was a huge layback snap. Look, he goes to the turn with everything, and he was able to regather himself. And what a turn. I actually think that the speed he was carrying throughout the maneuver was it helped for him to make it at the end. So Caio there with a huge layback on a big section. So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see where the score is going to fall.
Get different sorts of laybacks as well, don't you? You know, that's the turn you can kind of do, but just maybe pull it back a little bit, kind of push out the tail, but don't. He literally put everything into that.
Exactly, and we've seen like Caio do really well at bells, and we know Caio loves a long right-hander, and I feel like this is a wave that suits his surfing really well.
Yeah, the other thing, I mean, what served him really well, particularly the championship tours, is like not falling off, right? He had that one season 2 years ago where just like everything, all the risks he took, all the turns he was doing, he just wasn't falling. He was just so good at recovering, maintaining his balance. And if he can do that here and take those big risks, it will be a point of difference. A lot of times it is the way that kind of dictates the sort of maneuvers you can do here, particularly at Ribeira. But if you can find some sections, a slightly broken up line on the wave, will offer sections. Carlos Munoz mentioned it before his heat. His squad kind of identifying the ramps. If you can get that line a little bit broken here, will offer just something a little different, which is enjoyable from a judge's point of view. Here's the backhand work from Raposa.
Wow, nice tight jam off the top. Another one in here. Just a touch light to that last section, but he did such a good job to fit those first 2 turns in. I love the technique. He gets really low off the bottom, and once he's on the lip, he really pushes his weight to the front foot, and he always releases the fin. So Nolan always gives something extra on each turn, as we see Kai here looking for a backup.
Yeah, here he goes again, swings back into the pocket and then loads up with the speed. Great carving snap. Almost loses the bottom turn, recovers though. And he'll just keep driving here, so he's loading up so much force and power onto the rails of that board. And again,
wow,
very nicely done. I mean, just surfing with real authority, Chico.
Yeah, and this was a smaller wave. You can see Caio there just having a think about his wave, maybe. Yeah, just the composure of Caio. You know exactly what he needs to do. Nice snap there. Almost lost the control of the board, but regathered himself. Just waited for the wave to build up, went off the bottom in a huge carve. I loved how he torqued the whole body and pushed the board all the way around. Just gave a bit of extra on that last turn. So nice wave here for Caio. The first one, 6.5 for a single turn. I don't think, although he did more turns on this one, it's not going to go as high. But nonetheless, he has a backup now, and a nice way to start off this heat for Caio, because with 22 minutes to go, he's going to have 2 proper scores on the board.
All right, live action. Pick up Tully Wiley here on the backhand. Just a touch caught on that one, but then drives hard off the bottom, goes vert on a section that wasn't quite there. Meanwhile, behind him, Raposa, what's he got? He'll look and identify off the bottom and then into the lip and again. So there's that combo that he does so well. And he'll look to try and just keep swinging through this inside section. He tried to combo up on his first wave, didn't get the completion done. That hindered the score a touch, but this one keeps offering sections for him. He'll wait, try and get a finish here. There's a little bit of deeper stuff to get past. Won't get a finishing turn done, but multiple maneuvers done with speed and aggression across the length of that wave. 4.67 was his first wave, so that just incomplete turn at the very end of it cost him a bit. How's this one going to compare to that?
Yeah, I like the float. Yeah, here I think it was really critical. He gets up there in time, and this float, look, wow. Almost the board almost flipped, and he was able to regain control. And at the end there, we can tell he was a bit rattled by how tiring it can be a long wave in Ribeira, especially on your backside, because you need always to go low and high really quick in transition. And we can see Matt Myers there clapping, just stoked for Nolan. They've been working together for a couple of years now, and this was a replay of Tully Weil. He did really well yesterday, and today again looking sharp. Here just cutting a bit short and with a bit of a fall, but yesterday with a bit more push, he was surfing really well. And Oscar Berry now, this is the replay of his wave. Looks like a grower. Nice gem off the top. Another carving, beautiful carve there for Oscar. A cutback. Let's see if he can finish this one off. But that turn alone was really good. So 3.67 for this wave, and he's sitting on a 3.67 and a 0.93. Tully Wiley 2.33, and yeah, the last one of Kaya though 3.6. Just because I think the wave was a touch too small. Judges didn't really see any major turn of consequence, and that's why it was 3.6. But I'm wondering if Tully, with such a high frame, he can kind of like readjust to the conditions. Because yesterday we saw him surfing so well with a lot more space on the face of the wave. And today it's a bit shorter, the lines you have to do, and he had the fall straight away. So I'm quite... I want to see how he readjusts his surfing. So yeah, because Ribeira, when it's smaller, you just need to cut the lines a bit shorter. And Nolan did just that with the 5.83. So nice surfing there by Nolan. Sitting in the lead now, and Kayo in second, leading with only 4. But as we see more lines approaching, and it looks like Kayo is in a good position to catch this one. But yeah, he got caught a bit behind it, unfortunately for him. And it's going to cost him a place in priority. But he really didn't want to let go of that wave. So.
What about the fog, mate? Is that it, you think? Is it coming back? What's happening?
I don't think so. I think it's gone. It's gone. It's looking a lot more cleaner than this morning. And, wow, the conditions look really pristine. No wind. You almost can see yourself in the water, like a mirror. But sometimes these conditions, it's funny, like when you look for the waves coming on the horizon, it's really hard to identify if the set is coming or not until it's really close to you. So, yeah, it's just a weird scenario when the water is so... The color of the water is so identical to the sky. But I had back in the day where it happened, and it was really hard to identify what a good wave was until you just turn around and look to the beach and really see the wall opening up. But yeah, just fun facts about how interesting it is competing in Ribeira with this weather.
18 minutes to go in this one. We've already seen a bit of quality from Kyle Belly with a big hammer in the form of the 6.5. A lot of good waves have gone down, being ridden so far today. These are the numbers that we got in terms of the top 10 scores. So you see that bit of quality from Carlos Munoz, just launching above the lip. But Kayo straight into it with that 6.5. That's in the current heat.
And it's funny because the two best scores we have for today on a point break wave where you can do multiple turns are single maneuvers.
Yeah, that's definitely been...
Is that a sign to the other surface?
It's been a different field today. Certainly, you see that already. Just feels like this swell a little bit more broken, super clean. More lips on offer for our surface. When it's bigger, it does push a lot wider, pushes off the reef. You get those waves that break wide, and surface is spending most of the way just kind of waiting for it to double up again. Been a different story today. It's been pretty dynamic and exciting. Hope for more of the same.
Only 2 heats though. So I think we're going to see some combined turns going excellent as well, for sure. So there's a lot of big names coming up next. Edgar Grosjean, we know he can do some damage. Dimitri Poulos doing so well last year. I think it was his breakthrough result on the challenges. And we know his surfing suits this wave really well, tight in the pocket. He can do it all. And of course, the rest, Luke Thompson and Sean Crawford. So, yeah, what a stacked heat. I feel like every heat from now on is just a final, just because the stack is the level is so high, and any surfer can win a challenger, and I think that's the beauty of the qualifying for the city, right? So you can go from 80 in the rankings to first in one event. Not now because there's a lot of points, but we see Jake there giving a bit of tips to Sean Crawford, one of the best up-and-coming Hawaiian surfers.
Yeah, he's a big lad as well, Sean, and he really is a big unit. We talk about the power hit at Ribeira Dillas. Surfers match that physical strength with their own. Tend to do well out here. That's what he's going to need to do in a tough heat that's coming up in about 15 minutes and 45 seconds time. Right now, our attention returns to the fact that Nona Raposa's leading this one. The American, we're watching, I think that was Kaio gone deep. Then he's kind of sniffing around. He's trying to find something. He's hustling up numbers here. It's not really generally an easy thing to do at this wave. And under priority, trying to sneak something on the inside. Meanwhile, here goes your heat leader, Raposa. It's a soft away from him, but he's bored of waiting. And he'll go and he'll pull the trigger. You just see the aggression and how much he's on the front foot. Everything's loaded up, kind of twitching and tweaking as he just stays very active on that surfboard. Once a steep section, this wave's been fat the whole way. Look at his stance, how far forward he is. Quick float from him. It was a bit frantic, that surf in there, Chico.
Yeah, that wave was a bit of a desperate wave. It was on fourth priority, so nothing to lose catching that one. But yeah, it's just one of those ones that you don't want to catch in Ribeira. They always tend to look like they're going to give you something, but they end up not giving you anything all the way through until you get into the rocks. So yeah, a lot of work done on this wave, but not a lot of points on offer. So here, Nolan doing such a hard job to keep up with that wave, and yeah, just not the ideal wave to get rid of the 4.67.
I guess the other side of that is, you know, you're staying active physically, you're staying loose, you're kind of keeping warm as well, rather than just kind of sitting there. You probably would have had a good look at the horizon, realised there weren't a lot of sets coming through. It's not like, you know, in his fourth priority, there would have been like a good wave that came up after everyone else had taken one. So why not just keep busy? Not necessarily. Obviously, if a good section stands up, you can add to your total. But even just getting that high 2 or mid 2 that he got for it, just staying busy, staying physically active, just trying to keep that body ticking over, keep it limber. 13 minutes and 40 on the clock. He's the heat leader, Raposa. They're not big numbers though. Just breaking into double figures, him and Kaio. 10-5 for Nolan, 10-10 for Kaio Abelli, who's been a bit scattered on the reef here. Kaio, he's taken a number of waves inside. Myers, coach, and Nolan. Maybe trying to get some information, which will probably be chill, relax.
Well, I think where Nolan is right now, paddling back out, is a good spot to stay. And he's sitting there, just because I feel like there's a lot of opportunities on that end section, and you can, well, when there's one that goes wide and no one catches on the outside, you can get a few really good ones where you're sitting. You see the distance from the other surface, and that's something like if you compete back here, you know, when you don't have priority, it's a good spot to sit.
Nana Raposo looking for an opportunity wide on the wave here at Ribeira. At the moment, he is the heat leader. Not by much, though. These are not massive numbers. Good chance for Oscar Berry, Taliwali to get involved and post scores in the back half of this heat, which we're still waiting to really fire up since that bit of quality from Caio Abelli at the very beginning. We're going to get a quick break. When we come back, more live action from the Challenger Series here in Portugal. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia 2024. We're looking at live action. Taliwali from Australia, the backhand work from him. He'll crack it a couple of times. Needed to find a wave, really. Didn't have much on the board. Here goes Oscar Berry, opens up, big carve, and just swings it round. Look at this beautiful face for him. Great turn there as he gets some release, pushing hard on that back foot, and just breaking up his line, making it look cool. And he'll bring this one down to an inside. This little bowl will be cooperative. He'll get a little lip as well. He'll just tag that very nicely done with nothing really on the board. A 3.67 for his first wave. Much better from Oscar. And that was beautiful carving on the outside there, Chico.
Yeah, I think we just saw the highest score of the heat so far. That first carve, as you said, was amazing. So I think this is going to be a big, big number for Oscar, just because of the quality of the wave, and not only because of the quality of the wave, just because he surfed it really well.
Here goes Raposo right now, driving that board through a steep section. Again, another good-looking wave here for him. See this one just cupping out in front of him, bang, allows him to do that. Great turn on the backhand, getting nice and vert and able to push hard. So a real difference, basically, from the wave being provided and just allowing him to really push hard, impose himself, express himself, and he likes it.
Yeah, and he should. He hit it a bit wider, and he got this really good one a bit wider from the pack. These ones tend to have this big open face. He comes off the bottom, waits for it, and there you go. This was the money turn. Look at this, bang! Blows the fins out, regathers himself, gets a bit of a snap, waits for it again, and he's gonna get another one. So an extra vertical snap there. So 2 big turns and a couple of whips. I think is looking really good to improve on the situation.
Which did you prefer between this and the wave of Oscar Berry?
I think the one from Oscar is going to get the score is going to be higher just because of the amplitude of the first turn.
A bit more joined up as well.
Yeah, but let's see Oscar's wave. Look at the first turn. Wow, he gets around it, and this one again. Wow, nice. 2-3 turn combo there, and as you said, just how fluid it was. No bogging rails, nothing, and yeah, this last turn was well done as well. Bangs off the top, a lot of composure there, and Yeah, this is going to be the highest score of the heat by far. This turn was massive. Just where he did the turn, how dry it was, and the technique he put up there. And he did 3 in a row, so perfectly surfed by Oscar. And this is Tully here trying to come back on this one. Two carves there, winds up again, gets off the top, really powerful surfer, gets another carve here, and yeah, tries to milk this wave all the way through. Nice snap again. Let's see how he finished it off. Wow, big turn to finish that wave off as well. He got a 5-1-0 for this one, and yeah, he's back on this one with the 5-1-0. I like how he always pushes really hard on the lip when he does the turn, and that gives a bit of an extra.
Kyle Belli has been all busy. That's his 9th wave there, Chico. This is his partner looking on. She looks nervous.
Yeah, Kayo just caught another bad wave, and it's annoying just because he has a 6.5 and now he's struggling so hard to get rid of that 3.6.
So he's caught 6 waves, and the previous 5 haven't been anything higher than a 1. It's just been in decimals. This one will be just over a 1, but it still will be a small number. It will be a throwaway. So he's all over the place here at the moment. It's not cost him anything in terms of his position in the heat at the moment. We are waiting a crucial number for Oscar Berry to come in. 6.44, and he will jump past Kyle Belli. And we reckon there's a pretty good chance of him doing that. We'll see what the judges think when they deliberate. They're taking their time with it. Kyle's number will be inconsequential for his last wave, and it'll be nervous moments possibly when the score comes through for him.
Well, I think Oscar is going to go into the 7s and Nolan into the 6s, so I think Kayo needs something else to at the end of this one.
I mean, the start that he got, he came out and just hammered that section, a big layback, and you're thinking, he's, you know, CT,
yeah, he's on a roll.
He's that caliber of surfer, he's so quality, he's just going to smoke this heat, and since then, he's found nothing.
Yeah, he's like, he had all the rhythm and suddenly the rhythm went away. 7-1-7 for Oscar Berry on the last.
Goes to first position. Nolan drops to second. Needs a 5.02 to go back to first. 5 on the clock here. And now it's set up requirements for Kyle Belli to the tune of a 4. Tali Wiley looking for a 5.41. It's pretty close here, Chico.
Yeah, it's all really close. Kayo needs a 4 now to second, but there's a score dropping for Nolan, and I think he will improve. I think it's going to be his best number so far. So yeah, Kayo will need a score in the 6th range, I would say. So nothing that he cannot do. 5.47 actually for Nolan. I thought that wave was going to go a bit higher.
Hit that one really nice turn, but I just thought between them, he sort of struggled for speed a little bit. He had to kind of hustle to get to the sections, didn't he? Yeah. Maybe that kind of like impacted the score, possibly.
Possibly,
but,
yeah.
It's an important number. It's a really valuable 5.47. You know what we saw in that last heat? Becrae got that 5 at the end. That was super significant. So it is about that at the moment, really. It's just about finding yourself a bit of quality, getting up that scale as much as you can. 4 minutes remaining now, so those requirements, they'll crystallize. 4.35 for Kayo, 5.75 for Tully. That's what we're looking at as we go inside the final 4 minutes in. Everyone having to be very patient now. That's that kind of oily glass that you were talking about makes it hard to see the sets. Generally here at Ribeira, you do get pretty good vision on when a set's coming as they kind of feel the outside reefs, and right now we're seeing a little bit of motion as we'll see the sets stand up here. They seem to take an eternity to come in and actually bend in. It's a big acreage, this place, because we're looking from so high, you kind of lose the perspective of just how much ground, or how much sea rather, these bits of energy need to cover to get in to the peak here in order for our surfers to catch them. So Kyle will have another look and he'll go again here, looking for 4.35. Not a big number for a surfer of his quality, and he'll stand on the tail and just be patient now and just kind of try and join things up, cruising. Not the wave he was after again. It'll be a small number. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Raposa, off the bottom, driving hard. He'll whip that one back off a rail. He'll go past Kyle Belli. Just carving down on the back, and he'll open up, bang, vertical hit into the lip, recovers with speed, combos it with a carve in the pocket, and he'll keep going here. Little lip to hit for him. Tries to push out the tail, and a mistake as he goes down. So would have loved to get the finish there. Myers not stoked that he didn't make that last time because he was well on his way to a big score there.
Yeah, a lot more composed on this one, right? He was not moving so much his body all over the place, and he was well and truly in tune with this one. As we see, his first long carve, he waits for it, and you can see he's calm, just waiting for the right moment to attack. And here, bang, off the top, blows the fins out, gets another one here. He was on his way to a beautiful score, and here suddenly he just mistimed the section. And he tries to get a bit creative there, and yeah, he had the fall. So unfortunately for Nolan there, he will not improve on the situation he's in, but he was on his way to. So a bit of a mistake there, but with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, time is the enemy of Tuli Wiley and Kai Belly. But I tell you what, Tuli is in such a good position to make this one. He only needs a 5.75. Not only, it's quite a healthy number still, but he's in priority, so he can basically catch the next wave that comes in with 1 minute to go.
Nolan gets a 5, so it doesn't go in his top 2. Doesn't improve his overall position. He is leading the heat, though. That's the number. Kyle Belly would love to get to threaten Oscar Berry, who's in second priority as well. So chance for him to improve. He's still sitting on that 3.67 is Oscar. Meanwhile, Kyle will once again go left here. Here he goes, Kyle Belly. What's he got? He'll look potentially for a ramp. He'll find one. Backhand rotation. He'll throw that away. He had to try and do something. He realized it wasn't happening for him. Let's have another look.
The ramp was there, and the technique as well, but the board just flew away from his feet. If the wind was a bit onshore, it would be perfect to actually stick that board to his feet and land that one. And of course, that was a 4.35 if he had landed it. But
final 30 seconds here, Chico. Requirements remain. Belly looking for 4.35. Wiley looking for 5.75. Here goes Oscar Berry. He's a second priority. He'll try and get rid of his backup. 3.67. A soft wave, though. It is slopey. He has a little look around. There's not going to be a lot more surfing in this heat. We'll stick with him here as he'll just try and stay with this through to an inside. It's a slow wave, pretty sluggish. Don't think he's going to threaten his 3 from what we've seen thus far, but at the moment he's making this heat in second. He's got the high score with that 7 onto the inside. He just gives it a couple of flicks really to finish, and the fact that he got that 7 and absolutely tore into it out the back got him that big number. The Australian squad watching on. A bit of switch from Nolan Raposa as he'll get look like he's trying to get tunneled there, so he's enjoying himself. He's a fun character, even since he's trimmed the locks right down for a more business-like coif. He's still looking very much on form here, and he'll stay alive and get the heat win. A couple of 5s will do it for the American Nolan Raposa. 11.3 his total. Oscar Berry with that high score carved up a 7. He'll advance in second place position. And another surfer with plenty of CT quality, Kyle Belly, goes down. Also, Tali Wali will bow out of competition. They'll regroup and head over to Brazil. And that'll wrap things up. Next heat's got some heavy hitters. Expect to see a bit of spray. We'll be watching Edgar Grugia, Dimitri Poulos, Cheyenne Crawford, and Luke Thompson. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, Mundy's coming in for the call. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Evans out, Mundy in, Chico here. We are through to the round of 64, heat number 3. The action keeps coming. The incredible surfing never stops. The talent on show is incredible. And we've got 4 surfers, and here's one of them in the green, Luke Thompson, the South African. Probably the surfer of the day yesterday. Massive heat scores, wave of the day. And here he goes again. He's got his wave again. It's so clean, a little bit clicky on that one, so not quite getting the flow he got yesterday. But still managing to get a lovely wave. His wave's just standing up, nice green from Durban. Knows a right-hand point or two around that part of the world, I'll tell you. And Thompson, after yesterday, was on fire. Meanwhile, Brazilian, Grogia. And he just is electric, this guy. Known for his flair, big turns, big airs. Really, really spontaneous surfing from Edgard. And he's off to a pretty strong start. We've also got Cheyenne Crawford, the Hawaiian, and Dimitri Poulos from America in this heat as well. So stacked heat from all corners of the globe. Lots of potential for explosion here, Chico. And this man is no shortage of power.
Yeah, nice carve there. And he winds up again, gets a snap. And I like this last turn, as you said, really electric. Bang. He gives always something extra to the turn. I don't know how he does, but it looks really good doing it. So as you see the Brazilian crew supporting Edgar, and look where he took that wave. Was really, really deep in the lineup, and that wave paid off really well for him. He caught that wave in a place where usually you're not even sitting, as we see the man himself, the stand-up from yesterday, big open carve there, another beautiful carve under the lip, and he was just off a bit on this on the read of the wave here. He got a bit confused, like, is this a hand section? Is this a two-turn combo moment? Like, he got in between thoughts, and he just ended up doing a bit of a turn, but not really a finish.
Yeah, it wasn't a big finish. He did some nice carves at the back, didn't he? So
wow,
real contrasting styles from the Brazilian and the South African. Yeah, you're right. He was deep. But right now, we've got Joanna Garnell. She's on the beach with Nolan Raposa, the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Mandy. That's right. First of all, we're going to head straight into strategy. Is the haircut part of it for some new aerodynamic?
I'm glad you asked. I needed a fresh start over here in Portugal. This is maybe my 4th or 5th year. Never made a heat. That was my first heat win in Ericeira. And yeah, I think a fresh cut, had to do it. Yeah, start fresh and start from scratch, you know.
And you're still catching your breath. That was a big workout.
Yeah, not many point breaks on these Challenger Series. Definitely need to go into the gym at Paul's Surf Ready Fitness. But yeah, try to get on the bike in the gym area. I guess it kind of helped out, but definitely gonna take a rest today and get in the Normatex or something.
And how do you work out heats like this when everyone is catching waves all at a time? Do you wait for the good ones? Do you just keep catching waves?
I think me or Kyle might have caught the most waves in that heat. That wasn't really the strategy, but just the way that the rotation falls up, just kind of wanted to keep bettering. A 10 total, like a little over 10 total, wasn't totally what I wanted. I wanted a little bit more than that, but I was happy to get that done in the first 10 minutes. So yeah, just playing it heat by heat, and we'll see what the next heat has in hand for us, Tor.
Well, keep it up. Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, can I just shout out my girlfriend back at home? And I want to give a shout out to Rye. Rules are rules, and thanks for giving me the dub this week in fantasy football. Shoo.
Nolan Raposa. Get him in the booth, please, actually. He's such a sort of electric, fun character. Interesting though, Chico, all that time he's come in, never won a heat. I mean, just sometimes you get on those bad rolls and it's hard to shake them, but that's pretty amazing considering how good a surfer he is. He's never won a heat here.
Yeah, it's just, I was saying that yesterday here you can have a beautiful shocker or the best heat of your life, and it's that hard to compete here, and it doesn't matter your level or skill. If you're not on the good ones, you just gotta embrace the loss. There's nowhere to hide, you know, like you cannot like go left or try to find like a different spot on the lineup. You just off rhythm, that's it, and you're gone.
Yeah, and like he's often come into some of these events like ranked really high in the top 10, for example, in the Challenger Series or he's had a win or a final in America. So he's come in kind of hot with a bit of
momentum,
a bit of form and momentum, and then quickly been derailed out of here at Ribeira de Lache. So great to see Nolan. He's got the fresh cut. He's got rid of the curls. Hasn't had the Samson effect. He's had the opposite effect. And he's got through a heat. So super stoked for him. And so happy for him to be in the next round. Hopefully we get to see more of his action. So spontaneous. Got an incredible air game. So just brings something different, I think.
Yeah, it would be an amazing addition to the tour. I feel like he's that spontaneous, as he said. You never know what he's going to do on a wave, and I think he brings that fresh look to surfing all the time. So it's great. He's sitting in 13th position, so really there. In terms of rankings right now as well. So he always comes to Ericeira quite well on the rankings, because we see live now Edgar Grosjean on a beautiful one. Ben, nice first carve, lines up again. A bit of a setup carve, waits for it, and bang, blows the fins out. Yeah, it's a beautiful roundhouse cut back, waits for the wave to build up and kicks out. So nice wave by Edgar there. He got a 5, 6, 7. I think he's going to get something in that range again. But Luke Thompson, I tell you what, with only 2 beautiful turns out the back, he got a 6. So let's see if Edgar can match Luke Thompson's score with this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was really nice wave, wasn't it? So much opportunity, really good pace, no downtime, and he really managed to get that third turn right in the lip. So great surfing from the Brazilian, looking good. Look at this turn, it was right in the pocket, vertical, a bit of fin release, and wow, he had a 5.67 for his first wave. He's going to back it up nicely with his second. And that is really top-notch surfing from Edgar. He's back out, trying to get in the mix. Seen Dimitri Poulos yet to catch a wave. Same with Crawford. So you can't be too careful. We saw one of the heats 2 heats ago. Slipen, the South African, didn't get a wave till the 5th minute. It's good being patient. You've also just got to be aware that you can't let time slip away. Interesting with Nolan Raposo though, like he hasn't got through a heat, with the exception of a final that he made in Bolito.
He hasn't got through a heat.
He hasn't got through a heat.
Yeah.
So he's one of those guys that just gets on rolls, and once he gets the confidence, anything's possible. So by virtue of that one result in Bolito, he's right in the mix, and now he's broken a hoodoo here and sitting just below the rankings. We've already seen, we saw George Patar, he's out, so there's already some real estate, in that top 10 all-important rankings. And of course, over the next sort of 6, 7, 8 heats, we're going to see the top guys: Michael McDonough, Jackson Bunch, Miguel Pupo, Samuel Pupo. So they're all coming up. So you never know. We've already lost one top 10 member. We'll see how many others are going to be also regretting their choice. It's all very, very tight. That wave coming in from Edgar. Just wanted to see where it's at. But it shows, we see that there's the live ranking. So there's the top 10. And we saw that number 3, George, the Australian, he's out. So he won't add to that total. But those ones, so that all those surfers below him will be eyeing off his spot. Here we go. Brazilian though, just not worrying about priority, getting a little inside up at that one, not offering much help. And he kicks out pretty quick. Yeah, really interesting, those rankings. We saw the, big blowover with Qatar. You could see really, really disappointed, obviously. Travel all this way, put so much time and trained so hard. All the focus solely on this event. This is the only surfing show in town. This is what it's all about, the qualification for the CT. He's going to have to regroup. So a 5.97 for that last wave in the surf in red there on your screen. So just building a house, Chico. And then down below, well, we'll see that man there. So Edgar currently in 13th. So a few heat wins here, and he'll obviously, can go up. Nolan in 12th. These are the live rankings. Geordie Lawler, another Australian who sitting in 11th. He's also knocked out. And similar to Nolan, that he had that win at Narrabeen as a wild card at home. Sorry, Manly. did Jordan, and then hasn't really won a heat since. So he's still right in the mix. He's out of this one. So already Nolan, Edgar, they'll start to eyeing off. You know, there's 2 surfers above them already out of the event. So if they can just get up into that all-important top 10, heading to Brazil.
With only 2 events left, right?
Yeah, this one and then
Securema. So a really important event in terms of points, and a really good one to up your level in terms of options, just because yeah, anyone that makes mistakes right now is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, you're eyeing off all your opponents above you, trying to fend off the ones below you. It's so important with just one event after this remaining to make that CT dream. So yeah, it's all on the line. Right now though, a little bit sort of not much action in the water. We're going to have a short commercial break, come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. We are here on the World Surf Reserve, one of the building platforms of the Portuguese surf scene, one of the most famous waves in terms of contest and competitive surfing. And we are got the Challenger Series, the biggest show in town. And right now though, just waiting on these surfers. 15 minutes on the clock, so we have the half-hour heats. We're at the halfway stage, bang on the halfway stage, and 2 of those surfers, Dimitri Poulos and Cheyenne Crawford, have yet to catch a wave. So whether that's the incoming tide just starting to slow things up, slightly decreasing swell. We're due a building swell coming in tomorrow, so another real sort of influx of energy. But this afternoon was just due to taper off a little bit, and that combined with the tide, slowing things down a little bit as we see the competitors area. Everyone watching the screens. Everyone looking kind of, there's Evans having a bit of a chat in the corner. But right now, what do you do in this situation? 15 minutes to go. Poulos and Crawford just need to get their mark, don't they, Chico? We might have a little break here. It looks like it's Crawford, the Hawaiian, banging down the line. Trying to get his first turn is going to be crucial.
Wow.
Nice swooping carve. And another. And then looks at this little steeper section here. And then a little carve again. So, and a third one. Not a whole lot of release. Wave a little bit lateral, a little bit flat, but he's not done yet. Waiting for a finish. And there's a bit of a turn. So, probably the first turn is probably the one that may have got him the most points. This one a little bit flat, but he'd still be happy just to get on the board. Edgar Rogia has had a couple of high fives, but no one else has got anything on the board. So what do you think about this wave, Chico?
Yeah, for the heat we have on end, it's a good comeback wave. I feel like this carve was beautiful, and he was able to add a bit more ear on the double up. This one looked really good, really tight arc in the pocket. really smooth. That board looks really good under his feet, and he was able to finish it off. So for the heat we have on hand and how slow it is, it was a really, really important wave for Xion. So really well done by him, and nice composure on this wave. Yeah, I think he's going to be right back on this one. And,
yeah, got himself in the mix, really patient, waited, got himself a 4-point ride. You know, not a huge number, but at least he's, you know, well within striking distance. Thompson with a 6-point ride after that first wave, that biggest wave we saw of the heat so far. Poulos now just hanging on, waiting for a wave, he's got priority. Meanwhile, on the inside, Brazilian, he's just staying so busy. Nice first turn, really in good rhythm here in this heat. Here's Grosjean, lots of nice carving turns. And the last few waves he's managed to finish off with a bit of fins release. That one doesn't provide an ending, so kicks out. That probably won't improve his score. He's happy to stay busy. Just keep catching waves. Meanwhile, this is Thompson. And that wave also fading out. So the surfer's just struggling to identify those waves. Not identify them, they just haven't been coming in. So this wave again. I mean, he's got that little squirt off the tail, hasn't he, Chico? But it just went a bit fat.
Yeah, the wave was a bit mushy. This one, he couldn't really find the open face. I don't think he will improve on his score line. I think his first two waves were better than this one. So Edgar there just trying to get rid of that 5, 6, 7. And Dimitri, as you said, conditions are shifting. And I feel like with priority, he's just sitting too much on the outside. He has been hearing scores for the past 20 minutes, and he hasn't moved from where he's sitting. And sometimes you can get a bit caught in that position. You can get a bit caught in that position where you're just sitting there. As we see some big names on the beach.
Yeah, it's defending champion, David Silva. We had the two brothers down there, Sammy Pupo and Miguel. They've had so many good heats here, and then they're watching their man Edward Roger. Edgard had a semi-final in Bolito, the last event, so that's where he's sort of got up in the rankings, a bit like we talked about Nolan Raposa in the preceding heat. Hasn't had a lot of other results, but has that one big, really solid finish. So just trying to come into this event with a bit of momentum. No, it's quite hard. The Challenger Series quite spread out, aren't they, Chico? So it's not as if you can just bounce from one event to the next if you get on a roll. It's almost like there's a month-long break. You can't really, or can you? Can you maintain that sort of momentum from when the events are sort of so spaced out?
Well, by the results we see on the rankings, we can see that it's really hard. Like we see surfers getting a huge result, and then suddenly they can't get on the rhythm on 2 or 3 events. So we see Alejo, who had a beautiful final back in Australia. He's coming up next, and he's such in a good position. He's in 4th position right now on the city since 2016.
Wow, incredible. And I think his first year was 2011, so I think 2012. So had an incredible run, had a series of really bad knee injuries on both knees, full reconstructions. But that actually has been a bit of a thing in the past. The last 3 or 4 years he's been really fighting fit, got over those problems, and yeah, now in his best position in a long time to get back on the CT. Quite a remarkable story in terms of never giving up, to keep overcoming all these issues, and such a good technical surfer. So yeah, he got a final in Sydney at the Manly event, so you know he's shown he can go all the way. And then since that event though, hasn't had a whole lot of big results. And so yeah, another example where you get a big result and you know hard to back it up on this event. Here we go though, just happy on the inside. There's a Brazilian staying busy, and then nice carving turn, just keeping his feet in the wax, and there's a nice little slash, opens up his top body, and there's another one, more spray on that 4th one, and he's got a finish here, has he? Oh, wow. That is great surfing. And you know, I mean the surfing's incredible, but it's just more about the ability to place yourself on the reef, right? He's just getting waves where no one else is. It's not rocket science, surely.
Yeah, it's just like in Ribada you can get caught with priority a long time, as we see the replay of Edgar. I just love the pace of this wave. These are the type of waves that you want to catch in Ribada. Nice snap there. I like this one, as you said, bang, draws a lot of water, and he was able to finish it off with a bit of a spicy turn there, throwing the fins out. He's stoked, and of course, just because this heat has been really slow. And as I said, you can get a bit cursed by the priority, just because you think you're going to see that beautiful wave come your way and you're going to get the best wave of the day. And that wave ends up being the wave that is going under you, where Edgar was sitting. And this is the type of situation that Edgar made the most of that position. And look at this. This last turn was massive. I just like he went through that turn on another angle, a bit horizontal, and then he flicks the tail in middle turn. So it was something different. He improved 6.4. And a fun fact about Alejo is that I remember back in the day when Gabriel won his first title, he actually was the one beating Mick Fanning to give the title to Medina.
Ah, there you go. Brazilians sticking together.
Not really sticking together, just made his best performance ever at pipe, and with a big barrel on backdoor, and ending up giving the title to his mate, which is something great.
Yeah,
I'm sure Gabriel paid a few dinners to Alejo, maybe over the course of the last 6 years.
Yeah, so he should. And look at that. I mean, Dimitri Poulos hasn't caught a wave, so we're going to go through the heat recap. I mean, this recap's going to be pretty much based around Edgar Grosjean, because he's been the only one that has really caught most waves. This is a strong start from Luke, but then Grosjean took over.
Yeah, that wave had all the ingredients to do a big number, and Luke surfed through the potential. Here, as I said before, he went through a kind of double plots. Is it a carve, a layback, handing maneuver? I don't know, but yeah, he got a 6 for that, and he's in second for now. And yeah, Edgar, he was building the house the whole time. He was catching everything that came his way, and he kept improving. He started off with a 5.67, then a 5.97, and now the 6.4. And he's well and truly in the lead with surfing like this. Really radical, fast, whippy, and he gets really low off the bottom, and that helps create more speed like we see here. And with turns like this man is going to be hard to beat here in Ribadilhas, man.
Yeah, looking on form, got in a couple of 6s. Meanwhile, live action, Luke Thompson up and riding. Looks like Dimitri got a wave, but meanwhile, Thompson trying to improve on that 6. He always finds these green faces, and Thompson digs the rail and makes a mistake. He couldn't really afford to do that. We just needed to back up a 6, so a slight error from the young South African. See how that came. Also saw Dimitri Poulos with a 2.17, so waited all that time. Talk about the curse of the priority. Dimitri waited a long time, but just again, the wave selection is really good here, but just he left some points in this wave, Chico.
Yeah, but he started off well. He had 2 big turns out the back, and then here a bit of a fall. So that's a mistake for sure. But from what we've seen on the scores, I think he's going to help his cause. As we see Edgar here on the replay, he's going to go for an air for sure, and he lands it with no problem. I don't think he will improve on his scoreline though, but nice to see some variety, and yeah, the way he whips the board around and stays centered to the board is next level.
Yeah, he's got them unlocked. And then Poulos, this is the wave he waited all heat for. Just trying to find something. Yes, turning and waiting for an insider. Oh, you can tell he's just trying to fight hard just to stay with it. And then makes it, but it was all just a lot less difficult, or a lot more difficult than he wanted it to be. That wave had no push or no real steep face, and he just had to fight all the way, and that's when he got 2.17 for that. So you could see the intent, see what he wanted to do. The wave just was too slow, and yeah, he finds himself in a really difficult position, catching just one wave in 23 minutes and still getting a massive number. So those scores filtering in. So Luke Thompson got a 4.3. So as it stands, Cheyenne Crawford, who has also been super patient. He caught the one wave, got a 4. Now needing 6.30. Poulos needing a high 8. 3 minutes to go, and it looks like Crawford not going that one, so he's being patient. Poulos, he doesn't have to be. He goes again, so can he, American get back in? There's a nice big first turn. That's what he's got. He's a real powerful, real explosive surfer. And he's got that in his locker, and here he goes again. He's trying to find now a steeper section, wiggling and generating speed. He might go big here. Oh, clicks the fins out. It's a really great surfing from Dimitri. That is the type of surfing that he can do. That's the type of surfer he's got. He's had to wait a long time for that wave. Meanwhile, live action, Luke Thompson drives around the bend. Little squirty carve. This is a better section. Nice bit of rail work, bit of spray. Another one. And then finishing it off with a tag on the inside. So, we'll see if that improves in 4.3. Meanwhile, we just saw Crawford given a big sort of claim. May have done one single big turn out the back. 2 minutes on the clock. There's a lot going on. We had a slow start, but it's all starting to unravel pretty quickly. Lots of numbers, lots of scores, and lots of excitement. Chico, I'll tell you what.
You can tell the sense of worried how Edgar is right now. He heard the commentary for sure.
Yeah.
For the last few waves, and he was looking at the beach like, wow, what's the situation? Did I went from first to fourth in just an exchange? As we see Shion here with a bit of a slice of the fins and big layback jam there. Bit of a sell to the judges on that one, but yeah, looking good. And Luke Thompson here, a bit of a carve, winds up again, a bit of a carve again. I don't think this is he's looking as good as his first few waves, just because of the quality of the wave. Was a bit smaller and a lot of white water in the face of the wave. So, and this one though, really enjoyed this first turn, big layback out the back. Gets really connected with the white water, and the last turn though was the biggest turn of this wave, and looked really good. Whips off the top to tail and bang, and makes it really stylish. So he's got 40 seconds now to actually make another score better than a 2.17 and put himself in a position to make this one. And there's a few lines coming actually. So
yeah, he waited 23 minutes or longer, 27 minutes for his first one. Now he's just deciding to go the Edgar Grosjean approach and to stay busy with 25 seconds left on the clock. He won't know the scores he needs. He just know he needs to go pretty big. He'll take to the air. That's what he's known for as well. That's an option he's got in his locker if he needs to. He's got 10 seconds on the timer now, so I think time again is going to be the issue. 5 seconds. This wave isn't going to come in time, you'd imagine. And so Poulos race is run, waiting for some scores to come in. Cheyenne Crawford then is 6.3. That's the wave he did the big claim on. So we'll see if that's going to be enough. Otherwise, looks like Thompson has just about done enough. 5.70 for that second wave of Dimitri. Got him back in the game, but he just ran out of time because he's waited way too long for that first wave. The Brazilian, pretty comfortable victory in the end. And just waiting on one score for Crawford, needing a 6.3. That's the minute on your screen now. This is after the hooter, but the wave he got, it's a two-turn combo. So it's whether that's going to be enough. Tense times, Chico. Pretty tense. You tense?
Yes, I am. But well, if you compare it to the 6.4 of Edgar, I don't think he's going to go that high.
Okay, well, they're deliberating. They're looking at it, and it's yeah, well, it's exactly that's what their judges are looking at, that wave compared to a lot of Grosjean's got a lot of sort of, you know, 6, a couple of 5s, 4.57, so all around that mark. Crawford, it was a bigger wave, did 2 turns, and to his credit, really sold it.
It needs to be the best wave of the heat so far. So, was it?
No, I don't think it was, and it's come in around, you know, not quite enough. It's going to be, you think, in the 5-point range. So, unfortunately for the Hawaiian, 5.37, so not enough. So Thompson is through. You know, not a particularly convincing sort of effort, especially compared to the fireworks of yesterday, but that doesn't matter. He's through. That's all that counts. So he's going to go through the next round, along with the Brazilian Edgar Grosjean. We're going to boot out Chico Alves from the booth. We're going to bring back Paul Evans and special guest Justin Beclet. Right now, though, as we see the beautiful sights, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Pro Ericeira after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to live action here. We just saw that last heat. Bit of a slow burner, hoping for a bit more fireworks. We've got some fireworks in the booth though, don't worry. I'm joined by Paul Evans and a winner. A clutch result there for Justin Becret, the Frenchman. Justin, thanks for coming in, mate. And we talked about that heat of yours. Needed a wave in the dying seconds, needed a score. When you took off on that wave, because your opponent actually was on it, did you think it was enough? What was going through your brain?
I actually thought I just needed to go. I needed a low score, and I came inside. I saw him go on that wave and put 2 good turns, and I thought, well, it's a lose-lose if I don't go. So I went and
got the score.
Yeah.
Okay, with Reeve Hazelwood trying to get the score as well, and his backhand, the Australian, clicks it out the back. And can he drive through? That's going to be a completion. So that is good surfing. Out the back, live action, Joshua Burt from Barbados. And he's got some speed, but he can't get around that section. Paul, what about you, mate? How was your break? Sort of on the screen, we had the competition area. So they had a few little chats.
I was talking to Josh's dad, actually.
Well, yeah.
Had a little catch up with him.
Yeah, what's the Burke vibe? What's the family sort of having a good time over here?
Epic vibes, mate. Yeah, really good. I always think Josh is just super dangerous, any kind of heat. So well-rounded and versatile. He's got bags of experience as well. And he's not far away, is he? He's kind of like, he's in the teens, I think, on the ranking. So like a big result here could really light things up. Such a quality surfer. Definitely someone that could at least hold his own on the championship tour. He's just never quite been able to put a whole season together in order to get there. But you know what? It's 2 events left. He's still going in this one.
Yeah, I might get Justin. This is Kuzne. It was caught through the break.
Oh, wow.
What do you think about that, Justin? Pretty technical?
That was pretty sick.
Pretty sick?
Yeah, you want to make the most out of every section you get, and that was pretty awesome. I saw Carlos put one similar right on my head the first wave of the heat. So
yeah, he talked about that, doing a little jump. He jumped the ramp, didn't he? He said, and there's tail or fins first. Kuzane, he's got that. Yeah, the Brains Trust like it. So also, this is one from Reef. Paulie, what did you like about this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with Reef, what he's going to bring, everything he does, he's got that spark, always got that X factor as well to bring in, and just able to kind of surf up the potential of any sort of wave. He's not really like that half-turn kind of nurse it surfer, is he? So arriving pretty late and just sort of knifing this thing, because he's going so fast, gives him that extra time just to sort of release that tail as well, and it looks really nice indeed. Contrast that with just like raw power and just everything, full body into everything. You see how much he compresses the body and uses that strong thighs and just gives it everything. So Alejo, he's just literally throwing everything at it. It's full-bodied in every sense of the word. This was the previous wave, was it, from Reef, and he just relentless, just tagging this thing again and again. It kept providing him with sections, and you see how much he kind of like literally just sort of tears in on that backhand. Board looking pretty sharp for him, and just over and over again hitting it. You see the extra release he gets there again, just kind of drifts that. So technical, balance is amazing. It's quite a big guy, really balanced over his board. Kuzane, who after a miserable few seasons, really, I feel like we're seeing something of a rejuvenated Jorgan. He's had some injuries, he's had, you know, it's a bit of bad luck, and there's a turn that he does where he snaps that rail out of the water. Does that a lot. It's kind of a signature move for him, but he's back really in terms of the sort of form that we saw from him like a number of years ago, and his confidence is up, and he manages to get that turn in literally right on the dirt. Here's Josh Burke, that beautiful carving opening figure 8 from him, and just keeps this thing driving. The board right underneath him as he's sort of patient and waits for sections to stand up really. When they do that, accelerates. And just keeping jamming down here, doesn't get that inside turn. So I want to ask you, Justin, from here, we're like watching these waves, we're kind of mind surfing. It looks pretty easy. How hard is this as a wave to surf? Because we're seeing some real quality surfers kind of sometimes at times struggle to find the right maneuver.
Sorry to interrupt there, Paul. Just got an interview down on the beach. We've got Joanna Garnell. She's with the Heat winner from last week. All yours, Joanna.
Yeah, Monty, that's right. Someone who was taking advantage of that slow start, catching all the waves. Was that the plan, to keep busy?
Oh, God. Thank you, God, to this opportunity to be here. It's so good. This wave is so good, but it's so complicated, you know. So we have a minute too difficult to get up good waves, you know. So, yeah, but I'm so happy about my heat, to make my heat. And the first hit so hard because I feel like a little bit scared, you know. So, yeah, but I'm feel my confidence with my bird and my board. So, yeah, I'm so happy.
And do you feel a part of the Brazilian storm right now? Do you feel the support from your fellow competitors?
For sure. Thank you, everybody. The Brazilian storms, you know, like everybody watching here, like people just. Sorry. Thank you, everybody. The Brazilian storms, like Brazil in the house, you know, and here at the event. So, yeah, I'm so happy. And
I'm going to give you an opportunity to say a few words in Portuguese to the people back home and whoever's watching.
Bom, eu tô ainda meio preso na bateria. Foi bem complicado ali. Nervoso um pouco porque não tinha muita oportunidade ali, acabei criando as oportunidades das minhas ondas. Isso me deixou um pouco nervoso, ansioso assim, porque os meninos estavam com a prioridade e o nível é muito alto desde o primeiro round, então os moleques quebram, então sabia que eles iam vir na onda muito boa, eu ia fazer uma nota alta, então tentei trocar ali mas é isso, agora eu tô tranquilo, mais tranquilo, né, na verdade. Tentar resetar e treinar mais essa onda, porque essa onda é muito difícil, é muito boa, mas é muito difícil. Mas é isso, agradecer a energia de todo mundo que está aqui na praia, a galera que está em casa, meus patrocinadores, sou da Vibe, a prancha também tá boa, feliz. E vamos bateria por bateria.
I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Edgar. How's your Portuguese? Justin Picret. Justin Picret is in their booth with us. Fair to middling?
To be honest, no. Not as so good as my Spanish, and my Spanish is worse than my English. So.
Okay, well, your English is pretty good. Well, thanks for coming in, mate. Got through that heat. Just talk us through, you know, this event. What are the goals, mate? What do you set your dreams for in the next 6 days?
Well, just having fun.
Whilst winning it.
Exactly.
Whilst winning the
Well,
event. Have fun whilst winning the event.
I've been so stuck on winning and making heats these past few years. I just try to enjoy myself and make heats while doing it, you know. But yeah, I love this place. I love the people around here. I have many friends around. My family came down. My mom is here. My best friend's here too, with my coach Vincent. So everything's good, you know.
Good times, good times. Good to hear. And here's some incredible surfing. Speaking of good times, Hello Muniz, right in those top 10 in the rankings. Really resurgence in the veteran Brazilian's career. Hasn't been on the CT, I think, since 2016 or 17. So a big gap. With this type of surfing, Paul, I can see where he belongs. Still got the style, still got the technique, he's still got the commitment. So he's so dangerous.
Yeah, I'd almost say the style has sort of further developed, like matured into sort of more of itself, you know. He gives even more of that body. There's so much power and torque in absolutely everything he does. You really see it in small waves as well, right? I guess in the bigger stuff, power's provided by the wave. Everyone can kind of hit the lip late, but even in the small stuff, Aleko just drives that board so hard. You see him here, just winds in from the very get-go. The board's just always twitching with kind of kinetic energy and excitement as he loads up and just goes again, just shrouping through it. Sometimes you need that hit. It can get a bit sluggish this way. We've seen a couple of heats, gets a bit soft and slow, and you kind of need someone to just sort of fire up, and he doesn't mind at all about throwing all sorts of body shapes out there, maneuvering that surfboard. Got that experience, he's got that confidence as well. He's had a good year this year, he's going well, he's poised for a big finish.
Yeah, that's right. It's, as you said, he's so quintessentially Alejo, isn't he? You know, as soon as you see him up and riding, you know who it is. And as you see, Hazelwood driving down the line, another really unique surfer. He's going to go for a big lip line floater and another one. Can he make it? He cannot. I suppose that's part of, I mean, that was a very radical turn and very difficult, but I think it's Reef's completion ratios in surfing that might have sort of held him back. He's such a talented surfer, isn't he, Justin? Like, in terms of natural talent, Reef's probably right up there with the world's best almost.
Yeah, he's pretty amazing. Even in the airs on his forehand is one of the best, I reckon. I've been lucky enough to surf with him quite a lot. We're good friends, I'd say. I stayed with him on the Sunshine Coast. And
right.
Yeah, he amazes me by the speed in the backside. It's pretty great.
And do you think, I mean, is there a reason why? I mean, obviously that talent level is so high, but he hasn't quite been able to get there on the competitive side. Is that something that he's probably still working on, or is there any reason for that you would know, or it's a hard question?
It's so hard. The ocean dictates a bit the way heat goes, and you'd make a heat 1 year and it would change the whole year, and could change your career. I reckon it just, you gotta keep trying, and one day it will fall into place.
Yeah.
And I reckon he's right up there, and he's just waiting for the good timing and to be ready when it comes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's never given up. He's always, you know, trained hard, always been in the mix, and yeah, with talent like that, yeah, you expect him to be always be dangerous. Seeing those scores coming in now, we've got a bit of a final sort of. All the scores have been locked in after that massive flurry, and we've got a big number there for Alejo, a 7.03, and there he is waving to get it off the marshal. So 7.03 and a 4.77. Kuzma 6.67.
We were talking about physicality with Jacko Baker. He's hench, isn't he? Look at the size of him, Muniz. He's an absolute sort of just muscles, shoulders everywhere, and just uses all of that strength. Then muscling would be kind of exactly what he did on that wave, right? He sort of muscled himself up a 7, so just kind of forced the issue there. Judges liked it.
Yeah, and it sort of, well, hold that thought as a really nice looking wave for Josh Burke. First turn's crucial, real carving, nice long line. That second section did make itself available. There's the second one, a little bit sticky, but still in the mix. Now hoping for a finish down the line, doesn't get it. So really looking nice wave. Meanwhile, Kuzma, he's always all over that board. His feet's always moving around. He's part of his surfing, isn't it, Paul? That you never quite know what's going to happen. and he came off there. Meanwhile, Alejo just kicking out.
Yes,
So,
I mean, someone else with a great rig, Jordan Cousinet. He works out. He's physically, he's very well prepared. He's got loads of strength as well. Sometimes a bit too much, basically, for the kind of the laws of hydrodynamics. And he saw that rail just kind of pop out there.
well, a bit like Alejo and Cousinet, sorry, they've had their injury issues over the years, and they've, you know, so to get themselves absolutely 100% physically at their peak performance, they put so much effort into getting fit. And yeah, they're just such human specimens, really strong. Sometimes, yeah, overpowering themselves almost. In this case, Muniz just getting the balance right. Cousinet going a bit too much. But those two surfers right now have a pretty solid, you know, a solid hold on this heat with those two high numbers.
Yeah, it was interesting, Justin, talking about like goals, and you, Justin, just trying to have fun a bit more this year. Mondays, he's trying to have a bit less fun, so he's been actually kicked out of the VIP the last couple of years. This year, he's basically trying to get through the week without getting booted out. So it's cool to see everyone just kind of adjusting.
I'm just taking it heat by heat.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
trying to,
try get sacked, trying to get kicked out.
Trying a different approach this year, where I'm just sort of concentrating on the actual commentary booth more so, rather than the fun stuff. And we'll see how it goes. So it's early days.
So far, looks good to me, mate.
It's early days.
You're holding it together. I've been surprised.
Don't want to get ahead of myself, but we'll see what comes. You know, comes finals days. Anything's possible. Okay, and all of these surfers. You know, we had a really slow heat in that last heat, and then suddenly it just with this joint, it can absolutely turn on. All four surfers getting at least 3 waves, so a big lows. But right now, there's a little bit of a break in the proceeding. The ocean's just getting a little bit slow. We see Alejo at the current heat leader. But while there's a break in the ocean, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to Portugal. We are here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. We've got some sets approaching the lineup. The 12 minutes on the clock in this heat. Alejo Muniz so far being the standout. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Justin Becret, who has got through. I think, Paul, you've got a question for Justin, have you? You seem to be just, no questions?
Well, before I was just asking about surfing this wave, mate, basically, because from up here it looks like relatively straightforward. You've got big open face, carve it up, hit the lip, but how hard is it to surf?
Well, today it's actually a bit better, I reckon, because the wind is so soft. But on some days, especially on the free surfs, it's so hard. You've got all the top guys in the world.
Who are the worst people to free surf with if you're trying to get warm-up waves? Who's a nightmare?
I won't say. I might be one of the worst.
Okay,
I don't know.
yeah.
No, I hope not. But yeah, it's a tough wave to read. And I've been hearing guys telling me that they wouldn't surf anywhere else, and that's what I do too, because you have to get used to the wave, and once you get somewhere else, the energy changes so much, you can get used to another wave and come back here and you don't know how to surf anymore. So that's why I come here early and try to get in rhythm with this wave and try to get used to the type of surfing it requires.
Well, one man that's in rhythm is Alejo Muniz. He's out in front. He's had a 7.03 and a 4.77. He's had a really great year on the rankings. You can see him there on 4th place. So it made a final, and a win here would see him qualify for the CT, which would be an incredible story. Not there yet, but he does need just a win here. He's possible he can go home to Brazil as a CT surfer for 2025. So he had a really, really strong year as the veteran. And really got a bit of background info. I mean, there's a big wave just comes through the lineup. All the surfers out of position from a news like a big set. I think there was talk of a building swell potentially coming through in the afternoon. That might be the first sign of some new energy in the ocean. They've all been caught out of position.
Yeah, if Alejo gets out of this round, he will improve his overall numbers. So it'll be a result for him if he gets through this and gets into the round of 32, Ben.
Yeah, well, let's see how we got there. We've got some footage of Alejo's season. Have a little look at it and let's unpick it, Paley. So this is from Sydney when Alejo went all the way to that final, and with big turns like that, his backhand is lethal. And you can just see, you talk about that muscle and that energy, Paulie, all stuff like that. Really strong, and that is meaty section.
I mean, we were basically surfing a really thick closeout, essentially, is what it was, right? When especially when it's at that size, and he's just tearing the place apart, giving it the full treatment, absolutely belting the lip. You just sort of see, you know, a lot of these surfers with the experience, when they get on a roll, they kind of know, they're very aware, not only just rhythm with the ocean, I feel like with the judges as well, and just kind of scores they're getting, they just know they're on. And that's one of the keys, I guess, to a successful career, is just realizing when it's your moment and making the most of it, maximizing.
Yeah, absolutely. So great year. Not done yet, but he's put himself in a really good position. Saw the surfer ranked 1 place above him, George Patara, already knocked out. So there's already some real estate up on top of that board. And if he can get through this, he's already improved, and if he can go all the way to the final and win it, well, he's locked in for the CT. So that's Alejo Muniz. Kuzanate, he's a low seed. He's ranked way down the 70s, so he's had a few issues. So, but he's so dangerous, isn't he, Justin? Like when you've surfed against Jorgen so many times throughout your career, just wait. He's just so unpredictable, isn't he?
Yeah,
like big laybacks like that, for example. You never know what he's going to do sometimes.
Exactly. He's got this turn locked in, and he's so powerful. It's always good to be against him. Pushes you, and you're never à l'abri. You're never safe.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah, exactly. Big laybacks up there.
Yeah, he's putting a good heat together. That's good.
It's not been a great season on the Challenger for the Euros, is it? Just looking down the rankings there, we've got Marco Mignon in the top 10. Gassian Delay 19th. Other than that, it's not been a classic in the men anyway, in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this year Marco's on a roll. He got a final in Huntington. I reckon he deserves it so much. He works hard and
got the amazing air game, and he's super competitive as well.
Yeah, for sure. Gassian too. He got a semi-final in Narrabeen, I reckon. So
yeah,
that was,
so he's down there. Yeah,
that was a
19th.
good result, and he's trying to improve on that. No, we're here. We're maybe a bit behind, but we're still here.
Yeah, and especially at home in a wave you all know so well. I mean, you must remember it. This wave is really important. It'd be great to see a European.
I've been seeing even Charlie surfing very good here, and yeah.
Right, representing.
Don't sleep on the Euros.
No, not at all. No, you never count them out. Yeah, such a talented posse. All the French crew, the Basque, obviously, and then the Portuguese down here as well. So, got Federico Moraes, who's been, he hasn't won a heat all year, but we know how good he is, and he's still in the event. So, yeah, lots of possibilities with the Euros kicking on. See down there, there's a lot of nervous people looking out there at the ocean right now.
Yeah, that's my mum.
Oh, there's your mum.
Yeah, Nanook and Vincent.
Right.
Look.
They're all looking for Kuzanate. What's your mum's advice? She pretty good on the surf advice. Any strategy she passes on?
She's more on the nutritionist side.
Okay, gotcha.
And yeah, she told me to eat this morning.
What sort of stuff? What sort of stuff you been eating? What was for breakfast?
Eggs.
Okay. Scrambled, poached.
Yeah, poached eggs, scrambled. Any type of eggs, protein.
Nice, nice. Okay, well, that's right. You've got your all bases covered. Your mum and the nutrition. Got your mates around. And this is a recap. It's been all about this man, kind of, Paul.
Yeah.
Hello, He's been on fire.
He's just relentless, isn't he, basically? And particularly, you know, you give him a glimpse, you give him a glimmer, and he just absolutely grabs those opportunities with both hands. Look at him, just driving that ball down the line. Sort of snapped that one too hard and lost control, but just served a bit of warning. Jorgan has been good value. He's worked for speed. He's sort of found these steeper sections. You have to be patient as well. That's a big part of it here. And he just gets that degree of difficulty, really. Kind of landed that turn, both his feet in the middle of the board, and then good enough to recover and swoop it again. And he's able to unlock good sections that just run through. And other surfers in this heat, there's not been loads of opportunities. We haven't had loads of waves ridden, and it's about taking those opportunities when they come. That's exactly what Alejo was able to do here. Just drive it in, winding that body into steep sections, giving it the full treatment. And he got a 7 for this, and just sort of lit the heat up at this point. And you're thinking, you know, this was just his second wave. He got a 7 early on, and right, we're on here, game on. But since then, it's not been that much to get excited about, Ben.
No, and it had some big waves, like some sets pull through and actually get them out of position. So maybe just a, whoa, and there's a massive aerial from Josh Burke. Just caught him, went super high, landed in the flats almost, and then tried to hang on by laying back and couldn't quite make it. So you're going to see this. This has looked pretty big from what we saw of it. Generate some speed. Tail high. Just didn't swing it around, Justin. You don't get that many aerial sections out here. I mean, in your heat, we saw your opponent Carlos.
yeah.
He got a couple in, but
Exactly.
how often do they pop up, you reckon, those type of aerial sections at this wave?
Well, you just gotta look for the section and have enough speed to do the air. That's the tricky part, because you often get under a section like from behind, and you have to get around it. So that's why you don't see many airs. But when the guys can do them like that, Jorgan did one on his first wave. Well, it's surely impressive.
Yeah. And what about sort of, you have to, obviously the big changes in the way this wave operates over the different tides, but you know, how's it changed? It's high tide coming up now. How different is it? Is it more compacted? What are the differences?
Well, I feel like the peak is a bit more clear,
right,
and on one spot. Other than when it's lower tide, there are 2 peaks, and you can just.
The priority maybe comes in a lot more towards the high tide. Really significant to have that prio.
Exactly. Yeah, you hold on to the prio, and you can see the good waves. See Reef, just enjoying it.
Keeping the rhythm, maybe a little just technique to keep himself focused.
Is that drums or maracas, do we think?
I think it was drums, but yeah, he can play both. He can play both. Imaginary. Yeah, he's pretty good on both. So yeah, just perhaps a way of keeping himself focused and not too worried about it. He needs a 6.9. He needs a big score. He has got priority, and he can generate some big numbers. We're talking about the air game as well. If he gets that speed and goes to the air on those backhand rotors he's got. But right now, he's trying to drum up some waves. He needs a set. He needs it now. He's got 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to stay relaxed here. We talk about surfers sitting with priority. Sometimes it can feel like a burden. I think right here, he's just trying to keep his mind mentally light, because he knows he needs a pretty good number, 6.9, right? That's the requirement. I don't mind that, though, with Reef. I like to see him needing like a pretty decent number. He's trying to go for a 4 or 5 or something. You don't know what's going to come. I think with a good requirement for him, he basically needs a 7 or better. He's going to need to flare up, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, no need to worry now, you know. He knows what he needs, and he knows that he can do it, so he's just trying to stay relaxed and be open to any opportunity he gets, and yeah, that's how it goes.
Exactly, everyone's got their own approaches, and that was the beauty of the sport. It doesn't look good though, those lines out there, it looks pretty lacking a bit of motion in the ocean, so Reef just praying that something comes in. Anything will do right now. A minute on the clock. Also down there, Josh Burke, who went for that massive air. He needs a 7.73, so he needs a big number. So the Barbasian also in the bit of strife at the moment. The only good thing in Reef's favour, he has got any pick of any way that comes through. A few little lumps starting to come his way now. He gets on his board to have a look over. see what's out there. 45 seconds now. Such a shame when you had those priority and those big waves rolled through and he was caught inside. I mean, that's just nothing you can do about that. You pick your spot. You say it's quite defined on high tide, then all of a sudden something comes out of the blue and rolls you down. So sort of unlucky in that regard for Reef. And he's still holding his spot. 25 seconds left on the clock. I mean, this is surfing. You can only do what you got to do. Burke looking around. He's in fourth priority. He's in even a worse position. Manise looking pretty safe. It's just Kuznets who would now be worrying with 10 seconds left on the clock, but with almost nothing on the go. It looks like Reef's going to have a crack at this stage. This last wave of Reef Hazel. He's up for the hooter. First turn's pretty crucial. Nice carve. Second one is his trademark backhand style. Puts his foot on the back here. It's just waiting for an air section potentially or another turn. It's good surfing and it's rhythmical, but it's not a whole lot of open face. It's not a big wave either. It's just going to go all the way. He's not giving up. He cracks it and keeps cracking it. You can tell by his own body language that he probably doesn't think himself that's the high 6. It's not the best wave of the heat, and you can see the disappointment. You know, fought to the end, did his best, but just that wave.
It was well surfed. I mean, he tagged it relentlessly. I think that's a wry smile on his face there at the moment. Let's just see where this does go with the panel, but it is that big requirement in at 6.9.
Yeah, as you said, he surfed it really well. And that first turn was great.
First turn's big, and then he just stays with it here. This is the bit where it's problematic, because anytime you got that break in the wave in terms of linking up the turns and having to wait to generate speed, but the actual turns that he's doing here are dynamic and they're crisp. There's no bogging at all. I mean, that board just looks great for him. So much sort of power. It's effortless the way he gets the speed. The technique is like, you know, it's textbook. But just that wave, and particularly that part in the middle of the wave, which you tend to think is going to kind of dampen and compress the score a little bit. But I reckon Joe going to be a little bit nervous.
Yeah, you never know until the scores come in. He wouldn't have seen, you know, obviously he hasn't had the virtue of the replay we have. So he knows what Reef can do, knows how dangerous he is. So he'll be worried until that score drops. Looks like it's official though. Just getting those scores to come in. It looks like Reef didn't get enough, so it's officially through that Alejo is on fire. He's progressing through the heat. He can win. He can get on the CT here this week, so another great result from him. Kuznets on a bit of a roll. Good to see him getting back in the groove. Also, really good to see, you know, those two sort of veterans keep cracking back. Good to have you, Paul. Justin Becret, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth, giving your insights, mate.
No, thank you guys
good luck
for
for the rest
having me.
of the week. I mean, the goal is to have fun, but I hope you get a few more heats as well. Good luck for the rest of the event. See you later on.
Thank you, guys.
Though, we're going on a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome back to Ericeira, Portugal, the Challenger Series back in town in Europe, having a look at a great looking heat, looking at the talents of Jackson Bunch of Hawaii, number 7 on the ratings in Gentile, with experience on the championship tour. He's lurking in 26. He's due a result. Let's see how he goes here. We're going to have plenty of experience and quality in the form of Nat Young, the goofy. Super powerful, amazing backhand surfer. One of the best around, really. Also looking at Owen Moss. I'm Paul Evans. Chico Alves is back in the studio. And how about the talent in the water right now, mate?
Yeah, the talent is incredible. We've got Jackson Bunch, as you said, Ian Gentile, Nat Young, and Owen Moss, and conditions are looking really good. We've got a couple of big names coming up, and yep, straight off to it, Ian Gentile.
Yeah, here he goes, just carving this up, and then he'll get on the gas. Really well timed hit, loads of spray, and then a bit more tail release there. So variety and the finish, his balance is amazing. Very well done.
Yeah, that was one of those waves that kind of bends a bit to the inside and opens up really well, and that was a really nice wave selection by Ian Gentile. Ian Gentile was one of the standouts on the CT once he got there. He surfed so well, some big open faces. I can remember he did really well in El Salvador as well, so he's no stranger to long point
yeah, he's got that sort of quiet energy about him, didn't he, as well? He was like the quiet achiever. There wasn't loads of hype around him, and he absolutely ripped.
Yeah, as we see the replay, big air reverse on the first wave. So this was during the break. We didn't saw this one. This is Nat Young, little on his backside, just a quick whip off the top, really tight in the pocket. He jams it really hard, and you can get really tight and vertical. The surf from California, and nice snap again. Looking really good, Nat Young, and a couple of big backhand jams to start this one off, and such a long wave he had. So nice finish. Got a bit disguided by the backwash, but he is the guy that is looking on fire this year. Jackson Bunch, a couple of big results so far, and looking really whippy and fast off the top. I'm wondering if that's an old board that works really, really well for him. It has looked a bit yellow, but as we see now, Ian Gentile on that last one, nice snap off the top. I really enjoy the combination of maneuvers here. He did a good job of maintaining control, and he exploded that last section. So nice job there by Ian Gentile on that one. And, a lot of waves ridden on this one, and in this case we saw another wave by Nat Young here on the inside while paddling out. Nice, a bit better from Nat Young there. Big turn off the top, gets up there again, just waits for the wave to build up. Let's see what he can do, and bango, nice snap there, and another one. So a lot of turns done, and with a lot of commitment, and nice wave there by Nat. Jackson Bunch again. Paul, take it away this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so liberated with his surfing. He's so light on his feet. The speed in the transition after he goes off the top and then into the bottom, they're just absolutely tagging it. I mean, there's just so many sections for him. Really dynamic surfing, so light on his feet. And after a couple of heats where we have some little holes in the action a bit, this one just kicking off absolutely furious. All of those sets. I mean, that's exactly the kind of energy that Reef Hazelwood was just desperate to come through at the end of that last heat, which, you know, ultimately ended on a bit of a whimper. And this one, straight out the gates, just all fire. So we've got numbers to come in all over the place. It's just Owen Moss, actually, who'll wait patiently. Hasn't ridden away, but scores to come in elsewhere. Nat Young, 5.57. Gentile, the 5.33. But Jackson Bunch, that last wave in particular, could be a significant number for him, not only in the context of this heat, but the season. Jackson coming into this one at 7 on the rankings in the Challenger Series, and already just by making this round, he will add to his total. So surfers like George Pitart under threat because he's been eliminated already. By the end of this round, I think we'll shake up Challenger Series ratings. Let's see where we go with this. Nat Young with that paddle back out. The vet, one of those surfers who, you know, every time he takes off on a right, there's a bit of size. There's a really good chance of getting an 8, basically, every time on the backhand because he's so powerful. He's got that technique, absolutely incredible. Let's see if we get some energy from the ocean here. A little bit, this swell's been a feature as what it's going to do this week. Basically going to pulse this week. We're not getting anything drop off and kind of waiting for our next system. They're almost kind of queuing up, these west swells, aren't they, Shika? So we had a pulse yesterday. It was really solid. We heard Nazaré was like 15 foot, big waves up there yesterday. And then that dropped off overnight a little bit, or actually, you know what? Overnight, there was still some waves this morning. It's dropped a little bit throughout the day, but we're expecting it to pulse again, actually, hopefully later this afternoon.
Yeah, there's another swell on the way, and that's good signs because for now, looks a bit slower.
This is why we're here this time of year, right? So the autumn time in Europe is when we generally expect kind of favourable. Everything looks good. We get these storms come through, these big depressions, often as lows as swell. We've got good conditions as well. Let's go and hear from someone who absolutely locked into those conditions. He's got plenty of power. He's ripping. Alejo Muniz is with Binzi.
All right, thanks a lot, Paul. Down here with the winner of the last heat, Alejo Muniz. And I want to ask you about the conditions, because there are a lot of waves. There's also a lot of lulls.
Yeah, our heat started really, really good. You know, the first 12 minutes were pumping, and I was like, oh, this is going to be a really high-scoring heat. And then it just went flat for the second half. Now it's pumping back again. I was glad it went flat because I had second priority and I was in first place. But it's always really nervous when you don't know when the next set is coming, and especially here that every wave is really good. So yeah, just stoked to be in front of that part of the heat.
Priority can be a bit of a curse here because we've seen a lot of guys sit and wait with priority. And it's a long wave. You can score some points down the bottom, right?
Yeah, you can. And there is like these mid-sized ones that you cannot see if you're sitting like too far out. So yeah, I just was trying to sit with the other guys and take my chances.
Run us through your equipment. Is this your everyday go-to shortboard?
Yeah, it's my everyday. I rode it once before the event started and it felt really great. So I haven't surfed on it again, just during my heat. And probably it's the board that I will keep it for the rest of the event.
And I want to ask you, it's been a long time between drinks since you're on the championship tour. You're looking very good this year. Where's the hunger come from for this incredible performance you've put on so far in 2024?
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, it's been a long journey. You know, I've been through 2 different surgeries on each knee, so many highs and lows, but I'm a father. My son has 6 years old. I have a beautiful wife, a nice family, and that's why I keep pushing for them.
So your son never seen you surf on the championship tour, right?
Not on the championship tour. He was here last year. He saw me in a few events, but hopefully I can take him next year.
Well, good luck with that, and good luck with the rest of the end.
Thank you so much.
All right, congratulations. Alejo Muniz, back up to you guys in the box.
I reckon there's a really good chance of the lad seeing Alejo on the championship tour soon. Of course, coming into this one in 4th and absolutely ripping already in the early rounds. A lot of surfing yet to come though, but his form looked good. We've been talking about that story quite a lot. It's been a theme of surfers that maybe a little pause in their careers in terms of we haven't seen as much of them, or they fall off tour, and then injuries, they do take their toll, mate. It's sort of surfing these guys have been doing since a young age with the airs. A lot of taking its toll on the knees, particularly on the ankles as well. There's all sorts of things, and that kind of new energy, getting reinvigorated, getting fit again, maybe a change in your life situation, finding different motivations and having a family. And you love to see the comeback energy. Everyone loves a comeback story, don't they, Shika?
Yeah, and 2 different surgeries on each knee it's wild. Like I haven't heard a story like that in a while. Some guys have a few and they just bail, you know, like just to say, okay, I had enough. I'm not ready to come back. I don't have the will. And Alejo, what a story. Sorry, I thought Net Young was catching that wave, but yeah, what a story for Alejo, and a 667 for Net Young for that last one, and Jackson Bunch with a 423 for that beautiful surfing. Thought that could be a bit higher. Felt really fast and wavy off the top with no bobbles at all. So 423 for Jackson Bunch. It was one of the standouts last year in Ericeira, and Net Young, you're on the inside on a good looking one.
There goes that. Bang. First turn. Doesn't need to do too much. Just kind of prods it. And then the section just isn't really there. That's why no one else is interested in that way. That's why they will just let that slip inside. And he thought, why not? You know, let's go. Let's see what happens to the inside. He can afford to do that from the bottom of the pecking order. It won't be anything that adds to his score. And he'll just stay loose and live. He's Speaking of veterans, Nat Young was very much the same sort of generation, wasn't he, as Alejo? They kind of came around together and got on tour similar sort of times. Nat Young has been an outstanding performer down the years. And would love to get back on the championship tour and see how he can go in this event, because 2 to go, including this one. We'll head to Brazil after this. Opportunity for big points. We will need to go deep into the events. It's so stacked with every heat, so much talent and a lot at stake for so many people. There's so many kind of situations unfolding for everybody. I guess it's all really a case of trying to keep everything simple, Sheik. I don't think too much about season points. I mean, we got to break down kind of what everyone needs and where those scenarios will put them. And I know surfers also inevitably going to be doing the maths, but how hard is it just to kind of concentrate on the next heat, the next wave?
It might be really hard, especially for surfers sitting in like 7, 8, 9, and 10. Just in that bubble conversation all the time, and with a few events left, it might be a bit stressful to be in a position where Jackson Bunch is right now. He's sitting in third, not quite found his rhythm yet, doing such a good year, and bowing out probably a bit too early for a guy with this level. Might be really hard.
What about the Euros, mate? We talked about it. It was just down a little bit. Just Marco inside the top 10 and Gassian at 19. So 2 surfers inside the top 20. That's not a lot for the Europeans. And for the boys, anyway, it's a very different story actually on the women's side. But what's going on there? Where are the Euros?
Well, we've got Marco. He's doing a really good year. And Gassian, as you said, I don't know, mate.
Where's everybody else?
You need to ask them. You need to ask them.
I'm asking you as our expert analyst.
Well, I think there's a gap in generations, and that's normal. And sometimes you have those few years where you just need some breathe off in between generations, and then there's a stronger one. We saw that happen with the Australians. We saw that happen with the Americans. And there's always that phase where you've got like 4 or 5 guys that are amazing. And then when they finish off their career, it tends to have a gap in generations. I don't know why. So maybe Europe is going through that gap.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, Marco.
We had the Euro Force.
Yeah.
And after that, there's a bit of a gap. And now there's signs of Marco Gassian showing off and performing well. Jorgen as well. We just saw him performing really well. So there's a lot of big names. Afonso Antunes, Guy, Fred being, of course, one of the standouts over the last few years on the CT. But yeah, there's a bit of a gap.
That's a very different story on the women's side. Of course, a bunch of talent looking towards those qualification positions, but of course just 5 spots for the women, so it is super, super tough. Meanwhile, 14.5 to go in this. Nat Young, the vet, he'll lead this one, a 6.67. His previous to last is the highest score we've had in this heat. He's put about a point on the best wave of Gentil, which was 5.73, and that's where we are in this one. Owen Moss has not been tempted for anything so far. Got priority in sitting with it past the halfway point. He needs to get a wave soon, Chico.
Yeah, he's sitting with priority, and we have seen guys sitting a long time waiting for waves have been losing hits, which is something that a coach would say to you, it's important, wait for the good one, right?
Talked about that mental fortitude. Owen Moss will need a bit more of that. He'll need some patience too. Under the 14-minute mark, little lull in the action here. It's Nat Young and Ian Gentil surfing with the CT experience in the lead. More live action from Portugal right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to live coverage of the EDP Ericeira Pro. Ian Gentile, layback hammer. That's the signature move for him. Uncharacteristically, he'll put that one down. Won't contribute to his tally with that particular incompletion, but trying to throw everything at it when you're deprived of opportunities. You've got to try and maximize anything that came through. That's why he threw everything at that. Went for one big, huge turn. We'd like to see the risk taken. Meanwhile, bit of energy coming through. Will we tempt Owen Moss into a wave? So far, he's not been overly excited by anything he's seen come through. This was Jackson Bunch during the break, Chico, and once again, spicy in the pocket.
He found a really good one. He smashed it, 3-turn combo out the back and looking really solid. This was the exact wave he was looking for. Just the right pace to the wave and the right rhythm to it, and he surfed it really, really well. So I think this is going to help Jackson Bunch situation a lot in this heat scenario. And Owen Moss yet to catch a wave still. So quite a difficult position to be in with 10 minutes to go. But I tell you what, needing a 6-8-3 on that last one, I think Jackson is going to be really close to that score.
Yeah, I mean, it's if it's a tactic as such, it's not working. He needs to change it. I mean, there's scores going around him. We've got surfers getting 5s and 6s. If there was just like maybe one other person with a decent score, you'd think, all right, there's not been a lot come through. People are grubbing around. They're catching 2s and 3s. But, you know, you're hearing your opponents getting 5s, 6s, numbers of that order. You're not doing the right thing by sitting there with Protein not catching waves. He will need to get a wave soon. 9.5 on the clock. Moss needs to fire up here. Let's see if he's tempted here. We've got lines coming through. Maybe the second wave of this, possibly the third one might tempt him. Third one looks bigger, actually. So the first one just cap under. Let's see if he's tempted by this. But these waves just backing off a bit on the apex of the peak in. He's not into it at all. Actually, that one will just pretty much go soft and not offer him anything. So on that particular occasion, not really anything rideable coming through, but previous to that we have had decent looking waves coming through, and right now conditions are looking a little tricky out there in terms of opportunity. Let's go and get an update with Travis Logie with Binzi.
All right, thanks fellas. Travis, it was pretty low early, it's got high in a hurry. What's going on right now?
Yeah, Binzi, it changes so fast over here, so we're going to go and hold at the end of this heat. Obviously that tide's filling in and it just gets slower and slower every 30 minutes, so we're going to go and hold and come back at 5 p.m, take a look at it. There's quite a bit of cloud around today, so hopefully the glare stays away.
And 5 p.m. for a 5:30 potential kickoff. How many heats can we run before it gets dark?
We could squeeze in 3 easily before it gets too dark, so that's the plan. 6, 7, and 8, I think, are on hold, so we'll come back at 5 and take a look.
So with the high tide, you know, consistently through the middle of the day this week, are we going to have to do a bit of this, do you think, dance around to get to the finals?
For the next couple of days, and then as we get towards the end of the week, we kind of get the low tide gets to the middle of the day, so it'll more be maybe you waiting in the morning and then going surfing all day, so we'll see.
We've had great waves so far. What have you thought of the standard of competition?
Oh, it's always through the roof, and especially when you have waves, it's just an amazing canvas for the surfers out there. Love coming back here.
All right, 4 hours for a lazy European lunch, and we'll be back at 5.
Absolutely, a little siesta, and we'll be back.
All right, half a heat to go. Back to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Binzi. Great work. Trav Logie going on hold just because of the high tide. We'll be back later. Chance to try and squeeze out 3 more, so he's keen to go again. We know it'll be fun later before dark. The glare was an issue yesterday. There's a lot of factors going on here, Chico.
Yeah, can be fun in the afternoon. As you said, it's a bit cloudy, so I don't think the glare will affect it too much. So yeah, I think we can squeeze a few more eats in and can't wait for it. So as been said, a bit of a lazy European lunch and a 6.17 for Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of lazy, it's not the reason why Owen's not caught any waves, but he's just been inactive completely. He hasn't been tempted by anything, and you're hearing your surfers, you know, another good wave coming through. That was his wave if he wanted it. So, yeah, questionable, really, in terms of the tactics from him. Let's have a look if he'll go here. Doesn't look like he will, so he's not tempted at all, and he's just sitting with that priority for an absolute eternity. Nat Young's numbers have still got him in the lead. Jackson Bunch has got himself in contention here. He's put himself close. So 4.89 is the number he needs to get past Ian Gentile. Ian with a couple of fives early on. So most of the scores, most of the decent work came early in the heat, with the exception of that 6.17. There's Owen Moss. Looks like he's going to put himself in position. Just have a little look, realising that one's going completely soft around him. So he's been really starved. An opportunity here as we count down towards that 6-minute mark. What's he thinking right now, Owen Moss? What's going through his mind, Chico?
Yeah, I think he might be thinking he got a bit too selective, and he missed a couple of opportunities just because of the total of the other surfers. There were waves, and good waves ridden. So yeah, sometimes just sitting there with priority is just a curse, you know. Like if you speak to anyone that has competed here, it feels good when you have third or fourth priority sometimes.
Yeah, well, let's just flip that situation around though. You know what? He only needs a couple of fives though, actually. You know, you look at the numbers required. So he doesn't need a combo, but you don't worry about that too much. And you think two waves, a couple of decent fives, 2 sixes. Very gettable scores for him. We saw that from him in the early round. He will need to ride away pretty soon though. Is he going to be tempted here? Owen Moss will go eventually. So after almost 25 minutes of inaction, he'll get in and he'll just snap off a rail and just stay and carve in the pocket. Really nice style from him, crisp surfing, just pushing that one. And then displacing a bit of water, but he knows that that didn't have a section that kind of ran down the reef here. And he's been frustrated in this. He's not found rhythm at all. There haven't been loads of opportunity, but there has been some. And he's not been able basically unlock it to tune in with it. Let's have another look at this wave that he decided to go on. He waited a long time. Was it worth the wait?
No, yet again, we've seen the guys waiting more than 20 minutes for a wave and not being able to post a big number. So the wait was just a bit too long, in my opinion. But with 4 minutes to go, let's see if he can come back on this one. We've seen guys turn eats around, especially in waves like Choco and stuff like that, where the paddle back out is really quick in a matter of minutes. But in Ribera, it's a bit harder. But look at him.
Jackson Bunch, he needs a number here. 4 to go. Here he goes. He's in third at the moment. 4.89. Bang. First turn. Just rakes that rail through the lip line. Again, wow. In the pocket, putting plenty in. Nice vertical stinging hit. Loads of ball through the lip. Ain't done yet. He'll join up the dots through to the inside, and he'll spank it again. And once more, Ian Gentile could be under a bit of pressure here. Hits it again. So Jackson Bunch, that's why he's going well on the Challenger Series this year. That kind of spicy surfing. It's speedy, it's whippy, it's dynamic. The board does a lot. The amplitude from the bottom of the wave all the way to the top of the wave. Judges tend to like that. Hang on, here's Ian Gentile, a little bit of foam on the face. That's from Jackson's wave. What can he do with it? Into the lip, snaps out the tail, and then just driving through a soft section. He'll wrap one around. He'll stay pretty composed here. Now he's got a steep bit of a runner, and will almost kind of bog on that carve just because the wave slowed up so much. Again, through to the inside. There's that layback. Foot comes off the tail pad. That is a signature maneuver, and he'll just dry dock that all the way up. So putting everything into that last turn, which is entertaining for everybody on the beach. Ian Gentile basically ran out of ocean to get the completion there. Here's Nat Young, the heat leader. He'll use priority. Not a great looking outside section, actually. Not a great choice of wave, with the benefit of having seen it unfold. Owen Moss with priority again. That wave just actually shut down around him. It actually ran a little wide on him, but he might get an opportunity out the back. So scores for everybody to come through. Owen, just a 2.67 for that first quick wave that he got, but he's into single figures in terms of his requirement, but a good chance of that changing, actually, because we reckon Jackson Bunch is going to get a score. Here's Nat Young. What's he got for us? Bit of meat on this section. There's the first turn, just brings it back to the pocket. Does well to hang on the bottom turn. That's a classic Nat Young maneuver right there. Late to the lip and plenty of power and spank and spark. There's Moss with a soft one. Dejection from him in terms of the body language. He doesn't like it. He's been out of sorts in this. Jackson Bunch's number will be crucial to the context of this heat. He only needs a 4.89. Is he going to get that? Let's have another look here. This was Owen.
Yeah, Owen here just trying to find anything he can to make it happen, and ended up on a really, really bad wave again. So you got a 2 and a 0.43, but this is the important wave for Jackson Bunch. Nice carve there, winds up again. Nice snap, bang, vertical approach on that section. Gets up there again in time, and here you can see he's just like seeing where the rocks are. He gives a quick look. He has a look again, and he's like, oh, I can feel one more, and he does it. So clutch moment there for Jackson Bunch, needing 4.89. So let's see if he can do it. And this was the answer back from Ian Gentile. Nice blow of the fins there. Really nice composure. And this last turn, I tell you what, this was really, really technical. He gets a bit of a bog of the rail on this one, but this last turn was massive. Look at this. Bang! Blows the fins, and he was able to make it. So let's see where these scores are going to fall. And
when
if
you say he's able to make it, is this a make?
Yep.
That's counted as a make, is it?
I think it is.
Let's see what the judges think of that. I've seen very similar sort of things, I feel, not get scored in the past. It was a brilliant dynamic turn. It was super entertaining. It's going to be an interesting finish. Judges with it all to do here. Very significant numbers in terms of the context of this and in terms of seasons as well, because Jackson Bunch, a reminder, going really well on the ratings. He's well inside that top 10, and getting out of this round will add to his total for the season, so it will help him if he can get the score and get out of third, where he currently sits prior to the exchange coming through. So number for Ian Gentile and a number for Jackson Bunch to come in. We've got a number for Nat Young as well. Let's see where all of this puts us. Nat Young in first place position. Let's see if he can consolidate. Jackson Bunch to go to first will need something around a 6. We're waiting for his number to come in. We're also waiting for scores for Ian Gentile for that last manoeuvre, and it will be really crucial just essentially to figure out. That was the most dynamic turn, that last one in the Shorey, and if that's deemed a completion, then it will be a very healthy number indeed.
Well, the score for Jackson Bunch is coming in, and he has it. So 5.13. Question mark is, was Ian Gentile's wave a make? And if yes, is that a 5.58? A lot of sorts of things happening. Jackson Bunch, on the other end, might be praying for a no make for Ian Gentile.
You talk about degree of difficulty, technical surfing, like for sure that turn, it's really, really hard to do. If that is deemed a completion, you'd be thinking that's got to be a 5.5, right? That's kind of what it all real boils down to. But is it deemed complete? I mean, it's not his fault that the beach was there, but you know, we talk about that riding out in front of the whitewater. Well, you couldn't get in front of the whitewater. There wasn't any sea left. So yeah, to actually just kind of jog up the beach. Did he get it under control prior to that? We're going to find out soon. The judges are looking at that. Jackson Bunch at the moment in second, but under threat from the form of that wave ridden by Ian Gentile and the 5.58. That is the requirement for him. So that board that you mentioned looks a little bit yellow. Presumably an old favourite, that JS. All right, Nat's number's in. It's a bit of an improvement. It's not really going to change the sort of situation we're in, where it's Jackson Bunch. He's on in the red singlet on the right of your screen. We are waiting patiently, or rather waiting impatiently, to find out where this number for Ian Gentile. The work prior to that last turn, Chico, Ian Gentile did we see loads there towards a 5.5? It was kind of going through the motions a little bit. It does feel like it all really came down to that last turn.
Yeah, they're watching if that was a make or not. And sorry, I couldn't hear you.
just saying that the work that Ian Gentile did before that last manoeuvre, didn't score loads of points, it just kind of set up what all really you feel comes down to that finishing manoeuvre in the shorey.
Yeah, I feel like that last maneuver, though, was, as you said, really, really technical. Was just one of those laybacks that we don't see that often. We saw yesterday Rainer could be doing one of those and getting a big number. But, well, score is in. They deemed incomplete. 3.5.
Yeah, numbers in, so it's Jackson Buncher makes it through. It's deemed incomplete. I had a feeling that might happen. It'll be disappointment for Ian Gentile. Meanwhile, it is Nat Young, the veteran, who gets the win. Let's go and have a chat with him. He's with Binzi. Okay, well, we'll just stick with this at the moment. We'll make it official there. So Jackson Bunch gets through, a crucial wave for him, and the dream stays alive in terms of qualification. He'll stay in second place, but crucially, he'll go through to the round of 32, and that will add points to his numbers for the season. So still alive here and still very much game on. That charge for the championship tour from the Hawaiian Jackson Bunch, and his squad is absolutely stoked. A tough heat, that one. Ian Gentile surfed really well and rallied and put everything into that last turn. Couldn't quite get it done. And the debrief with the squad and the sigh of relief. And really, all of that energy, you want to just bring it back. More of that sharp surfing for the later rounds. Looks like Binzi's in the spot. Let's go and have a word with Nat Young.
Yeah, we're here with Nat Young. There was a whole heap of scrambling going on, but it all seemed to be for second. Got to be ecstatic to be clear of that and take the win.
Yeah, it feels good to make a heat. Honestly, not a whole lot of pressure on me. It's been a pretty bad year, so just came here to kind of surf some heats, ride some waves. I kind of like just been overthinking things a little too much, so honestly didn't feel any stress or pressure on the last exchange at all. I felt like I got a couple waves that were decent, and that was enough for me.
A lot of people throw out the Bells comparisons. I mean, this is Cliffs. It's a big right point. Not quite buying it myself, but you've made the final at Bells before at the highest level, so feel comfortable on your backhand?
I feel comfortable here. I've come here a lot. The wave's obviously similar to Bells, similar to Santa Cruz. So that's actually one of the reasons why I came here, just because I like the wave and I like the place and just want to surf some heats. So, yeah.
You're cruising with Matt Myers and the team. Matt's a mate from Santa Cruz. What's it like being kind of with the pack?
Matt is a fellow Santa Cruz person here. Not many of them. So it's nice to see some familiar faces around the world. So, yeah.
And how good is it just to be, getting through some heats on the Challenger Series and maybe eyeing off a big finish to the year?
I mean, I haven't really gotten through too many heats this year, so honestly, I'm just kind of like trying not to have an absolute shocker. So that's a good step in the right direction. And yeah, I don't know. I just want to surf my best, and whatever happens, happens.
Any words to friends and family back home?
Yeah, what's up to everyone back home? It's pretty late probably, but thanks for watching, and hopefully keep it rolling.
All right, enjoy the rest of the day off.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Nat Young, back to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. Nat Young, the veteran, using all of that experience. He's not getting overly excited for the moment, Chico, but good surfing from him. And he talked about surfers who have a real natural fit for this wave. I mean, his technique, it almost seems like it's designed for Ribera Diles. The backhand from him is incredible. Doesn't mind if there is a bit of size. He's really good at taking on the bigger sections. Let's see how he can go. He's got no pressure on him as well.
Yeah, he's got no pressure. He's lethal on his backside, and sometimes when you don't have that extra pressure, you do those major results and you come back suddenly and you've got the mojo and everything goes your way.
Overall today, in terms of performances, you happy with what we've seen?
Yeah, we've seen some amazing waves, a bit smaller than yesterday, but I felt the wave was a bit more steep, and we saw some big turns. I love Tya Zebrowski performance, and yeah, that for me was the performance of the day.
Also felt like one of those days where, like, one of the takeaways would be that there's not always going to be loads of opportunities with four surfers in the water. When you get them, you got to make the most of them.
Yeah, we saw surfers making the priority curse mistake a lot, staying there a while, and anytime someone stayed more than 10 minutes waiting for a wave, tended to lose. And the ones keeping the rhythm going and catching a lot of waves, they got the ones that ran the whole way and performed well. So a tricky day to compete, but a lot of good surfing.
Yeah, Logan's having a few upsets as well. You're surprised to see George Pittar go out. He's so good on points. The style's amazing. Couldn't quite find the waves in his heat.
Well, this is one of those places that no matter who you are, if you're not connected and in rhythm with the ocean, you can easily lose your heat. So unfortunately for him, such a good surfer, as you said, so technical, and we've seen him surf so well in Bells Beach also, and Wiking Pop and waves similar to this spot, and this was one of the events I was looking forward to see him. Unfortunately losing, but I'm sure he will be back in Saquarema.
On the women's side, of course, one of the big stories from Europe, global surfing really, Tya Zebrowski, 13 years old, had a heat with CT veterans. Were you surprised to see her take down the likes of Macy Callahan, Nikki Van Dijk?
Well, I feel like in surfing, when we have one of these type of icons, just like Caitlin Simmons kind of thing, they're always in another gear.
She's that good? You think she's in that conversation?
She is. I think she's better than at that age with 13 years old. So I feel she has more power, and she's really a fearless competitor. You can tell by the eyes. She's here to win. So
have we ever seen a better 13-year-old than Tya?
Well, I haven't. From my generation and that I can remember, I cannot remember one like her.
What a story. That is absolutely incredible. All sorts of implications here throughout the week. We've gone on hold. It's basically because it's gone slow with the tide. But you know what? We're not done for the day necessarily. We're going to have a call at 5 p.m. for a possible 5:30 start. Maybe we're going to try and run 3 more heats. Well, we will run them as long as the glare isn't an issue. We've got some highlights. Check back worldsurfleague.com. We'll see you later.
easier to understand when you say Even 1,000, like I explained before, you know, the amount of points we see here to do. So it started in 1989 here. Before that, we had huge events for the nationals. Here in Galicia, hosted the first nationals in Portugal back in the early 80s. 89 for the first time, we had an event here, the national one. At the time, the Association of Surfing Professionals, the ASC, later on, not even 10 years ago, became the actual World Surf League at WSL. 89 with Robbie Lane, the winner on a final with the Glenn Winter. We had 1990, we had also a great final with Tom Holland and Tom Curry. And we had a lot of events here till the years late 90s. Then we went back on home in 1987 and started the World Tour Champions in Figure de Forge, North of us, until 2001. I believe that was the last one, 2000 actually, the last one we hosted in Figure de Forge. And we became here regularly for pretty much the last 20 years. So a lot of history here with this event in the village, obviously. It's a beautiful wave and a beautiful place to host an event for all the public. So there's a reason why this event has so much tradition. Ericeira was a whole different town at the time, but it's super good for everyone, for the community that's been developing so much the last few years thanks to that. Income tourism, a lot to do with these events. We are broadcasting live to all the world, and if you see these waves and you surf, it's going to be hard not to do it on your planes at the stop line. Our main sponsor, that's Electricity of Portugal, Eletricidade de Portugal. That's our main sponsors together with obviously the ACS community and also still the musical presence in the country. Rather than one always which you serve, there is a compromise of EDP. All of us in Portugal to become 100% green energy on the next 6 years for 2030. It's a big goal, but we're already on a good way to achieve it. Plenty of sun, plenty of natural energy in our beautiful country. So a lot of options. We get rid of coal energy, we got rid of that already. So thank you so much to EDP, our main sponsors, mainly sponsors. They're hosting the open sessions throughout the whole event with the local surf schools, free classes of social institutions, which is really, really cool. And the big involved with surfing in a lot of different places, They have a good project online too. Surf for tomorrow, following a couple of these negotiations happening all over the world too, and you can watch that on YouTube. Also, it's here workshops about sustainability. And there's gifts for everybody who's out. Those chairs are gifted on the group. And I believe that also is the way. That's it, chairs. The chairs is there's a personalized cap upstairs as well. So thank you so much. Electricity of Portugal. Also, thank you so much to Electricity. Electricity is official. Together with the group covered a lot with this moment, a lot of things in our community. I just announced this in 2019, just a few weeks ago, we came from Estrella for the European region for the World Surf League on Castles, arriving just about straight into this event actually, this last Saturday, and we drove all night to get here. And that was also celebrated by WSL. So still Galicia, official spears, and there will be some sunset parties at the bottom of Galicia on the 4th and on the 5th by 5 o'clock by the sponsors village, which everybody's invited. Also, big shout out to Ericeira and to all the locals, all the locals in Portuguese, and Ericeira Mata. Thank you so much. I remind you all that Ericeira is a World Surf Reserve for more than a decade now, but there's more. It's still around for the
Welcome back to live action. Here we are in Ericeira. Beautiful, beautiful evening glow of a beach that is ready for some action. Look at that crowd down there waiting for some of the world's best surfers to turn up. You can tell by the various attire, by the vibe that it's sunny and it's nice and there's waves. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. We're going to wait for the call. We've got 3 heats to run this afternoon is the plan. We're just going to find out if that in fact is the case. But I tell you what, you'd be a brave man to let down all those fans on the beach, wouldn't you, Chico? If you said, nah, we're not going on, you'd be pretty brave because this is packed, there's waves, and we're looking pretty positive.
Yeah, we've got a stacked heat on our end. Mickey McDonough, you won the first stop. So David Silva, past champion already in the water as well. Lucas Silveira, world champion out year. And Joaquim Chaves, the standout on the previous round. So what a heat we have on our hands, and the waves look dreamy, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. We had to wait for the high tide. There was a fair bit of sort of tide coming in. It was quite big tides. The only issue was the glare, which as the sun drops down in the Atlantic Ocean, it can get a bit difficult for the judges and the surfers, but we're going to get a call on that. But the signs look good. The waves are still pumping, plenty of swell. We'll knock off these 3 heats potentially this evening and see where we get. Some incredible surfers, some great waves. You see the little vibes of the place there. The glare doesn't look too bad from that angle, does it? You see all the learners and the surfers up there in the northern end still surfing their brains out. All the fans have come back down after a couple of hours off and have regrouped down on the sands of Ribeira de Ilache. It's looking pretty nice. I tell you what, these Portugal evenings this time of year, Chico, it's, you know, late September coming October, but you know, it's probably 23, 24 degrees, light winds, sunny skies. It's pretty dreamy at this time of year, isn't it?
And I love that the glare isn't affecting too much. It's just that perfect light to have some really good eats.
Okay. Well, let's see what's going on. We've got the official call with Joanna Garnell, and she's down there on the beach with Travis Logie.
Yeah, guys, welcome back. What a long day this has been. What do we have now?
Oh, well, we're back on. Heats 6, 7, and 8. Waves are already getting so fun as the tide drops out. And new swell direction, so really nice west swells, ideal for the spot.
And why is there a need to push through the glare just for these last 3 heats?
Oh, well, you just never know when there's waves. You got to take advantage of it. There's a strong chance of some more fog this week. And with this swell direction, it's different to the other day. So the surfers are surfing and taking off right in front of the tower, as opposed to the other day there was a lot more south. So that's helping us, and we have some cloud cover today.
And the judges also were able to rest their eyes with this long break.
Yeah, everybody had a bit of a break, and I was so stoked when we came back down, the waves were pumping. So there's some long waits in between sets, but when they come, the waves are perfect.
Oh, can't wait. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, yeah, good news. Exactly why I looked at gift horse in the mouth. The glare's not a big factor. The new west swell is pumping. We've got some stacked heats. You just mentioned, Chico, this first heat with the defending champion, Lucas Silveira, a Portuguese hope in Chavez, and then a winner, Mikey McDonough, the young Aussie. But the next heats too are pretty stacked. Like the one after this, we've got Nat Young, Jackson Bunch, Ian Gentile, Owen Moss, so CT surfer in Ian Gentile. And then look at the last hit of the day. Jacob Wilcox and Jarvis Earl, world junior champion. Jacob Wilcox, CT star, Heitor Muller, and Afonso Antunes. So there's some Portuguese stars in here. Maybe I'll ask you about the 2 Portuguese surfers coming up. You've got Afonso Antunes, who's you know, pretty impressive, and Joaquim Chavez. How do they surf? What's their strength?
Well, Joaquim is really springy, really fast. He's got a really nice backside whip. So I think if he gets an opportunity, he will excel. He's a really smart surfer, and Afonso, he had a bit of a downtime, and suddenly this year it just clicks in. He trained really hard, and he's looking on fire. So both of them are danger men out here. They always perform on the nationals at the highest level, and on the last heat of the day, look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Then we've got Kanoa Igarashi. You've heard of him before? Yeah, he's quite a good surfer.
He's quite good, eh?
Yeah, young up-and-coming guy called Igarashi. Also, Callum Robson, former Australian. Well, he's a current Australian, but former CT surfer.
Former Australian.
Daniel Emsley, South African. So, yeah, across the 3 heats, an hour and a half, 90 minutes of incredible surfing coming away.
He's the son of the former CT.
Greg Emsley. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. When I started watching the CT, his father was a massive star out of South Africa, and then Jordy kind of kind of appeared as the new generation.
Yeah, Greg flew the flag, the strongest. Made, I think, a couple of finals. Made the final in France one year from memory. So, yeah, Travis Logie was probably, they were good mates. They travelled the world together.
Exactly.
And, yeah, so the young next generation coming through. And Trav talked about that direction, sort of being a bit guilty of sort of harping on about it. But as soon as that swell goes west here, so if you're looking at the screen, to the right is the northerly direction. Bang on straight ahead is west, and obviously south to the left. And when that direction comes in more straight and direct onto this reef, it just, you know, it improves so much, doesn't it, Shuko?
Yeah, the wave gets a bit more steep, and with this light wind and that direction, what tends to happen is that the wave gets really, really fun. Just really pristine faces and really easy to read overall, and that's what we want for our surfers. We want them to have a good chance of getting the best possible waves today.
Yeah, and here we go. So with the first wave here, and looks like is Mikey McDonough, surfer from Lennox Head in Ballina. And there's a big carving re-entry and a bit of a layback. So he won in that first event, and then out the back, well, that's David Silva. He won last year. Oh, and he just lost the hanger. The fins skipped out on him, and that is a mistake. Unlike him, he looked so strong on that first turn. And the defending champion just couldn't capitalise. Meanwhile, we see the Portuguese hope, Chavez, coming down the line. Really impressive performance, and just kicks out there. So that wave not quite making it.
As we see with live action now, Lucas with priority, maybe going on a weird wave, and quite a weird start for everyone. I think we got the better of these exchanges, Mickey, just because he completed the wave. I'm not saying it's going to be a huge number, but was a stylish layback snap at the end there, and he won the first stop, so he's up again on a good-looking wave. These ones are the ones that run all the way in and get a bit more steepness towards the end, Ben.
Yeah, and a young guy, but he's trained on those Lennox Point, those, you know, North Coast point breaks, really smooth. That wave's just not quite ending up on the points. But yeah, he got that incredible run at Snapper Rocks, won the event. He was only 19, I think, from memory, so young, so much potential. And then since then, to be honest, he has struggled a little bit in terms of backing up that score. He's right in the mix. Probably didn't think he'd be this sort of high up the rankings at this stage, but he's got it all in terms of technique and talent. His style is so good to watch, huh?
Yeah, he got the win, and he did exactly the same as all the others that made finals. He kind of had a couple of shockers of results afterwards, so he's trying to get back on his feet and be able to back it up, that win, as we see the wave of David Silva. Starting off really well there, and then a bit of a slippery snap there, which was quite weird. He isn't that big, the waves, and he wasn't able to finish it off. And this was the layback I was talking about. He got there early, released the fins a bit. Really stylish surfer, Nikki, and yeah, I feel like Mikey got the best start out of the four. And Lucas, we haven't spoken too much about Lucas Silveira, but all deadly easy.
Yeah, especially when, you know, in waves like this with a bit of juice. Obviously spent so much time in Portugal over the years, pretty much based himself here up until, you know, recently. Spent a good 9 months each year in Ericeira, and he's just gone back to his hometown and back to Brazil. But yeah, he's such a powerful surfer. He knows these waves. I think he's on the new Dylan surfboards. Got some new boards off Dylan, long bottom. So he's got some new craft under his feet. And a former world junior champion, which, you know, he won it here actually, from memory, in Portugal. So yeah, Lucas, really, really dangerous, hard-nosed competitor, really smart competitor. And be looking forward to, he'll be trying to do some big turns. That's his strength, big calves. Looks like that first exchange though, it was the young Australian who got the best of it, a 5. That way with David Silva just, you know, was on the way to a good score. He pretty much got that 3.67 for that first big backhand belt. Then after that, just didn't continue. Yeah, but McDonough after that big win in Coolangatta, just struggled. Actually lost a couple of first round heats in the next big event. So do you think it's quite hard to maybe go from that high elation, having such a massive win, real upset win, would never have, not many people would have picked them to go all the way against all those great surfers. So it may be a bit hard to just recalibrate and expectations go up. Do you think that might be an issue?
Well, what I feel like, it's the level is so high that anyone can win the event. And what happens is it gets a bit mixed up, the rankings, and it tends to get really close together in terms of rankings. And yeah, he needs to back that up. And I think this is a good opportunity for him, just because this wave suits his surfing really well. And out of all the stops, this is the one I see Mikey getting his surfing really dialed up with the wave. If we look back at the Gold Coast and we compare it to Ericeira, of course, Snap a bit more steep wave and a lot more steep.
Yeah.
And it's just different. But what I'm saying is this is a long right point break, and
definitely
I think he can kind of like readjust and get and do well.
Yeah, it's a wave that shows up sort of faults in your style. Like sometimes there's a lot of downtime, isn't there? And you've got to weave your board, and if you have a bit of an unclean style, it can show up quite well. But if you've got a real smooth style and a good technique, it can help you. And yeah, McDonald's got that. So he'll be aiming us off. Yeah, the other waves have had Polito, can be amazing, but the waves this year were, they just got a bit unlucky with the forecast. It was really small little beach breaks. Manly was similar. And then, yeah, so, this is a type of wave that you think might suit his style, but he needs a good result here if he wants to go all the way to the CT. Working with Jay Bottle Thompson, who, was a former CT surfer himself and now a coach to, a lot of young guys on tour. And so they've been hanging out. They were a bit worried about the glare, and didn't know whether to get ready. So there was a lot of sort of waiting around, and always quite difficult. But yeah, Mikey just off to a 5 and a 3.17. Had a bit of a break, didn't we? You had to wait for the tide. Had 3 hours off. What'd you go up to, mate? What was your little plan in the break? What was happening?
Well, I went to play a little paddle.
Oh yeah, who are you playing with?
Sophia, Medina.
Oh yeah,
Gabriel and his father.
Oh yeah,
so it was great. Yeah, we had a great time.
Were you on Sophia's team, or was it?
Yeah, I was in Sophia's team. And
who won?
Us, me and Sophia.
You beat Gabe and Charlie.
Yeah, and he was a bit upset. We had a bit of a bet, and he was upset. So he tends to not like to lose a lot.
No, funny that.
Yeah, it's funny, but even playing paddle, he gets a bit.
How's he go at paddle? Is he all right?
No, he's good. He's good. He's got a bit of talent there with the racket, and a sister too. Right?
Yeah,
she plays actually well for the first time. So yeah, it was fun. They are filming a bit of a documentary with Amazon.
All right.
Yeah.
About Gabe? Or Sophie?
No, about Sophie.
Okay,
like another 3 surfers.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing like a really cool project around women surfing.
Oh yeah.
And I think there's Bella on it as well.
Yeah, it's that Surfer Girl.
Yeah, Surfer Girl. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And they're filming all these types of stuff, and it was great to be a part of that.
Right, so they're filming you, were they? So you just happened to get in were you just getting in the way of the camera and like on people?
Yeah. I said I was part of the surfing as well.
Cool. Ah, very good.
Yeah, but it was fun, and yeah, you should try it as well. I feel like you could do well. Long arms, you're tall.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's actually a fun game if you're not a big fan of running. Just like running itself, because you run all the time with a purpose.
Yeah.
Just like playing football. But yeah, and look at this.
Yeah.
How beautiful is this? Look
It
at
is.
the set behind.
All these surfers, especially the
my
top
God.
seeds, haven't surfed, in the event so far. David Silva, this is his first heat so far since he claimed that final last year. And last year, you might going to go back and have a look at the YouTube clips of the day. It was, 6 to 8 foot, absolutely perfect. Winds like this, similar direction swell. So yeah, and he was absolutely on fire. So he loves this place and he really enjoys it. He's going to try and defend his title. Here comes some sets. We're going to get some action now, you'd imagine. Surfers have been waiting away. 10 minutes on the clock. Going a little bit wide. Maybe the inside. Silvera's got priority. He can't get it. No one can get it. So just that wave. As this new swell fills in and a bit direction, it's going to be a little bit harder to adjust. Get the right part of the reef. and see where they're at. So that one just sort of went through. You'd imagine down on the end there, there's some nice sections rolling through. Out the back though, more lines. The colours of it is incredible. And we see Chavez shoves. Oh, there's a nice first turn. Really confident from the young Portuguese surfer. Oh, and there's another big one. And that is a big 3-turn combo, and he hangs on. So incredible. Meanwhile, behind him is Lucas. So Silveira just on that nice little snap in the pocket. And here's a big section, and that's what he's got in his locker as well. He can go heavy, and there's the local crew from around Portugal, Javi Batista. He's always in his corner. And they know he's got that. Oh, and a paddle. That's what we love to see as well. So Silveira, the veteran, up against the young Grom. Both putting him in, and it looks like, well, Silveira's gone around tacking like in a yacht race. He's gone wide. It looks like Chavez maybe get the inside unless something goes wrong. So yeah, really good combination there. Both surfers, very different approaches, obviously with goofy and natural. But yeah, we'll get Chico Alves to break it down. I get the feeling that Chavez may have just got the nod on that one. But great surfing from both.
Well, I think Chavez is going to go excellent just because of that first big hit off the top. Really vertical approach, and then the end turn was massive as well.
Yeah, we're going to wait for that.
I think they're going to really appreciate how vertically he got on those two maneuvers. And the last one was actually a big meaty section, so that impressed me a lot. So David,
he goes to defending champion. First turn is nice. He gets that fin release. That's his trademark. Winds up again, and then another one. See the spray bouncing off the back, and there's a third. This is what he does. Once he winds up on this wave. It suits his style so well. And the Brazilians are going for it. And there's another one. A little bit sort of maybe lacking a bit of variety, but when you're doing that much power, do you reckon he likes it? I think he does. I think he really, really likes it. I mean, it looks like a bit of an doesn't, a little bit biased maybe, but yeah, really great surfing. And this wave, talk us through it, Chico.
Yeah, the first hit was perfect, well timed. I like how he waited off the bottom, huge snap under the lip there again, and another one. Throws buckets of spray, no in between those turns, so well put together 3 turns, and I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat by David Silva. And again, he didn't went for the finish because the work was all done on the outside. So this turn was massive. Look at it, bango, blows the fins, gets up there again, and another one. So this was one of those waves that you want to get on your backside and really belt it. And he did such a good job on connecting the 3 turns on the outside. And then here was just a finishing turn to finish this wave off. But yeah, well done by David. Well-picked wave. And look at this on the slow-mo. Opens his arms, looks at the top, and bang, pushes the back foot. Gets in contact with the body again. And yeah, he goes there again. And this was Lucas' wave. I really enjoyed this last turn from Lucas. He gets really low. Bit of a snap, and this one goes up and early and bang, and blows there's like a leap line float blowing the fins. So yeah, and this was Joaquin's wave. I really enjoyed this one. Bang, blows the fins. Bit of a setup carve, waits off the bottom, and bang, nice one. He was able to make it really hard landing there, and he did a good job on making this turn.
Great turn. It's going to be really interesting how the judges weigh these up. The only thing that you might say about Silva's wave, there's a lack of variety if you're going to really start, being picky. A 7.33 for Joaquim Chaves. So 7.33, really, really strong score. 6.17 for Silveira. So that makes kind of sense. There was probably at least a point, in there. And it's just going to be Silva. We just think the flow, the fact that it was 3 or 4 of them in a row, the wave. That's,
I think David is going to be like
another point
better than Joaquin's wave, like 8.5, 8.33.
It's one of the best waves we've seen all event, that's for sure. And Silva just starting off where he left off last year, first heat back since he claimed this title, went on to make the CT on the back of it, and then unfortunately after 5 events on the CT, didn't make the cut. So Silva coming back and really showing what he's got, showing his class. Hasn't had any real So if there was ever a time to start winding up, it's right now. I'm still waiting on that score just to come in. You know, I think that's the only thing. The judges will take the time. That's going to be potentially the highest heat total. More waves coming through. These waves just look so nice and inviting. And here he goes again. So paddling back out without priority. And he's up and running again, Silva. Nice little fade on the green light. There's a more vertical, snappy business. Squirts it again. Not much power, but still manages to get speed and spray. Just trying to back up that big number. It's not bad surfing considering he was in 4th priority.
You got an 817.
817 once again. Chico Alves is pretty much on the money when it comes to the scores. So pretty much give or take a point difference between each of those 3 waves. And Silva getting the best of it and then paddling straight back out and getting another one, which always feels pretty good.
I think his one was the best one just because, not only because of the size of the wave, but also how clean the wave was. And he connected to 3 turns in a row out the back. That feels like an 8-point ride to me. And yep, this I feel like he's trying to do a backup number. He knows he has a 367, which is quite a low number. And Joaquin only needs a 452 for first.
It's
and
funny.
Mikey, which started off really well, suddenly he's in a really bad spot.
Yeah, he is. There's no one's got any backups, but yeah, Silva just waiting on that score to come in. His last wave, just a 3.43, but I suppose no harm, no foul. He's paddled back out. His opponents haven't caught another wave, so he'll be ready. Yeah, McDonough right in this. Only needing a small score to get up into 2nd, but he's going to have to come up with, you know, a wave in that. Not excellent, but at least, you know, higher than 6s and 7s really, because the bar's been set. The waves have been improving. There's better surfers in these rounds, so you're just going to need a solid heat total. The days of maybe squeaking through with 8s and 9s, even 10-point ride heat totals is probably over. Donna, the youngest surfer out there, albeit the one with the highest Challenger Series ratings right now. We saw his good mate, George Pitar, get knocked out this morning, so he won't want to do that. Meanwhile, looks like, again, he's Chavez, Portuguese hope, and there's another trademark snap, comes at the top. Just the one turn. So even though he's surfing incredibly well, just the wave selection maybe just a little bit off. And or on the flip side, Chico maybe just, you know, not get too held up with priority, just start surfing, try and get some points on the board. They're the 2 options, right?
Yeah, I think Joaquin is opting to do less turns in bigger turns, and that tends to work in terms of what the judges are looking for. He gets a bit of a snap, but this turn itself was huge. Comes off the bottom, bang, blows the fins out, and he makes it. So I think judges will actually hit that turn, and love the way he approached that section. He will improve. He will improve, not by a lot, but he'll put, of course, a better score than a 1.67.
Yeah, you got a 3.83. You're right. So he's improved his score ever so slightly. You wouldn't think that's potentially going to count in his top 2, but he's out there. As you see, David Silva. We're going to see more from him. But right now, we're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back. A little short announcement from all our sponsors. Without those guys, we could not be putting on this great event. EDP, incredible supporters of this event for many a year now, really put their heart and soul into surfing. EDP Surf Tomorrow team has been a massive help for so many of these young Portuguese surfers. The event sponsorship is absolutely incredible and their support is great. As you see, surfer in there. Next surfer, I think in white, getting some really, really intense kind of words of advice. Looks like his dad. I don't know actually quite. That's Muller. I don't know too much about him, but he looks like he's getting some pretty intense pieces of. What do you think he was saying there?
I think they're praying together.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. Different approaches. Love it. Really, the teamwork. Really getting their minds into gear, and that's what you've got to do. He's got a big stacked heat there. Aitor, Tunez, Jacob Wilcox, Jarvis Earl is up in that one, so it's going to be a big, big heat. Wilcox and Earl, two really, really impressive goofy footers, both ranked 16 and 17 on the Challenger Series. Really needing a big, big result here to get up to that all-important top 10. He was here last year with Jacob Wilcox. The West Australian actually qualified for the CT. You see, and that's what set him up. Got off once again, made all that hard work. He'd been probably done 6 or 7 years on the QS or longer, and then 5 events into it, he got knocked off straight away. So it's brutal, but he's got another chance, and here in Brazil, to make it through. Meanwhile, we're seeing some action out the back. It's all about McDonough. He's waited a long time now with priority. And he hasn't been able to maximise any of his scores. In more positive news, his opponents, apart from their one good wave, hasn't been able to back it up either. So he'll know he's got a bit of time to get that excellent range. But 7 minutes on the clock. Chico. It's a hard one. They time the sets, don't you? So, but you know that was kind of a set, but it just didn't work out. So. You know, what's the computations he's doing now? Is he saying, I've got one more set? Well, I'll wait for 3 or 4 minutes. How long does he give himself, do you think?
Well, I felt maybe they saw these few waves didn't wall throughout the whole bay, and they opted to wait for another set that really allows them to post a big number, just because none of them has a backup.
No,
so this is going to be the battle of the backups.
Yeah, that old classic, isn't it? David Silva, 8.17, a huge, huge number. His second wave only a 3.67. Another big, big number too for Chavez, a 7.33, but he's only had another high 3. McDonough sitting with a 5, and then Silvera also with a 6.17. He's only got a 0.0, you know, like basically nothing else. So, yeah, I think what we hope for is that each surfer gets one more opportunity. Kanoa Igarashi there coming up in the last heat of the day. Fan favourite. Obviously spends a lot of his time here in this very town. Picked up the Portuguese pretty quick, to his credit.
It's impressive how he talks Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, he's got such a talent for languages. I mean, I remember he'd only moved here for a year and then he was doing the press conference. Not just like talking conversationally, he was doing a press conference in Portuguese, you know.
Exactly.
So, yeah, he's incredible and really comfortable here in this part of the world. And he's coming up in the last heat. Real box office, one of the highest rated surfers on, well, he is the highest rated surfer. Him and Leo Fioravanti, the only 2 CT surfers in the event. So, yeah, the event favourite coming up pretty shortly. Right now, though, after that real flurry of activity, the ocean, it's a beautiful looking colour and the texture of it's just a magic sort of carpet, but we need a few more lumps start to come in. Sometimes, is it true with this new direction swell, a longer period perhaps, that the lulls can be a bit longer, Chico?
Yeah, it can be a bit longer, but when they come in a fashion way. They come really a lot cleaner and a lot more organized on the bank. And yeah, you just gotta be patient and play the game. But with 4 minutes to go, they might be feeling nervous just because It's one of those heats that you don't want to lose with an 8 or a 7, you know, and you can get a bit into you that lack of patience, and you can make mistakes. So this is the type of heats that you don't want to lose, because it's gonna sting.
Yeah, let's go through the heat. It's been a tale, a real flurry at the start, and this is David Silva. The two surfers on the same wave there. I actually didn't know that McDonough's first wave, he got the 5 on. David Silva was also on. He also fell off on this one, didn't he? And just made a mistake. He thought, okay, if he hadn't fallen off there, he'd be locked and loaded, hadn't he? But then Chavez just went for it. Chico, take it away.
Yeah, big first turn, and I love the last one. Really heavy section, and he belted it really hard. And he was able to make it a really hard landing. And but David Silva had other words for him, and he belted even more with turns like this. Wow, how much spring he got there on that turn, and again, and really fast and whippy off the top. So really hard to beat David Silva in this occasion, and yeah, and another one. So David Silva doing such a good job here.
Yeah,
to
really
perform at the highest level
incredible
again.
surfing, and then he just got that 8. He thought he's done it. He's gonna make it, and then since then he hasn't been able to get any kind of waves whatsoever. And so it's coming down to 3 minutes on the clock, and at the moment Mikey McDonough, who's been waiting with priority for probably, I would say, 20 minutes, has now got down to the point where he can't wait any longer. Time is running away from him. As you say, to lose a heat in this circumstances without really being allowed to do your best surfing. There's 2 waves, the best 2 waves of the heat is currently have Silva and Chavez out in front. You see McDonough looking around like a meerkat. He's poking up. He's just hoping something comes in. He doesn't need a huge score. As it stands, a 6.17 is what he needs. Silvera as well, he just needs a 5. So, you know, the numbers aren't big, but there's a few sets approaching. Looks like Silva on the inside, knowing he won't get the set. He leaves that one behind. Now, this is important for McDonough. He's in the right position, because if he's not, this will be all over, she cried. And he's let it go. Interesting choice from McDonough, leaving Silvera to ride this wave. As it stands, only needs a 5. So S turning around, hasn't stood up yet. Here he goes. Starts to wind up a little bit. There's a nice little smooth carve from Lucas. And there's another arcing cut back. And another. He's going to hope it reels off on the inside and gets a few more finishing turns in to get the 5-point ride he needs at the moment. I reckon he's going to claim this no matter what. And there's his trademark little swoop. So it's interesting. Meanwhile, at the back, McDonough needing another point on top of that. And that doesn't look like... Well, did he do a little claim? He quite liked it potentially. He missed the outside bowl on that section. He waited a long time. It could be a clutch piece of surfing. Now let's have a look here, Chico.
Yeah, he started off with a big snap off the top. Winds up again. A bit of a carve. Looks like the web is going to stand up again. A bit of a roundhouse cutback. Beautiful style. As you said, Ben, growing up in right end point break. And yeah, doing a beautiful job there. Yeah, a bit of a claim, but yeah, I think he was just trying to sell it. And Lucas, though, needing a 5.
Going to be right there or thereabouts, isn't it?
Yeah, looked beautiful. The first carve was really nice. This one, longer line. I think that was the money turn of the wave, and looked really, really, really beautiful. So, well, I think he's going to be right there. And the last turn also was great. A bit of a release of the fins, and he regathered himself. So
really good timing on the inside. McDonough's to be his last crack at it. A little insider. Going to have to go big here. And that wave's not going to go. So I think, again, it's been another early round loss potentially for the winner of the first event on the Challenger Series. He's going to join his mate, hands on hips. He's going to join his mate, George Patar, fellow Aussie and stablemate at Rip Curl, and they've potentially knocked out. Now there's George there, so he knows that feeling. He can really empathise with his mate. But the Aussies are starting to leave some space on that leaderboard. 2 out of the top 10 now. Scores coming in for Silvera. He needs a 5. Chavez couldn't back up his big 7.33. And Silvera now, as we said, it's going to be really close there or thereabouts. You know, a 5-point ride isn't much. He had lots of smooth surfing, a small wave, but plenty of carves, plenty of really good timing was the hallmark of that wave. He's such a, he's got such a bright future. He's really young, but look, Silvera, he's pretty confident. It's like, yeah, there he goes, just doing the old hand gestures, saying, yeah, that card was worth 1, that other one was worth 2. I got a 5-5. And I don't think even McDonough in his heart of hearts knows that he's done enough. Waited a long time for that wave. They'll go through that with his coach, Bottle Thompson, and see whether anything he could have done better, anything he would have changed, anything he can learn to take to the last event in Brazil at Saquarema. That's all in the future. Right now, you can check his score there on the Apple Watch. He might be the first one to know, and it pings up on his watch. He's sitting out the back. He's not going inside. He's just going to wait for get the score for the old splash of the water, maybe. That's like a very good celebratory splash of the water. Maybe stay up for that.
We love it. We love a bit of a drama.
Works both ways. You don't get the score, you can do the splash. Get the score, you can do the splash. Oh, and it's coming in, and the score is a 5.2. So he's got it by 0.2 of a point. And then he doesn't. Yeah, there you go. There's the splash with the fists. I like it. And a big fist pump. And Silvera, that means a lot. Silva surfed really, really well. The Portuguese, well, he's not going anywhere. He's not coming in. He's like, yeah. So really, really smart surfing. Took off on the right wave. Sort of hustled McDonough out of it, really. Forced the issue and got the score. And that's a bit of clutch surfing from the veteran. McDonough gets a 4.7. He needed a 6. So plenty of drama. And you got to feel for that, man. He surfed so well in his backhand. He's just arms up. He was incredible. And that one wave, 7.17. We talk about losing with a 7.17. Probably feels even worse, but it means a lot for Lucas. So he's going to come in, celebrate with his mates and his coaches. And another little fist splash. So right now, drama, excitement. There's more of that coming. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with incredible surfing at the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to live action, and there is the winner of the last heat, Lucas Silvera. A clutch piece of surfing in the dying seconds of that heat. Really, really well done, and that's a bit of experience right there. I'm put in the booth by Paul Evans. And
tense was that at the end there? It really was.
Yeah, it was.
Nails bitten down to the quick.
He stayed out the back just waiting, his whole week, potentially his career on the line, and he's just bagged it. So Great surfing now. This one, we're going straight on through, and we see Aitor Muller. He's up and riding. He's getting some pretty intense words of advice from his old man before this. He's got up to an early start, just falls off. Yeah, got some really heavy-hitting goofy footers here. Jacob Wilcox and Jarvis Earl. So Wilcox from Western Australia. Qualified for CT last year here, Paul. We were here, we witnessed that. Has a style that suits this wave. And Jarvis Earl, what do you think about him? What do you like about his vibe?
I just think that Australia and the young squad out of Oz, that collective energy really wills them on. I think that's a massive weapon they got in their favour. He's just one of many very talented surfers from that region.
Yeah, speaking of talented goofy footers, Joanna Garnell was down on the beach with David Silva.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Well, your backhand is absolutely lethal. Are you a fan of these right-handers? Would you just do right-handers for the rest of your life?
Yeah, this right is the best in the world for me, for sure. But this point is very special for me. I think so. This event is the best for the world for me, and yeah, I'm very happy to start. This really good. I think for one is the score at 8.17. It's an incredible ride, and then the second wave is not too much good for 3 points. I think, oh my God, I think so. Exchange is more fast because the guy is very danger in the heat. For Lucas Silveira, he surf amazing. The Mike surf is true, and then the Portugal guys is incredible. 2 backhands, and I'm very happy to make for this hit.
You won here last year, so you can feel the support that's coming to the beach for you. Can you hear it from the heat?
Yeah, the last year was win for these events for my dream, and for this year I think put my mind, and then for hit by hit, and then yeah, I'm very happy to take for good waves in the heat.
Do you want to say a few words Portuguese?
Yeah, big thank you. Cara, muito feliz de ter começado bem, não consegui pegar a segunda onda boa, mas amarradão de ter passado mais uma bateria importante. E é isso, beijão a toda a minha família, as minhas filhas, a Bela, a Júlia e minha esposa que estão em casa torcendo.
Well, he basically said what he said in the first question, and then sending a kiss to his daughters and his wife. Back to you guys.
Okay, yeah, pass that on. If I was to use 2 words to describe David Silva, I would use clean shaven. Looking sharp, looking ready to roll, looking happy.
I got 2 different words. What? Underscored. I thought that 8 could have been better. I thought that was a 9. I watched that live down the beach. I thought that was a 9, Monday.
Is that 1 word?
2 words.
Yeah, you thought it was a 9? Yeah. When you have your little nap. Did the crowds, the cheers wake you up, did it? Anyway, he's on fire. We've seen him do it all last year, just heat after heat after heat, and he's through. But yeah, we've got some new surfs out there. Also, Afonso Atunaz, and Portuguese surfer, Chico Alves, was saying that he's sort of had a bit of a break. He's come back this year fired up. He's had a few wins on the European
He's on
qualifying
fire.
series.
Got the win up in Pantin.
Got a fresh approach. He's really happy just to be back, you know, in the mix. And yeah, I feel like he's got a bit new energy about it. He's had plenty of opportunities in these type of events, plenty of wild cards. Hasn't always delivered on his promise, but he feels like he's just matured a bit. And could be very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
out
we
here.
see a lot of surfers struggle, sort of come out the juniors, a lot of hype on them. They're like winning everything in the juniors, kind of cleaning up, and then they get into, you know, the adults division, and it's not so easy. I've seen a lot of people do that, maybe kind of struggle just to burden expectation. So we've got to wash that off, just free surf basically with his mates, and he's enjoying his surfing again. I'm enjoying the look of this. Check this thing out, man. It looks amazing.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl from Cronulla on his backhand. It's a bigger wave. Gets it up high in the first click and drives around the corner, and that's a vertical pocket, and he deals with it very, very well. He's a real traditional Australian powerhouse, this guy. There's not a whole lot of no frills. He just does every aspect of surfing very, very well across the board. He's a really good barrel rider. He's good in the air. He's got a good vertical backhand re-entry, world junior champion. And so he's actually in some ways underrated just because he's so competent across all facets of surfing. Not really a question there, but just a bit of insight, Paul.
Yeah, well, if you were going to phrase that into a question, would it be who recently from the world of kind of popular culture was recently passed on, was very multi-talented? The answer would be Chris Christopherson. Sad to see him go, of course. Yeah. Really handsome man.
Yeah, he
good
was.
singer-songwriter, actor as well. famously, he was working for the National Guard, famously landed his helicopter in Johnny Cash's lawn.
He was, and gave him his CDs.
Gave him a tape.
He gave him his tape.
Sunday morning coming down, he wrote that song.
Yeah, well, it's one of my favourite lines ever. Put on his cleanest pair of dirty pants. That's one of his in the morning. Yeah, what a legend. Yeah, Chris Christopherson. Underrated too, perhaps. But yeah, very competent. And that could be the first time Jarvis Earl and Chris Christopherson have been compared, I would say, at a pinch. I don't know if the Cronulla, the Shire, if they're into their... it's known for its sort of punk rock and its Aussie sort of high-energy rock and roll. Chris Christopherson was slipped in there.
Coyotes not do a sort of country night. Coits.
Yeah, over 40s. Yeah, but yeah, he's really, really impressive. Spends a lot of time down the south coast. Spends a lot of time down the south coast. Really great up on reefs. But of course, on Tunaz, you know, he's no stranger to reef breaks growing up in this part of the world. His dad was one of the sort of real pioneers of professional surfing in Portugal. Really talented. And have a look at Alfonso. Just have a look what he's been going on. He got into this event by winning the trials. So he's already clocked some heats here, Paul. And this is how he got into this position he's in right now.
Yeah, well, like we talk about winning being a habit, and you know, sometimes it doesn't really matter what level the event is, whether it's QS. But absolutely dominated in Pantin.
I'm really stoked on that and really pumped to keep working hard for the Challengers next year and to achieve my goals. Really stoked as well to win the trials here in Ribeira. And I hope I can do a great contest and show my surfing, and I'm going to keep the momentum going, and we will see what's going to happen on this Challenger. To be honest, the last 2 years I didn't want it to be a pro surfer. I just wanted to free surf with my friends and don't give a damn about comps, and working turned out to be boring. And I think this year it just changed, and I really wanted this. I want to make my life out of surfing, and I want to be a pro surfer. I want to be a world champ, and I'm going to work for that, and we will see when I'm going to end.
Yeah, interesting from Alfonso there. Paul, 2 years off, just going surfing with his mates, and that was the spark that ignited his current position. See a late one there, going to take off in the foam from that man we just saw on the screen. So Tunaz, can he get around the section? Waits for it, late takeoff, taking a while to get a bit of clean face. There he is, first turn. There's the second, kicks the fins out, and that's not the start he would have wanted. Sort of was always behind the 8 ball. As you'll see, Chipper Wilcox there, the Western Australian, also his first wave, gave up priority for that wave, and that's another mistake. Not the smartest of moves, given he'd waited 10 minutes, waited his turn, got priority, and then unfortunately just came up from there. Moved over to the Gold Coast, been based over there for the last 4 or 5 years. He just said being a pro surfer is so much easier in that part of the world. There's so many of them, so much more training, easier travel. You know, such category. His backhand is probably his best part of his surfing. Would you agree with that statement, Paul?
Yeah, he's well known for it. It's pretty good to go left as well.
He's quite good at left. He's quite good at Nalu sometimes.
Quite good at left as well. But yeah, just also seems like quite a cool customer. Sometimes see a lot of emotional sort of surfers on the Challenger series. The stakes are really high. We saw that in the last heat, how tense that was. Sometimes those emotions can sort of boil over. The other thing is, over a long season, can get a bit of drain from just constantly kind of like on that roller coaster. It does seem like Wilcox, one of those people who sort of keeps things on a fairly even keel.
Yeah, I agree. I was sort of lucky enough to spend a bit of time with him last year, did a bit of profile piece on him, and even a couple of years ago he was working in the DHD factory. He said it wasn't, I mean, the money was all right because he just thought he was pretty bored on the Gold Coast, not always waves. He liked to learn more about the boards, and he thought the best way to do it was go and work in the factory and just little things like that. It's not every sort of surfer that does that. Pretty well grounded. His parents are working class builders, and yeah, they keep him pretty grounded. So I think you're right. He's a level-headed guy, pretty intelligent too. Kind of got self-awareness about him. And all that's all well and good though. You need some big points as well. Right now, sitting down there, hasn't had any waves of note. Looking at this one, so Aitor Muller has priority. He elects to push the button. Here he goes, and he's driving down the line. First turn off the sort of foam. Gets a nice pace about it now. Carving down turn. Comes up again. Forces it off the edge. And a bit more whippy on that one. So a wave that had all sorts of crinks and crinkles in it. And here goes Jarvis Earl. That whippy, sort of backhand whip again. A frothier, sort of smaller wave, but he manages to almost connect. I don't know if that's going to be complete. It's not worth completing it if you're going to end up on the rocks. Damage that board. He's on the rocks there. Going up. A lot of rock hopping where he's from. Up, oh, on the Cronulla. Oh, he's going to get some damage, but he just hops over that. Tries to get back out. Meanwhile, this is Wilcox. Just finding his feet. First turn is okay. Second one's better. A lot of spray. Third one is whippier. So there's 3 in a row. So he connected with that, completed. Just to get a score on the board. Not a bad strategy. No one's really managed to get any numbers of note. So that'll be good for Wilcox, just to start to get a bit of momentum and get in. Maybe, and you know, talk about Alfonso Antunes. Like we talk about all those Aussies, there's really depth, isn't there? Like every beach has a lot of good surfers, and maybe we'll just hold that thought. What did you like about this, Paul?
I like the progression as each turn, each one kind of fired up the next one. It almost like informs the next hit that he does, and he comes in here and just tags that one really hard. We've seen a lot of people struggle to finish off on that inside section. It has been a sort of bone of contention for a lot of surfers of real quality. But look how much he gets to that. Gives it a real good hit. Comes off a full swing and absolutely belts it. This was previous to that Earl. Loads of spray off the first turn, then just trying to get out of a stickier section and just get the speed going. It's got that whippy rotation of the board. You see when he comes off the bottom, the nose is pointing back towards the beach, kind of bends those knees and then is able to get this thing all the way up. And I mean, I hope he packs some solar res with him, because yeah, that's some
better doing.
Yeah, that's rocky in there.
This one, it's had a few paces of it.
Yeah,
well, didn't always connect, did he?
The thing that sort of stands out about this, the look of the board. I mean, that thing looks like it weighs about 5 grams. You just see there's one turn here where he goes up really vert, just whips it. What's this next one? It just looks like it's so responsive, that one. And that thing just looks so light and responsive under his feet. It is smaller and cleaner out there. I think surfers can afford to maybe go for some of that equipment. It looks like it's working okay for Muller.
Yeah, this is a replay of Antunes as well. And he's connecting along the line, reading the wave well. He's going to try for a finish, and that rocks. Gets in and just gets out before that rock. So that is a good surfing. We'll see if there's any damage done out the back as well. So now we're hitting up a bit more sets, progressing through. Each surfer finding their feet, getting their rhythm on.
Yeah, we needed that exchange, didn't we, in this heat? He's just kind of fired things up now, and you can see he's got the bit between his teeth and he's feeling it on the paddle back out. Here we go. So sets himself up, and he already knew like this, he's really engaged with his body, knows this is a better wave, a bit more steepness to it. So he'll clip over the white water and then just staying alive, keeping that board busy. Does need to keep that dynamic approach to this wave throughout. On this inside section, really anything that kind of showed up, just whack-a-mole into the lip and then bang for the finish. Now, just about gets out.
I know there's two things. I know something you like is a west swell, Paul. Well, that's one thing you like. I'll tell you the thing you don't like. You don't like foam on the face, do you? You really have to struggle with that. And do you think that will in any way sort of take shave some points off that wave?
I think we saw a couple of moments in that wave where he was just trying to get a bit of speed going through that. Similar thing happened to Jarvis Earl as well.
Okay, live action here. Muller fanging down the line on that light blade that Paul just mentioned. Again, you think he's got an air game on him, and there it is. So just out of nothing. There wasn't really much speed there. He's still got some pop despite the lack of speed. We had a chat with Justin Becrad earlier on. He goes, look, the problem with this wave in terms of doing aerials is it's really hard to get the speed you need, and then if you got the speed, you don't have the ramp. So to get those two things together at the same time, but he sort of just manufactured that, didn't he? Almost out of nothing.
He didn't really have a ramp there, actually. Scott did that one off the face. Impressive. Here's Wilcox. A bit of a meal out of the takeoff, but recovers well here. Look at this stuff. Gets right back on the tail of the board and just swings the blade. So Wilcox working over this one all the way through to an inside. And then again, the timing's pretty good to go up nice and vert. The judges are going to have to do some differentiation here between some kind of similar stuff. Takeoff was scrappy, but really going to make a lot of difference. This is where the damage was done in terms of points. You can see from here how steep that wave isn't from the drone. It just shows you how flat those sections are. To be able to keep the speed up is so impressive from these surfers. It really is one of those waves, Ben, where they're actually making stuff that's pretty hard look easy, because this is a tough wave to surf.
Yeah, they really do. Just to connect with those individual sections and do it with style and pace, and then have speed coming out of it is not easy. I also like to see a pro surfer get a little bit weird on the takeoff. Now they're sort of a bit gangly, a bit out of sorts. It always sort of makes me feel a little bit better about myself. That's a personal thing. So there's a lot of scores to come in. Wilcox has got 2. He's got a 5.83 for the one before that one, and he's backed it up. So you think Jacob might be just starting to get a bit of breathing space. The 2 Aussies, kind of workmanlike, just working away, chipping away, getting some scores on the board. 11 minutes on the clock. So while we gather our thoughts, while the judges gather their thoughts, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the last 12 minutes of this heat for the EDP Ericeira Pro. Welcome back to the EDP Pro live action here, and that's Afonso Antunes kicking out the fins and just going down. So Afonso hasn't had any good, really. He's got one score to come in and another one off that way. We'll see how he went. We've got 10 minutes on the clock. We've seen some scores come in, and Wilcox with one to go. So we'll just get a little up to date once all those scores come in. Hayta Muller looks like he got a 4.87 for that last aerial wave that we saw. It sort of popped out of nothing. Jarvis Earl with a couple of 4s. Wilcox with a 5.83 and 1 to come. And Afonso Antunes with 2 scores to come in as well. So we won't know how it goes. What did he do out the back, Paul? Anything?
Yeah, goes into the lip here, slides out the tail. You know, talking about that sort of free surfing in the heat, that does look like what he's doing. He's just enjoying himself. And why not? You know, you've got a really tough heat here. No need to load up the kind of stress on yourself. Think about your opponents. Get out there, surf and catch waves. And that will be a good tactic as long as there's consistency in the sets. What you don't want to do is that in a really lully heat, and, you know, kind of use up your opportunities. But why not? Keep catching waves. Go for it. You never know. You might stick something really cool, impress the panel. So far so good in terms of the approach. But there's time there. But just in terms of the scoreboard, when this next wave comes in for Jacob Wilcox, it will start to maybe get away from Antunes a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. I think he's surfing a freedom that we perhaps haven't seen before he took that time off. Just looks a bit more relaxed, not overthinking it. And, you know, he was really close to making that turn as well. But, you know, you're pushing it, you're doing risky manoeuvres, a chance of falling is stronger. A 5.17 came in for Jacob Wilcox, so he's out in front. So it's difficult. But we've got 2 Aussies in the heat. We've got a load of Aussies down on the beach, and we've got Joanna Garnell talking to them.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, you're both out of the competition, but it's really nice to see that you're still supporting the Aussie flag. How is the Aussie flag doing right now? You've got Jarvis on a wave. Talk it through.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Go, Jacob. Maybe the next
Great commentary. Oh, no.
Oh, no. This one? It's a little... Oh, no. We didn't want those. They were average.
Yeah, get him in the booth.
Yeah. No, it was a bit of a bummer for me and Deal. We didn't have the best of events, but I feel like as an Aussie crew, we're always down here for each other, and that's what almost brings us up as well. like being able to just sort of shake it off and come down here and be so supportive of the other lads is something that's really helped us along the year, I reckon. So yeah, it's nice.
And it's still not over because there's another one of your crew members in the next heat.
Yeah, it's good. It was a bummer for Mikey in the last heat, but it's good to have Chippo and Jarvis both in this heat. And the waves look like they're kind of starting to get better. It's slow still, but at least there's a couple of opportunities. So hopefully the Aussies can get it done.
And are you guys going to just free surf now?
Yeah, we were at Pedro Blanca before. We weren't getting too many waves with the locals, but I think we'll just try to find some fun waves around. And I don't know, home's been pretty average lately, so we know there's a few days of waves coming, so that'll be nice just surfing around here. There's so many waves up and down this coast.
Well, enjoy Portugal and good luck for Australia.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, George and Dylan. So, yeah, good guys, good young Aussies, supporting their mates, keeping level-headed, not trying to get too upset with the losses, not trying to get too ecstatic with the wins. And out the back, they'll be waiting one of their mates, Jacob Wilcox, with the biggest wave we've seen, maybe the event, and he's going to go late. So here goes Jacob Wilcox, and he likes these big rights. Despite his time, first turn is kind of sharpish. Second turn's going to be important. There it is. He nailed that one. Drags his hand off the bottom end turn, and there's a third turn. He's got a fourth in him. He's going to hope for a finish, and he does. So that is a really well surfed wave, one of the bigger waves of the heat. You see Hector Muller just popping off. See what he did out the back. But Wilcox showing probably his experience there. A, being in position, Paul, and then B, just doing solid surfing in the right portions of the wave.
Brilliant surfing. I was interested by the entry though. He almost sort of pretended like he wasn't going to go. He sort of like didn't even paddle, did he? And then he went a bit sideways. Very interesting entry.
His takeoffs have been really interesting. He did a layback takeoff on his last wave.
But yeah, what an absolute bomb that thing was. Glassy. There's a bit of extra size on it. A bit more power as well as that thing went across the reef. All right, let's get a look here. So he sort of chops that one down and allows him to go a bit deeper here. Everyone gets out of the way and then off the top. And then this bottom turn, he holds it for ages and just raking that rail line up through the lip, bangs it again. And then sets up this turn with the whip and gets this little section in here. I mean, that's sort of 2 for 1. That's technical surf, and he makes that look very easy. Yeah, so the little set-up turn to make the end section steeper. This is going to be a big number, Ben.
Yeah, it gets better every time you watch it. And what I love about it, as he does those big turns in the pockets, he comes back and hits that foam, doesn't he? Like, sort of rebounds off the foam, just so he's even more critical. He's coming off the foam on the bottom end turn and getting that 2 for 1 section at the end. That's a big wave. Very, very well surfed, and I think you're right. It's going to be easily the best heat of the best wave of the heat, but it's got that extra, sort of that CT level sort of talent, executing it well. And now the boys are on fire. It's a shame Jonah wasn't there for that one. They put the beers down for you, didn't they?
It's an illustration as well, though. I mean, he was just there in the spot with priority when that wave came through. We haven't seen a wave like that this heat. And to a certain extent, everyone at this level is going to capitalise on that. It's just the fact that it happened to be his go. And I think Becrae touched on that in his heat. There is quite a lot of element of luck as well, particularly with 4 surfers in the water. You know, how many of those actual bombs are going to come through when you got priority? And that's one thing, you know, the energy being provided from the ocean, but you do have to sort of then front up and kind of surf it well and deliver with the pressure on you, the expectation on you. It's exactly what he did there.
Yeah, true, it is. I mean, that is the baggage of the ocean and the way you position yourself, and he was in the right spot at the right time.
Pulsing now, let's hope we get some more sets.
Didn't stay safe. So Jarvis Earl, the other Aussie here, see if he can raise those glasses as well. Good top turn, set up almost, winds up. Here's that whip, and then goes for a third. So unlike Jacobs, he couldn't draw out his bottom end turns. He had to get 3 quick ones in. Out the back is Haytor. Nice little carve back into it. This has got a clean face. Goes up into that whippy turn. It's a little bit hung out, and that wave doesn't deliver. I'll tell you what Earl's got. Hold that thought as Afonso, the local. Nice swooping. A lot of spray on that first turn. A nice bit of whip on the second. Third is sharp and quick, and the fourth is in. So that is also technical surfing, and he likes it, and the crowd likes it. Probably got the best exchange in terms of Earl and Muller, so we'll see where that goes.
He needed a wave like that. He needed one that kind of drew off the reef so he could go top to bottom without kind of having to go mid-face and pump throughout. Let's get a look. So even from the takeoff straight into the bottom, and then carves that one back to that whitewater again. Sort of stands up for a sec just to get the timing good. That was really nice technical surfing. Talk about variety. The control is really good and tags the finish. He didn't need to go a long way there, and he's absolutely fired up. Look how low Jarvis gets on the bottom.
Full Bisso vibes.
Yeah, just driving this thing, and he's so quick to react as well. So out of the turn, and then gets that hand in the face just to make the angle with his upper body, and then gets the bottom turn done, and then another whitewater entry. And a big turn there, and I think to a certain extent, that was the previous to last, wasn't it? We just saw that jump off. That was right after Will Cox's wave. Haytamuna, by contrast, needs to make his turns look kind of big. He looks sort of lighter on his feet. Like you mentioned, that board looks lighter. You compare him to Jacob, his turns look a bit small, and I think he needs to just kind of show that he can go and use that full amplitude of the wave, go full power as well, just to kind of keep up, particularly if these sets coming through. But you know what? He's doing all right at the moment. He's in second place position. We are going to get numbers in for Earl and Antunes, and they're not big requirements though, Ben.
Yeah, so Jacob Wilkins got 7, so he moves up into first. And now Afonso needing just a 5-6 for that 4-wave, 4-turn combo. Jarvis Earl also needing 4.9.
You can't help make the comparison with David Silver's wave. I did think David was a bit more critical on his. He was just going a bit more vert, wasn't he? Jacob was kind of, there were nice turns that he was doing. He was just like a little bit out next to it by comparison with David Silver.
Yeah, for sure. It was just, because the wave was so big, it was just a bit off the reef. And he had to sort of manufacture, he had to sort of nurse those big sections, and he couldn't just swoop with real, rhythm. He had to sort of think about it. Yeah, that's why he's driving back to the foam, just to try and eke out some points. So, yeah, it didn't have quite the, and it wasn't just that beautiful green. Couldn't get his fins out either because of that. So, yeah, a 7, it's really strong. Sort of rinsed its potential. And now we've got some big numbers dropping for Antunes. So Jarvis Earl, that 3-wave combo, he got a 5.33. That leaves Antunes now needing a 6.03 for that last wave that we saw. That's the score to come in, and he's 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be another one of those, Paul. We're going to have to wait till the hooter potentially and see what's going on.
Really high stakes.
Yeah, this is a big, big number. This is a big score for that young Portuguese man. We talk about taking some time off, winning the wild card here at the trials, and now it's come down to 5 judges scoring a wave out of 10. If it's above 6.03, he progresses on. If it's below, he has to regroup and think about those world title aspirations for another day.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking at replays. It ended quite abruptly, that wave, didn't it? Started off on the reef, and it wasn't one that went all the way down. It was a shorter one. It didn't go all the way through to that section by the rock. It did have a nice finish on it. The energy, most of the energy was at the start of the wave in terms of the number of sections with turns to do. There are got 3 good ones.
What are the pluses, what are the negatives? Variety's a plus?
Yeah, variety was really strong. Was there a little bit of whitewater on the face, Ben? Without meaning to sound like I'm obsessed.
Just let it go, Paul. Just for once.
I just thought the wave got a little small and a little weaker to finish. And just, I don't know whether this necessarily works. I'm pretty sure it doesn't in the scoring. But just when you finish with a banger, it just feels, like there's a little bit more. But hey, let's see where this goes. The numbers coming in. I tell you what, it looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's not a huge number. It's 6.0. And he's still just showing some sparky nature. Wilcox is safe. And it's going to be so close this wave, you'd imagine.
He's going to get
right on the button.
He's getting it, Ben. One judge says no. Looks like everyone else is saying yes. We're just waiting for one more. And this is going to be big news for the Portuguese crew here. Check it out.
Yeah, he's got it with some points, about 6.40. So the Antunes, you're going to wait the reaction. Look how much it means to him. He's a passionate dude. And he is absolutely stoked. He surfed that well under pressure. And he just is so stoked at the moment. And he's beat a world junior champion under pressure at home. Incredible.
You mentioned the variety, and that's the case in point about being relaxed and just kind of go out and surf and not getting stiff, not getting conservative, not nursing your turns, overthinking too much. Just go out and surf and rip. That's what he did. He got the number.
Yeah, Wilcox, really solid, really smart surfing, cut above. And then Antunes, just with that last wave, that's what it's all about. Risk versus reward. He fell off on the wave before. Didn't really sort of, that didn't affect him too much. That may have done that in the past. That would have been something he may have dwelled on. But this time, he just stuck with it, got the good wave, surfed it to its potential. And, yeah, massive thing. All right, we've got one more heat of the day left. Kanoa Igarashi is coming up. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back for more live action right after this short commercial break.
And it's a very good afternoon from Portugal as we wrap up the EDP Ericeira Pro for the day. Look at the talent here in the water. A couple of surfers that paddled out for the Lexus Pipe Pro to kick off the Championship Tour season in red. Kanoa Igarashi of Japan, his compatriot Kajiri Nishi also in the water. Callum Robson from Australia, he'll be out there, as well as Daniel Elmsley, the youngster from East London. So 30 minutes for these four to try and find a couple of these beautiful groomed waves. Conditions really good out there at the moment. Super light winds all afternoon. Some of that's been due to the fact we had this little bit of this cloud cover and stopped it from getting too hot today. We haven't had the sea breeze that comes and regulates things out of the northwest there. You can see that Portuguese flag is kind of drooping on its pole, which is good news for light airs and glassy conditions, smooth sea surfaces. Joining myself, Paul Evans, the smooth talking Ben Mundy. Mate, have you enjoyed your day today? I feel like you've really had fun today.
I really have, yeah. It's had a bit of everything, Paul. We had this morning, fresh energy, new swell, had some great surfing, women's and men's. Always good to mix it up. Had a bit of a break, had some time off.
This guy, why is he here? He's not trying to qualify. What's Kanoa doing?
He just can't stay away,
He loves surfing heats.
Yeah, he loves surfing
He's a competitive animal.
He loves Ericeira. He's got a home here, and he just loves the chance to show what he's got. The CT finished for him. Didn't make the WSL final, so his last event was in Fiji.
Right.
Probably how long ago was that? A month ago?
17th he finished. Were you surprised to see him struggle on tour this year? Got teamed up again with Jake the Snake?
Yeah, I really did, because I had a chat with him this time last year, and he said he'd changed a lot of things up. He'd mixed up his training. He was really refocusing for what he said was the last real sort of 4 or 5 years.
So what went wrong?
Well, I'm not sure. I think he said the transition could take a while. He's sort of changing his equipment, changing some of his training. And, you know, so I just think maybe that transition phase has probably taken a bit longer than he thought. The Olympics were obviously a big focus. And, yeah, unfortunately, sort of, you know, he was right there or thereabouts. He never, you know, was in danger of getting relegated. But he was never really sort of challenging massively for that top 5. So for a surfer his calibre, that's, you know, he's world champion is his stated goal, and, you know, he's good enough to get to the WSL finals and then potentially win it all. So, yeah, I think this will probably just be a good chance to get back the groove, get the competitive fires burning, and have a right crack at a win.
Callum Robson here he goes, working over a wall. It's soft out the back, then it gets steep for him. Look at that control that he's got. He just tail taps it. And a tail tap from this guy is an absolute smash for a lot of people. He belts it. The timing's good. He's got loads of power. This guy's got speed, Emsley. Here we go. We'll look the wind up here, and he'll find a section. Just kind of push over it and then sort of scramble to get back towards this inside runner. He'll find a bowl through here and just keeping things alive, whipping around in the pocket. Again, setting up and seeing if he'll get a finish. It'll get steep in here. He might try and combo this with 2 quick turns. It's just the one for him. bit important to get your account opened. Get something on the board relatively early on in the heat. Put something up there. Getting that priority order, basically keep surfing. We haven't seen many people use that patient approach to great success, really. We've seen a lot of people sit and wait today, and it's generally not worked out, Ben.
No, it's, you know, yeah, I think that's pretty true. Just floats over that section. Yeah, waiting is not always the answer. These sets can be sporadic, and then you can even be out of position even when the sets do come. So I think those guys that have managed to get some, you know, lots of waves, keep chipping away, have been more successful. And Emsley just at the moment just trying to get around this corner. Really well surfed. A long wave, wasn't it? A lot of effort, and so he'll be happy just to get a start. 7 minutes on the clock. Robson got a pretty good wave as well. Another replay here as we saw Callum Robson.
Yeah, I mean, like, since he got on the CT, he's been absolutely belted at surfing really well. I was surprised to see what was the difference, do you think, for him this year? It didn't quite happen for him.
With Cal? Yeah, I don't know. He's, in some ways, he almost, not to say overachieved in those first years on tour, but he came out of the blocks. I think his style was really unusual. So much power, so much sort of heavy-footedness, and that would really work in his favour. And then I think just as the judges probably perhaps got used to his style and the point of difference wasn't quite as much, maybe he's come back to the pack. But I'll tell you what, he's so consistent. He's really committed to pro surfing. He trains hard. He's really single-minded in his approach. So, you know, look, we've seen what he can do. We've seen what he can do in at Super Tube last year in the CT, or the year before last, where he got one of the waves of the whole year. So, really talented, and especially at this Challenger Series level. I think he's, you know, he should be much higher. He really deserves to be in that top echelon, I think.
Well, he's battling to get back there here, and the way to do that is to make heats here in Ericeira at the EDP Pro, and then head over to Brazil and do that again. I think 20,000 points up for grabs. That's on any one season around. You see surfers get on a roll in events and try and go very deep into them. Here's a replay from afar of some of the rail work from Callum Robson.
Yeah, sorry, so great surfing in the pocket again, and a bit more release, a bit ungainly. Just tries to throw that flare a bit away from his traditional car, but he really gathers and just tags it all the way down. So yeah, Cal again, that's probably the one area of surfing you can throw a bit more fin release, a bit more tail drift. And then this is just Nishi.
He is an electrifying surfer. He just knifes everything. He's got so much speed and energy. The way he just loads up those bottom turns, his backhand is absolutely amazing. This guy is really good in the air as well. Just young and full of promise. Another super talented surfer out of Japan. Let's get a look at this bomb from him.
Yeah, right at the pocket, Nishi. You can tell he's got that compact style. Really fast. That turn was really smooth. That wave is so clean. To see Ribera this really nice with no bobbles or wobbles, and the fact that he just drove through it all, no transitions, no little wobbles between his bottom or top turns. And yeah, Nishi, I haven't seen a lot of him surfing, to be honest, but what I've seen, I absolutely love. Electric and smooth. And yeah, all four surfers just really getting under roll. Maybe Canal the only one that needs to get a start. And look at these.
In terms of the waves, I mean, you have to say, for Ribera, this is kind of as good as it gets, really. Just in terms of the size, you don't want it too big. It holds big out here, but it breaks a bit wide. But in this size range, it's looking absolutely delectable. Of course, not all of the set waves are created equal here. There are definitely some much better ones. If you can luck into them, you can find yourself in the spot, use your accumulated knowledge of the wave, and get on a good one. You're well on your way. All right, here goes Emsley, the South African, dealing with a tricky opening section. He was pretty deep on the apex of the peak there on the reef, and that one will just run away. It just goes to show some of the challenges of this wave with the positioning. He's being in the right spot. You see a lot of surfers sort of scramble wide on some of those bombs, particularly on an outgoing tide. That's always the sort of balance. You don't want to sit too far out, Ben, and kind of miss them, let them slip underneath. At the same time, when the bomb comes, you can get caught a bit short.
Yeah, it's such a fine line to get that positioning bang on. It can be a metre or even 2 metres at best. You know, you get a bit of time to see the sets coming in. But when those bigger ones come through and start sort of filling the horizon, you can get out of position. This guy, Emsley, though, stick to the inside ones a little bit more.
He's all action and he's busy here, straight into it, and just applying himself physically, gets that shoulder rotation, uses it to really whip the torso and then the hips around. And a big release, pushing hard. I think that's basically what he needs to do here. No point in going safety, no point in nursing the turns. Obviously, he would have wanted to get the completion there, but I think pushing hard's the right call. Callum Robson's numbers in with just over 19 to 7 for his last wave. And the judges paying off the power and the variety. 5.17 prior to that, so he's basically streaks ahead in this. 12.17 are his numbers. Here's a bomb. Looks like Igarashi's in the spot. He's got priority. He'll use it here. Kanoa, who surfed this wave an absolute ton over the years, being based over here in Portugal. And he'll go sort of pretty casual layback. And then just carving things up. And he'll look to try and see a little double up section in here. He just thought his head just kind of look inside and see exactly where he thinks this next lip's going to be. He'll find it there, and that's the control from him. Very well done. He makes everything look really easy. The body position is absolutely textbook. Gets a little skid and slide through the lip of that with the tail. Igarashi finding a decent wave here, Ben.
Yeah, he's looking really smooth. Just that next level, you see. Nice, smoothing cutback. You don't want to compare all the surfaces, but you compare to him versus the young Emsley, who's still a bit raw and a bit, you know, not as refined. But this is a man who's been at the top of the surfing game for almost a decade, and so surfing like that, as, you know, Olympic silver medalist, multiple top 5 winner, CT winner, and then you compare him against young Emsley, who has got that sort of wrap. He got that in a bit more there. His arms are up, and then just when he kind of maybe had the choice to either just finish it off and play it safe. To his credit, maybe that's the youth in him. He went for it, which you got to admire. But when it doesn't pay off, you know it's that, you know, that's the other side of the coin.
It's an interesting point you made. Last event for Kanoa would be over in Fiji, and then if you think, you know, the next event is going to be surfing Lexus Pipe Pro. That, you know, talk about ring rust. You know, that's a lot of time without surfing a heat. So probably part of the reason why he's here, just wants to keep.
Yeah, that ain't such a lot.
Here we go. Wow, cracks the lip there with speed. Emsley, again, very nicely done. Blows out the tail, reverses it and collects. So we said we wanted to see him pushing and taking risk. Is what he's done there. This section is softer here. He'll carve it up, put everything in, just squeezing every bit of juice out of it. Belts the whitewater on the rebound. Very well surfed wave.
Yeah, what I like about that is that last turn on the inside, we talked about risk versus reward. He didn't get the reward, but it didn't stop him from going to that manoeuvre again on the very next wave, 30 seconds later almost. So again, that's confidence, and that's backing your ability. And, you know, he mixed it up. That sort of came out of nothing, but just to have the ability to launch out of the air, it wasn't much of a ramp. Still managed it and then tagged a few on the inside. So staying busy, showing all his repertoire, and you can tell that he liked it, and that'll give him even more confidence. So that wasn't, it looked like it was going to be a normal turn just as he drove up, and he just split second decision to whip it round, get the fins out. You know, it's not super gnarly, but it's a point of difference and it's a bit of progression, and this wave isn't easy to do that. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, this wave was always kind of shouldering off, wasn't it? And I think he realised that and he just needed extra. Look how flat that section is where he's landing, but getting that blow tail reverse, he's just really surfing up the potential. When you look at the number that Kanoa got, was previous to last, just a relatively modest one, just because his wave was a bit softer. And I think just surfing right up the potential of the wave is certainly a good call here. You're gonna have to try and take those risks, essentially. The level's that high. Two surfers have been stalwarts really last couple of years on the CT. They're out in the water. There's real quality there. Nishi with priorities, a great young surfer. He got a 5.67 for that really incisive backhand surfing on a bomb of a wave. And he'll look to do that again when the next set comes through. We'll tick down towards that halfway point. We'll be wrapping up here. You see that sun dipping. Beautiful pastel skies. It looks absolutely dreamy out there for spectators. Tons of surfers in the water. They're not really enjoying the view. They're thinking where that next score is going to come from. It's Callum Robson leading this one at the moment. I think we're ready to go down and hear from Jacob Wilcox, winner of the last heat. Okay, we'll just stick with this for the moment. We'll endeavour to bring you Jacob Wilcox and get a debrief from the Western Australian right now. We're watching His compatriot Callum Robson leading this one with that 7. The strong work done from the get-go. We talked about those approaches in terms of being busy at the start of the heats, taking opportunities. Always a good way of doing it. Just get some points on the board, trying to maximise. All right, let's go down and hear from Jacob.
Yeah, that's right, Jacob. Congratulations on the heat win. Biggest wave of the event so far. I mean, how did that 7-point ride feel?
Yeah, that was a nice wave. I was kind of probably the biggest wave I've caught since I've been here too. It was a nice wave. It was a little bit flat and hard to surf, but no, it was fun. It was fun out there. It's good to be back in Portugal. It's probably a contrast of where I was last year when I came here. I qualified here for the first time, and now I'm in a position where I need to try qualify. So it's an exciting position that I'm in, and I love this wave. I love Portugal, so yeah, I'm happy to be back.
And not only do you love Portugal, but you've been traveling around Europe. How's Europe been treating you?
Yeah, it's been beautiful. I've managed to go to Germany and then the Netherlands as well. Like, it's so cool to be able to like explore a bit more of Europe. Like, I always come here and I've been to France and Spain and Portugal, but I've never really gone anywhere else because there's not a lot of surf in those countries. So it was good. I went to Germany actually. Of course, I surfed the wave pool. I went and checked out the river wave there and just went hiking for a week with my girlfriend. It was beautiful to be away from the ocean and come back here now, and I'm so excited to surf. So yeah, it's cool to be able to mix up the trip like that and yeah, see a bit more than just the surf end and the comp side. It's yeah, good to mix it up and make the most of it.
Well, next time steal a board so you can get some waves in the river.
Yeah, I'll try. The locals are pretty gnarly there, but I'll try.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thanks.
Thanks, Joanna. Jacob Wilcox been on a grand tour, enjoying himself. Ben, you've been based in Europe for a while now. What are the sort of landlocked countries that you most looking forward to checking out? What ones would you recommend?
That I haven't been to?
Yeah, or that you have, either way, mate. Just, do you know what?
Can I think about it?
Yeah, have a think about that at the moment. Okay. 12.5 on the clock here. It's Callum Robson leading this one. He's got the 7 locked in. He's just ridden 2 waves. Good enough for a lead. This is why he's winning this one. We'll wrap up the heat and the day when we come back from commercial break. We'll have Monday's travel tips as well. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Portugal. The Challenger Series is in town. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro. We're live from Ribeira d'Ilhas. Beautiful scenes as that sun dips towards the horizon. Plenty of swell still out in the water. And dramatic in terms of that light at the moment. Drama being provided by the fact that we're looking to shake up the rankings here. Send surfers to the Championship Tour. The penultimate event here on the Challenger Series at the moment. It's the surfer with a lot of experience in that department. Callum Robson leading this one. He's got that 7, real quality from him. That's why he's in the lead. It's Kanoa Igarashi, who doesn't need points here, but he's just here because he likes surfing heats. He likes winning them too. He's going all right. He's in second. Monday, I had a question about your travel tips.
Yeah. Well, we said Jacob Wilcox went through Germany. I'd follow the Danube, the beating heart, the river system that runs through Europe. I'd start up in Budapest. Nice place to get on board. I'd either do a cruise down there, maybe stand-up paddleboard if you're really committed. And I just sort of cruised down through the Danube.
My mum recently did a river cruise on the Danube.
Yeah, I was with her. Yeah, we had a great time.
Yeah, how did I not know about this?
I thought she told you. Yeah. I mean, she's a great travel companion, and she loves that river. But it's just, you could swoop through Poland, get a bit of Croatia, the northern tip of Croatia, before it empties out down that race. So yeah, that's what I do. But we talked about Jacob Wilcox being a little bit not your standard pro surfer. Got outside interests, and
But also classic surf. He's like, get away from the beach. But I went to Germany, and then I surfed the pool, and then I surfed the river wave.
Yeah, true. He let himself down there. He did let himself down there with the surfing in Germany, which is just stupid. But really impressive. He's got a clear head, got some space away from the ocean, and had a good time. I like it.
All right, this one's just gone a little quiet for the moment, and it'll be nervous moments for the likes of chasing surfers. They are Emsley. He only needs a 3.84. And also Nishi. His number's very modest, though, so he just needs a 2.77. He's got a bit of quality on the board with that decent 5. It's a 5.67, but he does need a wave. He's had priority for a while, and he'll try and use that sooner rather than later. Might get an opportunity here. We see some energy as our drone just sits above the reef here and admires the propagation of a west swell into the reef at Ribera Dills. He won't be tempted by this one. Let's see if anyone else fancies this. That's Emsley in a decent position, really. We don't have Pryor, sit a bit wider. We have seen multiple opportunities come down at the end there. It's Kanoa Igarashi who is way up the reef, and he'll go from deep here, so he might have to drive through some sections because he's behind it here. Let's see. Here he goes through a whitewatery section, which doesn't allow him to generate much speed, and then the wave will just run out. So from deep, doesn't do much. Here we go. Nishi uses the priority. Crucial wave for him. Only needs a 2.77 to go up and threaten. Here we go. He'll bank into a whitewater section, and precise surfing, incisive too. Here's your heat leader, Robson, driving with speed. He's looking for something big here. Quick snap just to set up one, really, and then bang into the lip. Gets released from the tail, so doing good work in a short space. Now we'll stand on the tail a bit and wait for this one patiently. Cracks it hard and then drives again. Whoa, just throws up. Didn't see that coming, didn't look like a ramp. I thought he was just going to try and tag that. So incomplete on the end, but nevertheless, great work done prior to that. It's all happening here. Let's see if Emsley will be able to swing, which he will. He won't actually, sorry. So that one will be a little wide. He might get another opportunity behind him. Absolutely dreamy looking lines filling in here under the 7-minute mark. We've got scores to come in for everybody. It's all happening, Ben.
Yeah, that was a lot of action, a lot of waves. Saw Emsley waiting at the back, missed one. But yeah, Kanoa, a couple of waves didn't quite work out. Callum got the best of the exchange, you'd think. And then, perhaps uncharacteristically, when he was going for that end section, usually just slams the door shut, doesn't he? It's trademark. He went for the aerial. We're talking about trying to mix it up, and that's something that you probably potentially need to work on his surfing. And he went for it. Done a lot of the work out the back. So this is the wave here. He had to drive down the load a lot. Usually with Robson, you find once he gets his first 2 turns in, it's kind of just, he's on a train track. He doesn't let go. He just gets momentum, doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes. And I was thinking that as he was doing these 2 manoeuvres. So bang, he's got his rhythm. And I thought just a nice, close-out row to finish would be the norm. But he went for it, and it cost him some points, really. It's not surprising. A different approach from Nishi. I think those insider ones, not as big. And this is a section. He hits it well, gets the fins out a little bit, but just lacking a bit of power in his surfing.
Tell us he got Ben the number. 4.23 for that, goes to second. Threatens Igarashi down in third now. Looking for just a 4.17 though. Look at these waves coming through. Here goes the South African Emsley. Driving off the bottom. Very nicely done. Great control as he releases that tail. Just kind of board slides in the lip and then flying down the line here. Opens up with a carving snap and then changes his line to go the re-entry to finish. Igarashi blow tail reverse on a soft section. Roundhouse wrap back into the whitewater and then a little pocket here. What's he got? He's got release of the tail. He's got amazing control of that surfboard and just flares up a couple of times to finish on the inside as well. So very sharp, smart surfing. It's a squad watching on. A lot of mates in this part of the world, and they're in full voice supporting him. This is going to be an interesting exchange. Just 4.5 to go.
Yeah, haven't really seen Kanoa in the last 10 minutes to start to show his style, and this is a bit more like we've seen. That driving bottom end turn, and then just that release, it sort of came out of nothing. Wasn't a section that was going to get a lot of points, but he managed to manufacture a bit of extra sort of flair. And then, well, this is just kind of trademark Kanoa, fitting lots of turns in really tight pockets and just rinsing every single section. So, you know, not incredible in terms of scores, but, you know, great surfing. And then Emsley, well, he keeps going for it. A little off the coping there. He's showing a lot of risk. And then just zigs and zagging. Nice little reach turn there and then finishes it off. I'd just like to see a bit more drawn out turns with whether it's part of the waves or part of his surfing. This one here, yeah, nice talk. Had to cut it a bit short, but then does finish nice. It'd probably be the best wave of his particular heat. That's a nice finish. So it was a good combination. Just lacking a bit of the length of the turns that, you know, the guys like Robson and Kanoa are putting in. There's a South African faithful, Seth Halley, Oakley, former South African pro surfer.
Yeah, the South African squad applauding their mate Dan Emsley. Of course, his uncle, Greg Emsley, on CT surfer, finalist up in France as well. And really good general all-round dude. Like that, man. 3 minutes on the clock here. Callum Robson still leading this. It's Nishi under threat, potentially from Igarashi's number. It is Kajiro at the moment, holding down the second place position. It's got priority though, so we might see this pack get shuffled a couple of times potentially. Here we go. All right, look at Callum Robson covering Emsley because he's got second priority and he's just kind of moving in, keeping an eye on the youngster. Nishi with first prio out the back. We're still waiting for that number, the last of Kanoa. He only needs a 4.17 to jump up. Dan Emsley's number in a 4.6, so he will remain at the moment. He's got two identical scores. All right, here's Kanoa driving with speed. Skids one with a layback and throws in the grab rail fin chuck reverse out of the lip, which will be an incomplete maneuver. Here goes Emsley driving here down the line. And goes the tail slide, gets nice release. And then this one will steepen up here. Here he goes, looking at an inside section. We'll go above the lip, just kind of drift that tail out as he popped it. But he will put it down, it'll be incomplete. It's down on the inside. Think about that number that he needs, a 5.31. He's going to still need that as he heads back out here. And he's put everything into this.
Yeah, he's really showing some, you know, really different approach. What I like, he got that fin out again. And then here he goes again, this turn. Really sort of different approach to a wave. I like that, and he's being unorthodox and showing a bit of flair. And then just to finish it off, though, would have been, you know, really, really helpful for him. He's gone for it. Just can't question his commitment. And there's Nishi. And they like it. You hear the crowd starting to really fire up, all supporting their guys. The last heat of the day.
Oh, hang on, hold the phone. Here goes Cal Robson, your heat leader. Bang, first turn. Just use that energy just to sort of drift above the section. Then he carves it up. And again, snaps one. Loads of spray as ever. Just throwing buckets as he'll keep alive in here. So all sorts going on for the judges. Kanoa, his numbers in. He'll get the score. 5.6, jumps to second. And he threatens Nishi, his countryman. However, we got a wave from Kajiro Nishi. Here's Kanoa in live action. All sorts going on. He'll kick out. 5.67 now, the requirement for the surfer in blue, Nishi. We caught the end of his wave. We saw the Japanese crew in full voice for him.
They liked it. We didn't see some of all the outside work, but yeah, Nishi, you know, he's been on point. Emsley might get one more crack. I'd say he's going to go this. He won't get that. So 10 seconds on the clock. That's going to be all she cried. And yet again, we had 3 heats, Paul, today, and every single one we've had a surfer waiting outside after the hoot up, waiting for the score. There's been high drama, high excitement.
Well, we went for this number here for Nishi, and it's absolutely crucial for him in terms of staying alive in competition here. Igarashi got the score to go above him for the time being. It's a really similar sort of number that Nishi needs here. 5.67 is the requirement.
And Emsley did so well just to get back out the back. Actually needed to be able to paddle for a wave. It's super impressive, the energy. All right, here's a look at the replay from Nishi, Ben.
Yeah, this is the wave. He needs a 5.67. He's really fast through the lip. And then it's 3 quick turns. It's really technical, high grade. So he's just a bit late to that. That's probably going to hurt him a little bit. He didn't really connect with the lip. It's a pretty solid number, 5.67 is his requirement. Even they like it. They're not exactly the most unbiased of judges, so the judges will have to come up with a score. I mean, you have to basically compare it to his best wave, which was that exact number.
That exact number, and you know, instantly, we watched it live, watched it on the replay, it didn't feel as good, did it? He didn't have a lot of room to swing there. It's kind of like the hallmark of his surfing is the amplitude in his turns, where he goes all the way from the bottom of the wave right up into the lip. Just wasn't able to do it. It felt like he was really kind of boxed in. So very technical what he did, not easy to do. But just sort of abbreviated lines, really. That's the thing that you might think will just compress his score and keep it down. Judges will think about this and make sure they nail it. Crucial moment here. Kanoa won't be particularly bothered either way, but you know what? He does like making heats. He'll want to stay alive here and just keep surfing. He loves competing at this wave. And for Nishi, he's back on the beach, and once again, as has been really the theme throughout the afternoon, surfers back on terra firma, waiting for their fate to be announced when our panel deliberate and give him the number. All wrapped up on what's been a really fun day. We do have the Estrella Galicia post show to bring you as well. We'll break down the talking points, let you know exactly what's happened, some implications, of course, inside those rankings. And surfers in qualification spots have been eliminated from competition today. So all of those talking points as yet to come. But right now, we're sticking with the panel of judges, and we're waiting to see this man's fate unfold, Nishi. And he's still waiting to find out if he got the 5, 6, 7. We just, our kind of instant reaction, we felt like it wasn't enough. And the number's in, it's not gonna be, comes in about half a point short, actually. It did take a while to drop that score, but it's not gonna be it. Didn't quite get there. You'd say that's a fair reflection, really, in terms of what went down on that wave. It just didn't quite have it. Nothing to do with what he did, really, just the wave. It was never really there. Let's check the recap of this one, Ben. It's been frantic, breathless at times.
It really has, non-stop. So, you know, that man, Callum Robson, really powerful surfing. This is a wave that suits his style. And he just got the best waves, really sure-footed. When the section came, he hit him hard. That was a nice fin release over the coping, and then just a nice carve again and finishes off. So really playing to his strengths. Cal, he loves an open face. He can engage that rail. Every now and again, he just throws a bit of, you know, release or a bit of variety. And there's a nice little tail drift, an example of that. And then once he starts getting a roll on, he's really hard to stop. And there's a nice exclamation point finish. And he did really one mistake. Kanoa, look, he didn't surf as good as we know he can, but he was always in the hunt. And when he got an open face, well, the class was just there. It just meant that even though he was on similar waves to, say, Emsley, he was just able to manufacture probably a 1.5 or a point extra just because of his style and the fact that he was engaging the rail and he was clean surfing. So Kanoa, you know, he snuck through. You have to do better than that, but, you know, one of the event favourites lives to fight another day.
The big dogs come in to wrap up the round and wrap up the day. A really enjoyable one to call that was. Callum Robson will stay alive here on the Challenger Series. That strong Aussie squad. They'll be supporting their mates who are still going. We're looking for big, big finishes. So we're shortly going to go to a break, but don't go away. The Estrella Galicia post show is going to follow. We're going to break down all the big talking points from a big day competition. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much to all of you. We'll be coming here at sunrise tomorrow morning. Voltamos aqui amanhã pelo encher do dia. Muito obrigado a todos. Até amanhã. See you tomorrow.
Welcome into the Estrella Galicia post show. Another big day of competition here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. It's all wrapped up and done. A dramatic finish from today as well. We had a few more heats that we really wanted to bring. The high tide gave us a hold throughout the afternoon. We came back. We thought things were going to get pretty good when the tide went out. Guess what? It didn't disappoint. We had some banging heats. So really, really fun, enjoyable one to watch those heats go down here. Joining me for the post show, Ben Mundy. Chico, it's nice of you to join us, mate.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We're not keeping you from anything, are we? No?
We're going to play more paddle with Gabriel Medina?
Thank you so much for joining the post show with you guys. I'm really stoked to be here.
Have you enjoyed
this
today?
Yeah, amazing day. And this last heat was a bit stressful for Canoa, but glad he made it. He lives to fight another day.
All right, well, a lot of good talking points from a big day here. But before we get into that, let's go and hear from Callum Robson. Winner of the last heat. He's with Joanna.
Yeah, guys, hurry up. It's almost nighttime, and I bet that you're going straight to dinner after this long day, huh?
Yeah. I'm staying with Alistair and Morgan, and they've been cooking up a spaghetti bowl all arvo, so we'll be going straight back for dinner.
So that's what motivated you to win the heat?
Yeah. Reggie's been cooking up a mean spag bowl, so the boys have been frothing it, so yeah, I'm excited to get back and tuck in.
Well, you locked the win with just 2 waves, and that was enough. Well, you got some waves after that, but what was the strategy?
The strategy was just to kind of go out and just to see where the other boys kind of positioned themselves in the lineup, and then play my game off that and try to create some space. So it was kind of 2 peaks. As the tide was dropping, the peak down the line was starting to come on, and so I was just playing between both of them and trying to utilise priority well.
And we were also playing Predator because you were running after the other competitors.
Yeah, especially if people like Canoa in the heat, he's like world-class surfer, and to have him in a heat, he's dangerous wherever he goes up and down the point. So for me, it was just like trying to keep an eye on the other people in the heat, but also just focus on doing my own thing.
Well, congratulations. I won't take any more of your time. Go have dinner.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys.
When he said Morgan Sibilic and his mate Reggie was cooking dinner, I knew it was going to be spag bowl. I just knew. I saw it coming. That's good.
A good choice after a big day.
Yeah, lots of pasta, like protein up. Yeah, well deserved as well. Really think he sort of went through, diced that heat up really well, didn't he? He's good analytically, had a plan, explained it well. Yeah, very impressive from Robson.
Yeah, pretty cash as well. Good win for him. A lot of big talking points from a really fun day of competition here. Let's dive into some of these storylines we had. Of course, the theme is, we look at surfers from the CT. Surfers like Callum Robson, you expect to kind of do well, but they don't always have it their own way. And our first storyline features a couple of veterans from the CT on the women's side. We're talking about Macy Callahan and Nikki Van Dijk. All of that experience on the championship tour. They're out of competition, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so great surfers, incredible talent, incredible experience. But today they just came up against some of the next generation of surfers coming through that just showed what, where the sport is headed, and they couldn't quite keep up as it stands right today.
So this was round of 32, heat 8, and Tya Zebrowski has been an absolute heat killer throughout. Of course, also in this heat, in that red jersey, talking a CT experience, Bella Nichols.
And this was the heat that had a fog break. So around the 17-minute mark, the fog came in. They had to stop the heat and restart it afterwards. So it kind of made it even more impressive what the young 13-year-old Tahitian did after the fog break. Dealt with a pretty weird situation, and then within a couple of minutes, just turned the whole heat, let's say turned the whole sport on its head.
Yeah, I think Nikki had the opportunity here on this one specifically, and I thought she played a bit safe. And with girls like that on her heat, she had to push a bit more, just like Tya did on this one. She's just showing another type of gear. She's really technical, really whippy off the top, and she's going to be really, really hard to beat. I feel like she's going to be posting some big numbers throughout the whole event, and what a surfer we are witnessing.
Yeah, and she said straight afterwards, the goal is to win. She's not here for experience. She's not here to get some time off school. She's here to go all the way. And having watched her performances today and yesterday, there's no reason why she can't win.
Yeah, I mean, we're enjoying watching these highlights. I tell you what, if you're one of those women that maybe been around for a little while, that are trying to re-qualify, maybe you've fallen off tour, I don't think you'd be enjoying this as much, because you can feel and see Tya Zebrowski coming, and that must be quite disconcerting.
Yeah, the winds of change are blowing, and that's the future of the sport right there. Bella Kenworthy, though, she's right up there in the top Well, she's second on the ranking, so she's just chipping away. She's got a big chance of qualifying for the CT here in Portugal.
Okay, well, another storyline that we've got over on the men's side of the draw. This was round of 64, heat 7. We just saw this go down. We talked about drama. We had a theme this afternoon where a lot of these heats scores were being read out with surfers back on the water, coming from exchanges right at the end. We had pulses of waves. And Jacob Wilcox, well, he was in a very different position last year, wasn't he? As he said, he qualified actually over here, but he's getting on a bit of a roll here. And also in this one, the Portuguese interest with Afonso Antunes. This was a great heat.
Yeah, well, I think as you know, the waves improved, the tide went out, every surfer was getting loads of opportunities. That's why they were so close. They were all tightly bunched. In the end, though, it was this man here that got the biggest wave, probably of the day. This wave here. He said it was the biggest wave he's had in Portugal this trip. And Wilcox, you know, he said it wasn't easy to surf, but there's not much more he could have done this wave. Just smooth, powerful, hit every section, even the bumps, and then finished off strong for a solid 7-point ride. And yeah, he's looking super dangerous. His backhand's lethal. But Antunes, he fought back, Chico, with this wave under pressure, a bit of clutch surfing.
Yeah, he's on another gear. I feel like Afonso is putting so much time in the water and work, and it's paying off. And it's not luck, it's hard work, and he made it. So a lot of emotions for him, and a well-deserved event for Afonso. He's proving he's one of the best in Portugal and one of the best in Europe for sure for the next up-and-coming years.
Won the trials, got the wild card into this event. How deep could he go potentially, do you think?
Well, I think if he manage well the heats, he can do well. I feel like if he gets the waves, he's up there with the other boys in terms of level. And yeah, he can do really, really well.
All right, should we get into wave of the day?
Yeah, please do.
Let's do it.
A lot of waves ridden today, of course, but the best wave ridden. Let's check out and remind ourselves exactly what went down. The swell picked up, which generally helps as well. I mean, wave height is a pretty good thing to have. Let's check out our wave of the day.
Yeah, well, this is a no-brainer in terms of surfing, the type of wave and what he did with it. The defending champion, Silva, he just got this beautiful green, wally piece of magic, and he went to work. Just the fins out the back. Every section was absolutely belted, no downtime, and it just meant that Silva finishing off strong as well. He's so lethal out here. He loves this wave, he loves this place. And once he got this wave, he didn't have a big backup, but with that 8.17, and it's this wave here, this is the better angle of it. You start to see, Chico, just how technical and how brilliant his surfing was.
Yeah, I think he was the first one who got a proper section with 3 turns out the back, and I think that reflects the excellent score he got. And he not only got that section, but he really put together a couple of big turns. So a well-deserved 8.17 for David Silva, and a great event starting for him.
9. I mean, you look at the shape of him, he almost looked like he's sort of part of the rock structure here. He just fits this place physically so well. There's so much power about him. He looks so strong. Never in doubt, really, as he's hammering those sections that he's going to make those turns.
Yeah, he's got a bit of moss growing on one of the right arms as well. No, he's just so comfortable here. He fits in the wave. His surfing suits the wave. He's got the muscle memory of winning here and the good vibes that brings. And yeah, it just shows you, he's got to be one of the. He's CT, that's why he's at that level. So yeah, so dangerous.
Lot of amazing moments today from a really fun day of competition, but we picked out 5 for you. Let's have a look at our top 5 moments of the day and run through them and just remind ourselves exactly what's gone down here. The first one, well, sometimes it's to do with eliminations, and this guy who's been on a tear on the Challenger, also on the Championship Tour as a wildcard at home in Australia. He's out of competition, Ben.
Yeah, he's gone number 3 on the ratings and just never found his rhythm, George. He got out there, he weighed a lot, and then this man just absolutely on fire. He showed progression. He showed real amounts of, rail work. And then Becret, he had to get a clutch bit of surfing. George, he fought to the end. He really didn't give up. His style is so good, that rail work. But eventually, he just couldn't back up this wave, and that left the door open for Justin Becret, and he did it at the very end. Another bit of clutch surfing. We've seen a few of those examples today. So Pittard, you can see why he's ranked number 3 in the Challenger Series. You see why he's got the semi-final of the C2 in the year, but he's out, and there's some real estate opening up for people like this.
Yeah, and it was all about Alejo. Alejo showing off his experience here in Ribeira. He tends to do well here, and he showed off again that he's ready, and he's ready to perform at the highest level. He's sitting in number 4th, So a really important event, making the final in Australia and now trying to back up that amazing result with another strong result to be back on tour. So an important heat there for Alejo to improve his rankings.
Yeah, number 3, there's Tya Zebrowski. We talked about this young lady and what she's capable of. And you just see the technical side. Chico mentioned the power's there as well. She's also got a temperament. Doesn't get rattled. In this particular heat, there was the fog. She came out, she was under the pump with those experienced Australians putting on some numbers, and within 2 probably minutes, she got these 2 waves, and she just absolutely destroyed them. And she's been over in Europe. She spends a lot of time in France anyway, but she's been here for a month. She hasn't lost a heat. She's won 3 events in a row. She's done this again, so yeah, incredible surfing for that young woman.
And Jacob, back in Ribera, back in the sweet spot where he loves to attack on his backside. We saw a couple of waves of him, and he said this was the biggest wave he got, as we said before. But yeah, Jacob tends to do really, really well in Ribera, and I think his backside is lethal. And he can get really whippy and quick off the top and off the bottom, and really close to the pocket. And I think that's a point of difference when you're surfing Ribeiradilhas. And yeah, Jacob, former city surfer and so much experience. So he did a really good job on this one.
Yeah, great surfing from Jacob. And then, well, we can't get enough of this wave. It was the wave of the day. It's the number 1 moment of the day. And it's because it's such a beautiful wave. This is what Ribera can do on the right swell, that westerly direction. The greenness of the wave helps, and he just absolutely tagged it. We saw him do this in the finals day last year. There was kind of similar conditions to that wave, and he was just on a tear, getting 18-point heat totals, 19-point heat totals. And yeah, that's our sort of best moment of the day. Spicy backhand, and David Silva looking super dangerous to defend the title he won in 2023.
What a day, boys. That was fun. A lot happened.
Yeah, it's been from dark to dark.
So the entertainment, that's the fun side of it. The business side of it is the rankings. So through the miracles of modern spreadsheeting, we've got live rankings updated as of today. What are you seeing, Ben Mundy?
Well, we're seeing some opportunities for these guys blow. We haven't seen Migno surf yet. Cleveland hasn't surfed yet. McDonough is gone. He just couldn't get through that first round heat. Bunch is still in it. Pupo's still in it. Rodrigo's still in it. Ale Moniz is still in it. And Patar up there at number 3. So there's some, we could sort of put a little tape over their names, so they're out of the event. And there's some real opportunities for those guys in the top 10 to improve their ratings.
When you look at between 4 and 10, I mean, there is not a lot between them. Alejo is just sitting 1,500 points above Marco Migno. It's all up for grabs, Chico.
Yeah, there's a lot of space up for grabs. I feel like these last 2 events can shake up the rankings a lot. And we've seen guys coming all the way from like 60th place to 10th place in the last event. So anything can happen on this event. And I feel like with 2 more events left, this is crunch time for them.
Storylines unfolding here. Let's check out the women's rankings and a different sort of story, obviously, with just fewer places available. Our top 5, there it is. And the big news, I guess, is Erin Brooks' early loss, Ben.
Yeah, well, exactly. Erin's out, so we've already got some, a big hitter in that top 5. 5 spots is so little room to move. Bella Kenworthy got through today by literally a second. One of her competitors stood up after the hooter. So she's still in the mix. Sally's looking solid. Nickel's still in it. So yeah, the big news is Brooks is out, and someone's going to take her spot in that top 5 potentially.
Yeah, well, the other good news, of course, key ingredient for a surf contest is waves, and these swells just keep on pulsing. So we've seen them kind of dip down a bit and then come back. We're pretty confident about tomorrow having some waves as well. So we've been really lucky in terms of swell that's coming through. Should we 7:30 call for a potential 8 o'clock start?
I mean, look,
should we do that?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I say. Yeah, 7:30 sounds good to me, Paulie.
Check back with WorldSurfLeague.com. We're going to send you out some highlights. Thanks for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Potential 8 o'clock start.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.